exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. We appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. How are you this morning, my friend?
I'm good. I'm trying to... Boy, I'm trying not to get overly amped up about this Chiefs game this early in the week. We do 5 days of radio, typically, Sean.
Yep. It was a 5-day week this week, yes.
Yeah, it's a 5-day week. Whew. Just like Aaron Andrews would tell you, it's the toughest job in America.
Okay. I have that for the Pettycast for reasons just like that. She got taken out of context.
She did get taken out of context.
Yeah.
I apologize to Aaron Andrews and her plight.
Yeah.
But it's this is. I am the first person to say, hey, don't look at the logo, look at the team. You know, you got to evaluate it. And if I were to eat my own rations, I would say, well, look, Chiefs are a 500 football team. Screw that. Look at the logo.
Yeah,
look at that damn arrowhead. Look at the fact that you're playing in Kansas City. Look at the fact that Pat Mahomes is still doing crazy, unbelievable feats on the football field. And even the Chiefs aren't the same team as they've been at their peak. On any given Sunday, I'm going to tell you, Sean, these plucky young upstarts, the Kansas City Chiefs, they might upset the Texans as they enter the game 3.5 point favorites. Yes.
Yeah, 3.5 point favorites. Well,
the Chiefs, that is, everybody. The Chiefs are favorites.
Yeah. A month ago, if someone had told you the Texans would be a 3.5 point underdog, I would have signed up for that in a second. When they were 3-5, and the Chiefs weren't that great at the time either, and yet at that time they were still the favorites to come out of the AFC to go to the Super Bowl, even though they were 4-4. Stop me if you've heard this story before. All of their 6 losses, the Chiefs are all by one score.
Yeah.
Stop me.
1-6 in one-score games.
Tell me if there's another team in the AFC who all of their losses are by one score. The Houston Texans. Yeah, the Houston Texans.
I thought that's where you were going with it, but then I don't. It takes me about 4 days to upload all the commonly known stats and everything.
Yeah.
The one-score game. I mean, last year we said it all season long with the Chiefs. Well, it's got to fall apart at some point, right? They can't keep winning every single one-score game, and yet they did over and over and over again.
Yep.
And even in their loss in the Super Bowl. No, not a one-score margin, Sean. No. I don't remember the exact score, but I remember very clearly that it was not a one-score margin.
It was 40-6 at one point in the Super Bowl, and then they tacked on. The Chiefs scored a couple meaningless touchdowns.
They almost had it. They could have just had a 34-point game, 34-point play. They would have brought it right back into a one-score game.
Would have been even again, man. Yeah, it would have been even again. I'm excited for this game, man. I'm really excited. I'm excited about the stage that it's going to get. I know that primetime football, by and large, over the last year or so has not been the greatest thing for the Texans, although maybe Thursday night football against the Buffalo Bills exercised some demons. The Texans' defense is arguably the best unit of any offense, defense, or special teams in football right now. If you take every team's offense, every team's defense, and every team's special teams, so we're talking about 96 different units, the Texans' defense might be number one out of those 96 units. Not just the best defense, they might be headed on the road.
Of the best platoon.
Best platoon in all of football might be the Texans. It's certainly in the conversation. What I've been told, Seth, is that defense travels. That when you go on the road, defense don't know weather conditions. Defense don't know night or day. Defense don't know locale.
I'll tell you what, the thing that would be really exciting is if this game were at home at NRG Stadium. I don't know, perhaps in the playoffs, maybe that's in the cards. Jawan Taylor, as we all know, is one of the most frequently penalized offensive tackles in football. Their right tackle.
Yep.
False starts all over the wazoo, aligning too deep off the line of scrimmage, all of those things. You know who his protege is? Josh Simmons, the left tackle.
Yeah.
Who, despite missing 5 weeks due to personal reasons, which he didn't bother to disclose to the team when he just disappeared the day of a game. He's tied for 7th in the league in penalties.
After missing a month?
Yes.
Okay,
he's
like
on a
this.
Laramie Tunsil-like pace.
Oh, my God.
So, I mean, at NRG Stadium, that could be real fun. But both those guys are banged up, too.
Yep.
Both their starting tackles. I mean, at the end of the game last week, Josh Simmons was playing with 3 backup offensive linemen and still managed to score 4 touchdowns.
Yeah.
So, this is, as it's been for Pat Mahomes for a while, it's a dicey situation for him behind that offensive line, but he figures out a way to make it go. But if this ends up being, if this could possibly be Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter versus a couple of backup offensive tackles, or at the very least 2 starters who are injured.
That would be sweet.
Yeah.
I would love that. That would be a big deal. We saw what happened when Patrick Mahomes has some pressure on him at a really high rate. We saw that in the Super Bowl.
That was the last week was the second highest pressure rate he'd faced all season versus the Cowboys.
And that's not a team that's since trading Micah Parsons, not exactly a team that's known for its pass rush either.
Except the defensive
Quinn Williams
tackles made it. Javion Clowney got a sack in that game. I don't know if you were watching.
I think he had 2.
Did he have 2 sacks?
I think he had 2 in that game.
Oh, I didn't catch the second one.
I think he had a multi-sack game.
Good for Clowney.
I know, man. I know. I like Clowney. I'm fine with that. And he's doing it over in the NFC. It's not bothering us at all. So Demeco yesterday, we'll talk to you about Chiefs both today and throughout the rest of the week. Huge game coming up. 7:20 kickoff. It's Sunday Night Football against the Kansas City Chiefs. You can catch it here on Sports Radio 610. Demeco Ryans was asked yesterday, what was your biggest takeaway from the win over the Colts on Sunday?
Yeah, my biggest takeaway is always I'm excited that we got the win, but I think the biggest takeaway for me is we left so much out there, right? And there's still so many things where we can actually so many things we can do better. And I know it's tough to say that, but it is some small things. Some things I know we can do better, things we've worked, things we can clean up technique-wise, fundamental-wise. I just feel like we still left a lot of plays out there, and that's my challenge to our guys. It's always, how do you get better? Don't just rest on, we won and be happy with winning. It's all about continue to learn in a win or a loss. What do you learn from it and how you keep pushing the envelope to get even better?
I love that. I love that answer because Demeco has at times, I think, been hesitant to go there publicly. He's critical of his team after a win. He's very much, hey, we got the win, and we're happy, and they should be happy. They got a huge win in Indianapolis. But he was almost apologetic about bringing up the fact that there's things they need to clean up. I literally wrote it down. He goes, I know it's hard to say this, but there's some things we can clean up. And meanwhile, I'm jotting down red zone, penalties, special teams, all these things.
Demeco, Sean.
It's Demeco. It is okay to say that.
Yeah.
Well, nobody's mad at you, and I don't think your players are mad at you for saying that.
It's exactly what I had written down, too. Penalties and red zone were my first 2 notes. Especially the offense in the first half. That was pathetic. That was as bad as it was in the first 3 games where you just couldn't. You were killing drives with penalties on first down and stupid penalties at that. Yeah. Alignment errors. CJ throwing 2 yards past the line of scrimmage. Those are really dumb penalties. Yeah. So you got to clean that up. That they did, to their credit, by the end of the game, by the second half. But the run game, too, I mean, boy, this pains me to say this, but even Ed Ingram on that incredible block that he had where he pancaked that linebacker, don't stand there and admire your work. No. You could be working up to the safety on that. And that's one thing the O-line, as much as they've improved, working up to the second level and staying attached and springing explosive runs, they've got to continue to get better at that. They've made great progress, but they're not there yet. And then defensively, these explosive plays downfield. And this isn't a week where you're facing a team with a great capacity for explosive plays. The Texans haven't allowed as many explosive plays on defense as they did last year, but amongst the better defenses in the league, they're one of the worst at allowing explosive plays. Yeah. And some of these things where you just got wide open spaces over the middle of the field, guys got to be dialed in a little bit tighter and not allow some of those easy yardage. Look, some of those incredible catches, that they made, the Josh Downs, the Alec Pierce or whatever, those are great throws and great catches. It's the wide open receivers over the middle of the field that you gotta take care of.
Yeah, no question about that. It's interesting. Early on, if you're up early with us, check in on the text page, 735-724610. Demeco himself probably has some things he needs to look at internally with how he's managing games, and I think that's been the case all year. I don't think Demeco's had a great year managing games, whether it's weird replay review requests or end of that. In this particular game, we got a text right here. Why didn't he take the field goal at the end of the game, and what were we doing at the end of the half, not getting into field goal range? That was the first thing Demeco was asked about yesterday at his press conference, was the decision to go for it on fourth down. Just to reset, for those who don't recall, 20-16, Texans are driving. There's about 5 minutes to go in the game. Woody Marks gets them to 2nd and 1 with a nice 9-yard run. They on 2nd and 1, they run Woody Marks up the middle. It gets stuffed, and then they go back-to-back Cade Stover tush pushes, a play that had worked twice already in the game. On third down, it was 3rd and 1 on the box score, but it was really 3rd and about 1.5.
Yeah.
And they did get a push and got it to about a half a yard, and that played into Demeco's decision to go for it on fourth down. Here was Demeco Ryans, and of course, as we all know, they got stopped on fourth down, and they had to put it in the hands of their defense off the field at the end of the game. Here was Demeco Ryans on the decision to go for it on fourth down with about 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, during that series, we were driving the ball down, felt really good of how we were driving the ball. Honestly, on the first third down, I felt like we got it. I felt we had really good movement, and I told the guys to do it again. Just being aggressive there, that's my call as the head coach. I'm aggressive, so, hey, it didn't work. That happens sometimes, but it's not going to stop me from being aggressive.
Okay. So did you, at the time, what were you thinking of the decision?
At the time, I was okay with the decision. I will question, in hindsight, the play call. And I said at the time, in my head, as soon as I saw that it was going to be that Stover tush push again, I said, I committed to, I'm going to criticize this play decision even if they make it. Because it's too much of what we've seen where I feel like Demeco wants to, he believes that they're tougher than they are. And I do think he believes it. And this is sometimes where belief can get you in trouble. Belief has to be tempered somewhat by acknowledgement of reality. And you can't necessarily will your way to toughness. You can't will your way to being a more physically dominant team than you are. Demeco cited, I don't know if I missed it in that one or if it's in the ensuing one, where he says they've gotten good push on the play before.
He said it just there. Yep.
Yeah, just there. I don't think they got great push on that one. That didn't look to me like the Eagles running that play.
No, it definitely didn't look like that.
And we go back to the Broncos game or various other times, the Seahawks, where they just run it up the middle. And I think Demeco just, it's the old, one of our texters can tell us, the old biblical verse about, moving mountains with your belief. Yeah. Sometimes, hey, a lot of things in the Bible are metaphors, man. They don't,
literal mountains.
Yeah. You don't have to take this stuff literally.
The analogy I always make when it's somebody who's clearly making decisions, looking at themselves, and in Demeco's case, he's looking at themselves as the team, and he's seeing something that the rest of the world is not seeing.
Homer Simpson looking in the mirror.
Homer Simpson.
Yeah.
Fat pear-shaped body looking in the mirror and basically seeing peak Schwarzenegger.
Yeah. When in reality it's Homer Simpson when he it turned out that because of his incredibly small brain, he could take a punch really well.
Yes, yeah.
That's
I gotta watch more Simpsons. I haven't watched. When was the last time you sat down and watched a new Simpsons episode?
It's been a long time.
Yeah.
Mostly
Still on.
Lisa killed it for me. I just can't. It feels like every time I try to click on it, a Lisa episode comes up.
Oh, that's no good.
It's like a Meg episode on Family Guy.
Yeah, I need a Homer or a Bart every single time. Hey, here's one more from Demeco. What factors into a decision like going for it on fourth down?
Yeah, I mean, there's always numbers, analytics, but it's also a feel. When I see our guys move the pile there on 3rd and 1 like they moved it, I feel like we could have did it again. And so I'm not going back on that decision there.
No, you can't.
The other thing, too, is that, hey, that play's worked for you already, and you're not facing a bunch of idiots out there. Like, they've they've talked about it. They've figured out exactly. They've got the muscle memory of having failed a couple times. And it's not. The biggest myth about the tush push is that it's somehow just simple physics, and that's all it is. It's just like, hey, we got a bunch of big guys, and we're going to push those big guys over there. And that's all it takes. No, some teams are better at it than others. That's one of the arguments that the Eagles put out there for it. The Eagles and the Bills and other teams were much better at it than every other team that tried it. It's not as simple as just, hey, and this annoys me too. All right, it's been legal now for how many years? And now, 2 months before it's probably banned forever, you decide, whoa, hey, look at this cool new thing.
Wrinkles.
Yeah.
Wrinkles.
Yeah.
Well, what would we be saying? What would we have been saying yesterday if they Stover pushed it on 3rd and 1? They don't get it. They move the pile a little bit. They line up, and they unveiled a wrinkle on 4th and 1 that ends up getting not just a first down, but maybe gets them down deep into the red zone or scores a touchdown. We would
Funny
be saying,
you should ask.
Yeah.
Funny you should ask, Sean, because in my little objectivity exercise, I did the exact same thing at that moment.
Okay.
And the codicil to my, hey, I'm going to criticize this as a tush push, and it's just a tush push. If they do something like Cade Stover pitches it out or something, or it moves out of the way and it's a direct snap or something like that,
sure,
I was going to be cool with that.
Yeah.
Because Caley had shown some ingenuity and creativity down there in the red zone already with the Nico Collins, and they had executed it really well.
Yep.
That's the thing. If you're going to introduce blunt force trauma, a new play that's just blunt force trauma, have something to offset it. That's just football 101. It's not about the play calling and all of the exotic things in the grand scheme of things. Is this play building to something else, or is this play complemented by something else? And no, they just said, hey, turns out we're big tough guys now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
It's like the kid that goes to karate class and thinks because he got a green belt or something that he's going to beat up the bully at school.
That's a great analogy.
And meanwhile, as the bully is holding your head in the toilet, you're like, that's not karate. That's against the rules. Hey. This is not acceptable.
So the other part of what Demeco just said, where he's like, well, I'm aggressive. You weren't at the end of the half.
Right.
There was a severe lacking in urgency. And I hope, there's one of two things that were going on at the end of the half when the Texans literally took 40 seconds to run their second play of the drive. Fairly deep in their own territory. They started at their own 20. They threw an 11-yard pass to Dalton Schultz, and the clock went from 1:51 down to 1:10. And I don't have a problem with moving somewhat slowly on the first play because you are trying to get the clock down to a point where if Indianapolis gets the ball back, they don't have any time left. 40 seconds is too long, and certainly burning it to 50 seconds or so to move the ball a total of 25 yards is unacceptable. I hope that Demeco's saying that he's aggressive when, in fact, at times he's very conservative, it would seem, at the end of the half. I hope that's him just paying lip service, because if he wasn't conservative at the end of the half, that means he was incompetent at the end of the half. Yeah. And I'd rather have him being conservative than being incompetent. If he's saying I'm aggressive, well, man, that operation at the end of the half was anything but aggressive.
Yeah, that's I guess and in that answer, he had another question when asked about the analytics for. Oh, no, that was the one about the analytics for it and all of that.
Yeah.
And you're going by feel. I guess that's the part that I 100% agree with. It's got to be a balance of analytics and feel, and just knowing how the game is. The numbers don't always play out, the way it looks on the field. And I go back to I was not impressed with the push that they got on that first tush push on 3rd down. It was okay. It wasn't atrocious. Maybe his standards are too low now because he's watched his team get destroyed in short yardage situations so much.
Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, one particular position may be cursed on the Houston Texans. Do you bring this guy back to break the curse?
Ooh.
That's coming up next.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back.
From the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you. Ross Tucker will join us at the top of the hour. I'm anxious to see what Ross thought about not just the Texans. And maybe he watched it granularly enough to get his take on what the Texans did with the decision to go forward on 4th and 1. The big story nationally coming out of that game was the officiating. It was. I mean, that wasn't just a, hey, Colts fans are mad. Hey, Texan fans are pointing out the Kalen Bullock PI as where they got screwed. That seemed to be, and I'm just going based off of social media and a few things I saw on TV, that game seemed to be somewhat of a referendum on some things officiating-wise.
Sean, they couldn't even get the call right on that Texans kickoff return where Tremont Smith had a nice return, and it got knocked back 5 yards because a member of the Texans kickoff return, number 7, C.J. Stroud, was illegally aligned.
That's right.
So J.J. very adroitly picked up on that. Wait a second. Pretty sure it wasn't number 7.
J.J. and Ian Eagle both like, yeah, okay.
It was the other E-Speed, number 47.
Yep. So, the officiating, the big story. So we'll talk about that with Ross Tucker at the top of the hour. He joins us for his weekly visit at 7 o'clock. So the safety position for the Texans seems to be a little bit cursed right now. Starting with the offseason where Jimmy Ward had his issues.
I know. I started with C.J. Gardner-Johnson earlier when I was thinking about it. I was like, oh, yeah, Jimmy Ward. Yeah.
Jimmy Ward. Yeah,
so you had a point this offseason where you thought, oh, okay, they'll have Jimmy Ward and C.J. Gardner-Johnson
Yeah,
back
it's a
there.
deep position.
Boy, a lot of veteran presence there.
Is M.J. Stewart going to make the team? Because they have so many safeties. Well, as it turns out, 3 weeks into the season, M.J. Stewart was your starting safety because Jimmy Ward, injuries and legal troubles. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, troubles following instructions, so he got cut. Then M.J. Stewart, who was, I thought, of stabilizing force back there, considering the disruptive force in a bad way that C.J. Gardner-Johnson was. And then M.J. Stewart goes out for the season with an injury. Fortunately, right about the time you're getting Jalen Reed, the rookie 6-rounder back, and they plugged him in there, and, boy, he was doing a nice job. And then he goes down this week with an arm injury. I guess there's a plate in his arm or something that got displaced.
It looked like it was broken when you were. I don't know the angle they were showing and the way they were handling it and everything.
Yeah,
I was nervous that it was broken. But then I realized, okay, they were jabbing at it enough that I didn't think it was like a compound fracture.
He had a plate inserted in his arm while he was at Penn State.
Yeah,
and that plate broke the metal plate in his arm.
They probably used pewter. Yeah. That was the problem.
That's college football. They just
don't
use
French porcelain.
They don't use the right types of metals.
So he broke the plate.
Broke the plate in his arm. Yeah. Here was Demeco with the update on Jalen Reed from yesterday.
With Jalen Reed, we'll see how he continues to progress with the arm injury. Don't think it's season-ending, so we'll see how he progresses.
So that was good news. Will you go outside the building to find another defensive back?
Yeah, we'll find a way. We'll find a way. Don't feel like we have to go outside to do that, but we'll find a way.
Okay. So if you do want to go outside the building, Demeco Ryans, just know that the Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu, was on with Kay Adams yesterday, and he's retired. Getting into broadcasting, I've seen his name. I don't know if he's part of the Netflix Christmas Day crew. Netflix is throwing, like they did last year, all kinds of former players at the broadcast of those two games. So I'm not sure if he's part of that. I've long thought Tyrann Mathieu would be an excellent broadcaster. I always thought he was one of the smarter players that we've covered here, and that he's got a great energy about him. But he was on with Kay Adams yesterday, and she asked him, would you come back and play in the right situation?
I do know this. The Texans, the Texans, the way the Texans play defense, man, listen, I'll come back to play for a defense like that.
Okay, hold on. All I'm getting here, we're going to take a break, and I want to talk about Lane Kiffin, of course. All I'm getting is you're ready to come back.
Wait,
are you ready to come back?
I mean, for the right situation, who wouldn't? You know what I mean? So
people who have retired wouldn't.
I love this game, so I'm like.
Tyrann wants to come back to the NFL. Let's go! This is huge news. This is very exciting.
Hey,
I knew
crazy.
You were not really retired.
Not really retired.
I mean, I don't believe in retiring. Okay. Frank Ragnow, I'm looking at you.
Yeah, let me just. Kay Adams, I think, does an excellent job. We've used more than her fair share of content on this show, or content from her interviews on this show. I think she's really good. And maybe it got asked on the full interview. I only took a snippet off the internet. The next question has to be, are you in shape to play football right now?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. I would imagine. I mean, Tyrann Mathieu's not the kind of guy that he doesn't get too far out of shape. But, yeah, just how much running has he been doing?
Right. Different. Yeah. Like 30 minutes on the elliptical every day is different than football shape.
Right,
you know?
right. I could see Tyrann Mathieu being a guy that's like still going out there and working with LSU receivers.
I can see that. I 100% could. Yeah.
So there's that. The other little annoying part of this would be that he is under contract with the Saints, or at least the Saints have his rights because he retired. He was on a 1-year deal with the Saints right now. So the Saints, I think the Saints would much prefer to take a draft pick than have him come back into the fold.
Yeah. Here's a 7th. Can we have him? You know?
Yeah. Are the Saints going to play hardball though? And make it difficult. Who knows? I don't know. You never know with the Saints.
Laissez les bon temps rouler, man. It's New Orleans.
What's that, Swedish?
Yeah. Yes.
So there's that. Is he in shape and is he actually ready to go? Look, there's precedent for this. Plenty of different presidents, but Eric Weddle was the first guy that came to mind. Remember Eric Weddle, who came out of retirement in 2022, and I believe he signed with the Rams at the beginning of the playoffs, or was it the last week of the regular season? Whatever it was, he signed on with the Rams for their Super Bowl run and ended up winning a Super Bowl with them. So Eric Weddle had been, I'm presumably keeping himself in shape.
Yeah.
Who was it that we had the discussion with, the defensive tackle earlier this season?
Was it Chris? Well, no, Christian Wilkins is still sitting off to the side. I know that.
No, it was
coming out of retirement.
Remember, the Texans called him up and said, "Hey, are you in shape?" And he lied and said, "Yep, I'm in shape."
Oh, God, this is gonna kill me.
You got to talk with him about wrestling. I can't. I don't know why I'm blanking on him right now.
Yeah.
Oh no! It was nose tackle. Now I feel like a jerk. For the Bulls on Parade, there, the guy that was a nose tackle. And,
God! And we had him on the pregame show.
Yeah.
God, who was it? Okay, I'll think about it during the break. This isn't good radio right now with me thinking about this. God, who?
It's good radio for our listeners.
Was it Antonio Smith?
No, it was not.
It was definitely Antonio Smith.
No, it was 100% not Antonio. It was. I know that's what you're thinking because we talked to Antonio Smith about coming back.
He said he lied in 2016.
No, it was somebody else.
It was Antonio Smith. I swear to God, Seth, it was Antonio Smith.
We talked to Antonio Smith about him coming back. Okay, maybe it was Antonio.
It was
Smith.
Antonio Smith.
Right.
When he came back in 2016 to the Texans, he said he lied. 100% Antonio Smith. I oftentimes I'll back off on this. It was Antonio Smith who said it on the pregame show with us. What other defensive tackles do we have on the pregame show other than Antonio Smith?
The one that we had, whose name I'm blanking on, and you'll understand who I'm talking about after we look it up.
Okay. All right. I thought it was Antonio Smith. Maybe I'm wrong. But so would you take the Honey Badger back?
Yeah, I would 100%. Justin Simmons is still out there too. I don't know what happened with him, but he's been kind of just.
He feels like one of those guys that if he was ready to go, he'd be on a team already.
Yeah,
that's how I feel.
Wasn't it Sean Cody? No, it wasn't Sean Cody. Gosh dang it! Sorry, we'll move on.
Okay, I think it was Antonio Smith. That's the chalk right now for me.
Yeah.
Someone saying Vince Wilfork. He wasn't on the pregame show with us this year. So, anyways. So we say all that to say safety cursed. You remember the Brady Bunch episode where there was the tiki statue and they were cursed over in Hawaii? Everybody got hurt. Everybody got injured on the Brady Bunch in that episode. You guys, people over the age of 60, remember this? Safety position for the Texans is a gigantic tiki statue right now. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We will drop out here and get into headlines coming up next. The Rockets played last night. Not well, but they did play. That's in headlines. We've got the Texans that we'll get to as well. We'll hear from Andy Reid, the Texans' opposition, coming up this week. And Lane Kiffin introduced as the head coach at LSU yesterday as well. You are listening to Payne and Pendergast, but first, you folks out there who have land, who want to ride.
Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, for those who may have flipped to the stations during the break, because I said it right before my Men's Tea Clinic spot, Earl Mitchell. Yeah. Earl Mitchell was the name of the defensive tackle that we were struggling to think of.
I'm not going to gloat, Sean, because I know how awful it feels when you feel like you're so certain that you're right about something.
Yeah, man.
And you were saying it was Antonio Smith. I remember it clearly.
Banging on the table.
I know how all that feels to concede that you're wrong. That's the
good.
only area I have you in some respects mentally, Sean. Every other aspect you beat me. I think I tend to remember conversations better just because I have fewer of them than you do.
Yeah,
you're such a sociable person. You have so many conversations with so many people that sometimes you don't. They all go into a mush. Where with mine, they're like precious gems.
I've definitely conflated conversations I've had, like on the collective that I do with Landry and Cody and Reggie, or going on other shows. I've definitely at least a few times conflated that with thinking that I had that conversation with you. That is a blind spot.
Don't do it with your attorneys, okay?
That
and your ex-wife. Don't be like, remember we talked about this.
That time you asked me for money.
Yeah.
So let's get to headlines here. Let's start with the Texans. We'll talk more about this Colts game from over the weekend, but looking ahead a little bit here, the Texans have the Chiefs coming up on Sunday Night Football. 7:20 kickoff. 4:20 is when Texans Countdown will begin with me and Seth. Andy Reid did an interview yesterday, and the Chiefs are in a tough spot right now. They're 6-6, very little margin for error to get back to the postseason. They've played all of their postseason games at home in the Mahomes-Reid era, except the Super Bowl, which can never be played in Kansas City. But all the non-Super Bowl playoff games have been played in Kansas City. So they've never been a wild card team. They've never played on the road, let alone been a wild card team or been out of the playoffs with these guys. Andy Reid was asked yesterday, hey, what's your confidence in winning the next 5 games?
Yeah, well, I believe that. I mean, I believe if you're coming to me on this, Matt, I'm telling you, we're going to go after you every game. And, that's how we roll. We're going to try to tickle your tonsils on every play, every game, and but that's the attitude that we're coming in with, and then you let the chips fall where they may. But at the same time, you got to make sure you take care of the small things here that we've got rolling. We've got to make sure that we get rid of some of these mistakes. But there's not a game that I go into that I don't think we're going to get after you.
Every single play, they are going to tickle your tonsils.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Texans might have to file a Me Too complaint.
I was going to say,
what the hell are you doing, Andy Reid?
Andy Reid has enough of an old guy vibe to him to where he says tickle your tonsils and like, oh, that's probably just something they said back in the 40s or whatever. Like, if Urban Meyer said it, I'd be like, all right, this is disgusting.
We get it when we say lay the wood. Our generation, we're talking about, it's like you put bat to ball there. You laid, and other generations don't quite feel the same way about that phrase.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
So Texans Chiefs this Sunday. The other news.
They are. Look, I don't. Look, is there anybody that's sleeping on the Chiefs just because they're 500 and just because they're not the same potent force that they were? You see it every single game they play. You see the capacity for huge back-breaking plays.
Of course.
They can split you in two, Sean, on any given play. Andy Reid would tell you that.
He would. They tickle your tonsils and split you in two.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So there's your and the other Texans headline we touched on in the previous segment. Jalen Reed, who's been their starting safety the last couple of games, he's going to be out for an undetermined amount of time. Probably not season-ending, according to Demeco Ryans, but suffered an arm injury in that game on Sunday against the Colts. Meanwhile, the Rockets last night, 133-125, they lose to the Utah Jazz. This was the first back-to-back that the Rockets have had all season. They didn't have to travel for it. They just stayed in Utah. They smoked the Jazz on Sunday afternoon, 129-101. But then last night, 133-125, the Jazz beat the Rockets. And this was a game the Jazz largely controlled throughout. This wasn't a game that was close throughout, and then the Jazz put on a little spurt at the end. The Rockets did manage to get back within one on a Kevin Durant three-pointer, and then bam, the Jazz hit 2 3-pointers to go back up 7 late in the game. and they win 133 to 125. The Rockets have no excuses on this, Seth. If this were a back-to-back in Miami or L.A., where the second night of the back-to-back they came out a little sluggish, there's nothing to do in Utah except focus on your basketball, okay?
We talked about this yesterday, that, all right, hey, and I said it kind of casually, all right, you beat them down, you beat down an inferior team the one night, let's not have a letdown the next night. That's not what a professional basketball team would do, one that's just is going to cut the same. Crap.
Right.
Crap.
That's exactly what they did. The Rockets' season win total in Vegas, which was 52.5 before the season, which I emptied the chamber on the over. I think this is better than a 53-win team.
Yeah.
Is already a month or so into the season here, a couple months into the season, whatever it is, month and a half. They adjust the totals. You can bet on the new totals. The Rockets had one of the biggest jumps, 58.5. It's the second highest total on the board behind OKC, which you're basically betting on them. Can they win 70 games this year? 69.5 is the total for Oklahoma
mathematically,
City.
They're on pace for 62 wins.
Yep.
And their strength of schedule is easier for the remainder of the season than it is in the previous games played.
Mm-hmm.
I'd feel pretty comfortable still taking the over on that. I think a lot of the questions about this Rockets team are going to be, what does it look like? Let's say Fred VanVleet doesn't come back, and knowing that Reed Shepherd and Amon Thompson, everybody are going to continue to progress, but still without a true point guard or what have you. That's a 5-game series and a 7-game series conundrum. In the regular season, as long as they stay healthy, they're going to keep racking up wins.
As long as they stay healthy, and specifically if Kevin Durant stays healthy, that's the big thing. But he played last night, back end of a back-to-back, so there you go. Didn't work, though. Rockets lose 133 to 125. Lane Kiffin introduced at LSU yesterday as their new head football coach. Here was Lane Kiffin at the press conference.
I'm very honored to be the head coach of LSU. I can sum it up by saying this place is different. And having watched this place for a long time, having been on the other sidelines in this stadium, this place is different, and that's why we're here. We have a lot of work to do with that. But I'm very grateful for the opportunity to lead one of the elite programs in all of sports. Leaving Ole Miss was extremely difficult decision. And in that, we tried every single thing possible to continue to coach the team through the playoffs and to continue to coach the players. In the end, that was their decision, and we totally respect that and appreciate the time and energy to try to figure out a plan to do the best thing at the time for those players. The last 6 years of my life have been the best 6 years of my life.
We're good. We're good, Ben. I want to get this contract detail stuff in. 7 years, $91 million. This is according to SpotRack. 80% of the remaining contract would be the buyout if they were to do to him what they did to Brian Kelly, fire him with, multiple years left on the deal. There's no offset language. So if he goes somewhere, if they fire him, he goes somewhere else, he's double dipping. And they are not only paying his termination fee to buy him out of his Ole Miss contract. If there were postseason bonuses, in his Ole Miss contract, depending on how far Ole Miss made it in the college football playoff. If Ole Miss keeps advancing in the playoff, LSU is going to pay him the bonuses that he would have made at Ole Miss in the playoff.
Oh, cool.
So he's got a reason to root for Ole Miss.
Has the governor weighed in on this yet?
No, I haven't seen yet. But that's so funny because the governor's like, we aren't doing contracts like this anymore, I tells you.
The whole thing is a lot of people made a lot about how Brian Kelly's personality was such a mismatch for LSU. Mm-hmm. Whenever we talk about that, 100%, I 100% agree. But you do also have to remember, are we going to sit here and act like Nick Saban was like any kind of a Louisianan or anything? Like that's his personality would have been a conflict except for all of the winning he did.
Yes.
I feel like you have a similar dynamic here. Lane Kiffin doesn't quite have what you would feel like. It's certainly not a Coach O or a Les Miles type of personality, but it feels like a better fit. For one, he's entertaining.
Yeah.
Don't take me to Louisiana and not entertain me.
5 years at Ole Miss is enough to say, he acclimates to the South. He's fine. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. Let's get his thoughts on the Texans win over the Colts. Thoughts on the upcoming game against the Kansas City Chiefs. This is a very, very muddy AFC playoff picture right now, and Ross Tucker will help us put it in focus coming up next. But first, West Point, Lincoln. Katy Freeway exit Kirkwood. My wife...
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. It's about 7 o'clock. And we'll do observations on a Colts game rewatch a little later on in this segment. But right now, it's a pleasure, as always, to be joined by our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs.
Nationwide is on your side.
Ross, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you guys?
We're doing great. So we're going to do our observations on a Colts-Texans rewatch, but I'm curious what your big takeaway was from the Texans' big win over the Colts this weekend.
Well, a few. One of which is I like a lot of the things that Nick Caley, the OC, is doing for the Texans right now. Although I'm not exactly sure why they couldn't get lined up right a few times. Like that one boggles my mind, but I still like that they're doing some creative stuff. There's no doubt in my mind the offensive line has improved as the year has gone on, which is a good sign. I thought CJ played well, with the exception of that one pass that, kind of floated on him. But, I thought he'd be rustier coming out after his, missing those 3 games. But I thought overall he played pretty darn well. I will say the Colts defense is not great. They haven't been great. And now, by far, their 2 highest paid guys aren't playing. Buckner at D tackle, Sauce Gardner got hurt during the game. But it feels like a lot of these young guys have been coming along, the young receivers for the Texans, Woody Marks. And the defense, as we've known all year, is just awesome. I mean, their defense is awesome. It's actually kind of crazy to me to think that there's like a very real possibility that, to me, the clear 2 best defense in the NFL, that neither one of them might make the playoffs. I mean, the Cleveland Browns are definitely not making the playoffs, but then the Texans obviously are going to be fighting tooth and nail down the stretch. That just feels, to me, it feels weird to have, the 2 best defenses, and there's a chance neither one of them even makes the playoffs.
Yeah, we've gone from defense wins championships to defense doesn't even get you in the playoffs. That's the world we live in. Ross, as a Philadelphia adjacent resident, you spend a lot of time watching the Eagles and talking about the Eagles. You are obviously an expert in the tush push, and the Texans run the Cade Stover tush push 4 times in this game. The last 2 times unsuccessfully on 3rd and short and 4th and short. What did you think about their actual execution of that play? And in that moment, did they show enough on 3rd down that Demeco came out in his press conference yesterday and just flat out said he told Nick Caley to do it again? Did you feel like the effort on 3rd down merited a second attempt at that?
I kind of did, yeah. I kind of thought, all right, well, they got, if it was a full yard to go, it felt like they got half a yard or whatever on 3rd down, and I thought they'll run it again and they'll get it. And I was surprised that they didn't. I was surprised that they got stuffed in the way that they did. I don't think the offensive line knows really the right way to run it. They're not taught in the same manner the Eagles are. Although I will say, sitting there and watching the red zone, I didn't have a game on Sunday. I did Iowa and Nebraska on Friday. So watching the red zone, and then you go back and you watch some of the games for media appearances I'm going to do, it is crazy how much of a difference I would say 4th downs in general make in these games. But then, 4th and short in particular. It is the difference in a lot of these games. I mean, it's crazy. The Carolina Panthers threw 2 touchdown passes against the Rams on 4th down, which was huge. Other teams that are getting stuffed on 4th down, it's usually the reason why they lose the game. It's really as more and more teams are going for it in those situations, and probably rightfully so, it's become much more of a differentiator and a swing play, which is probably one of the reasons why the Eagles have had a lot of success, although it doesn't feel like they're getting in as many of those situations. And even when they ran it against the Bears, Hurts let the ball get ripped out of his hands.
Well, yeah, and, this week, like last week, the Colts are one of the leading teams in the league in fourth down conversions per game. The Chiefs are number one in fourth down conversions per game. They're very, very good on third and short. And I guess that's one of my kind of highlighted areas of concern is, all right, can the Texans defense, as good as they are in a lot of areas, at times it doesn't feel like they're as stout up the middle versus the run when they need to be.
You ever notice, Sean, how no matter how well the Texans are playing, no matter how many games they've won in a row, Seth still wants someone to say, they could really use a run-stuffing deep tackle like you, Sethy boy. You're so right.
Now that you mention
I know they have. Yeah. I know it's hurting your feelings that they have the best defense in the NFL, and that everybody keeps saying that. So you're right, Sethy Poo. If they had you, they'd be even better on short yardage run defense.
They need to sign a 245-pound 50-year-old to go in there and play D tackle for him. Ross, I've defended the defensive tackles through the entire offseason. A lot of people were upset that the Texans haven't aggressively signed a big-name guy. And I think those defensive tackles and how they ask them to play have done a really good job. I am, though, right now, it's Tuesday, and yes, the Chiefs are a 500 team, but I'm kind of actively looking at ways that this Chiefs offense still has an edge over things. And one of the things that they're still really good at is converting 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1. Obviously, they've got the potential for big explosive plays. So I guess really what I'm asking is what if you're the Texans, if you're Matt Burke and Demeco Ryans looking at this Chiefs offense, what scares you or what concerns you the most?
Well, what's crazy about what you just said is, and I didn't realize the Chiefs were that good in, 3rd and 4th and short, but I'll believe you. And if that's the case, isn't it strange that they're 6-6? I mean, those swing plays. Think about this for a second. The Miami Dolphins are 5-7. The Miami Dolphins are a game behind the Chiefs. The Chiefs are in 10th place in the AFC right now at 6-6, with a plus 73, by the way, point differential, right, which is pretty wild when you think about it. Now they have been much, much better at home. They're 5-1 at home, 1-5 on the road. But that makes their record even more surprising to hear that they've been that good in those high leverage 3rd and 4th and short situations. I still think your biggest concern, and they got 3 guys that can fly: Hollywood Brown, Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy. I know you have really good corners, but because you have really good corners, you trust them a lot. You just don't want, no matter how much you trust them, no matter how good they are, you don't want to let these guys get behind you and get the big explosive plays.
Ross Tucker is our Odyssey NFL insider joining us. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs.
Nationwide is on your side.
So Ross, it's interesting. The Chiefs are 6-6 right now. As you mentioned, they're the 10 seed right now. The AFC is wild when you look at who's leading all the different divisions, how little playoff experience there is with the quarterbacks of the top 3 seeds in the AFC. I'm curious on this either or for you, because I think the Texans, Ross, now that they're a game back in the division, they could be anywhere from the 3, if they make the playoffs, could be anywhere from the 3 seed winning the AFC South to the 7 seed, just sneaking into the playoffs. So would you rather be a 3 seed getting a home game in the first round, but playing Kansas City as a wild card team, or the 7 seed and going on the road to play Bo Nix in Denver?
It's a great question. I think it's a fair question. Let's take a step back. Do we all agree it's unlikely the Texans will win the Super Bowl this year?
Of course.
In the same way that
Okay.
it's unlikely that any single team will win the Super Bowl, but that's as much as I'll give you. Yes.
Okay, well, I would say it's more unlikely that the Texans will win it than some of these other teams, like the Rams, who I think are still an awesome football team.
Yep.
So how I would submit to you is, if you operate under the assumption that it's going to be pretty hard to get to the Super Bowl and win it, wouldn't you at least want to win the division? Like, wouldn't you at least want to be able to say, division champs, again, we own the South. Forget you, Colts. Forget you, Jags. Yeah, you got off to good starts, or you're better than you were, but we still own. In other words, I think your point about what's the better path to go as far in the postseason as possible is well taken. And I think you can argue both for and against the 3 seed versus the 7 seed. I guess I would always pick the 3 seed because they've proven they can win playoff games the last 2 years at home. And it's cool to win your division. It's cool to win your division. It's cool to have a home playoff game. You know how many fan bases out there that haven't had a home playoff game in years and years? Those things are like gold.
Yeah. Well, and the Texans are the 2-time defending division champs too. You know, so there's something to. They've never won 3 divisions in a row. I'll grant you that. And yes, you know what I'll grant you as well, Ross? The Jag fans and the Colts fans have gotten more and more annoying over the last couple years, especially Colts fans this past weekend acting like the referees cost them the game. So, yes, I want the division title.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people saying that about the refs these days. I don't know. I mean, 2 thoughts on that. One is these officials are the best in the world. So if they're missing calls, the only solution is to help them more with technology. Like, all these other possible solutions to me are nonsensical. They should be full-time. Okay, so you're telling me a guy sitting at a desk in May,
Thank you.
like, that's going to make a difference on whether or not he makes the right pass interference call in a split second? Like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Yes.
Yeah.
It
I'll tell you another
really
thing.
is.
I want these guys on PEDs, too. I want them to be, every single one of them, to look like that Ed Hockley Jr. or whatever. Yeah.
Senior probably looks pretty good still, too.
Laser eye surgery every offseason just to get down to 20 over 10. Yes, all of it.
Yeah.
Film review, virtual reality kind of scenario practice and all that. Yeah. Go for it, man.
The full-time, Ross, you hit the nail on that. I've been saying it every time. That is totally, the people that are like, you need to make them full-time, that's somebody trying to sound smart and just speaking in generalities on First Take or Get Up. You know, like, they need to come full-time. They're only part-time? No, exactly. Full-time, what are you going to do for 50 hours a week as a referee outside of those 17 Sundays? It's dumb.
You know, there's certain things in life that it's like people can always go to because there's not really people that are going to check them on it, you know? It's like, one of them is refs should be full-time. The second thing is blaming the refs. Like, if you want to get any engagement on social media, just criticize the officiating. It's really unbelievable. It's like the one thing that everybody can harp on and jump on and agree with. And then the other one is for college football to just say, like, whoever set this calendar up is just, they're the worst. I blame whoever set this calendar up. Like, whoever set this calendar up, it's the coaches themselves. I've been to the AFCA coaches conference. They're the ones that set the schedule. They're the ones that set the dates. You know, we know when the regular season ends. They're the ones that thought the early signing day was a good idea. They're the ones that have the 2 different portal dates. Like, you know, it's so popular. You don't want to blame, like, any of these coaches or any of these players because people know their name. So you just blame the ambiguous, whoever the master, as if there's like one person sitting on high saying, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to come up with a calendar so that coaches have to leave before their seasons are over.
The calendar boogeyman. Whoa!
Ross, as you were talking about the Texans' odds of winning the Super Bowl or long odds, I think they're 14th favored to win the Super Bowl right now. I'm going to read you off the top 5 and tell me which one of these is most fraudulent when it comes to them being a Super Bowl champion. Los Angeles Rams, Seattle Seahawks, Buffalo Bills, Green Bay Packers, Denver Broncos.
I think probably the Broncos.
Yeah, that's what I would go with.
I really think the Broncos. I mean, the Broncos and Seahawks are actually really similar, where it's like really good defenses, good offenses, but it's hard to really trust the quarterback. Whereas I've seen Jordan Love play enough awesome games now that I kind of trust him. I mean, they should have went to the NFC Championship game a few years ago. And then, obviously Josh Allen and Matthew Stafford. It's, to me, sometimes it feels like a flaw in the sport, that so much of it comes down to that position and how we feel about that position, which is interesting, by the way, because I don't think many people think that Jalen Hurts is a top 5 quarterback, and the Eagles have been in the Super Bowl 2 out of the last 3 years. They won it once, and then the other one they lost. He actually outplayed Mahomes. He was awesome in that game. He should have been the MVP. That was like the best game he's ever played, and they lost.
Yeah. Well, along those lines, where are you on C.J. Stroud right now?
That is the right question.
Mm-hmm.
That's a really good question, because I'm sitting there thinking, why can't Stroud, win 3 playoff games compared to some of the other guys? Like I'll take Stroud over Trevor Lawrence still.
Oh yeah.
I'll take Stroud over Bo Nix still.
Yep.
I would not take him over Drake May. Drake May might be the MVP of the NFL.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would not take him over Josh Allen or Mahomes. I mean, the way Lamar Jackson's playing right now, I might take him over Lamar. We'll see if he can get healthy or whatever.
Yeah, he's super banged up right now. Ross, you probably got to go do your even money gambling podcast right now, right?
I do. Okay. By the way, I was up 20 units again this week.
Oh my God!
This is with the VIG and everything.
Wow.
So if you're not listening or watching, YouTube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. To the Even Money Betting Podcast, you're doing it wrong, and I'll give you a little sneak preview. Okay?
Yeah.
I will be taking the Houston Texans plus 3.5 against Kansas City.
Yeah. I like.
So I'm up 68.4 units for the season, 17% ROI, 65% strike rate. Not to brag, but I also will be taking the Houston Texans. I love getting 3.5.
Yeah.
Because what they're telling you is it's probably going to be a close game.
Yeah.
And we're going to say that you get the field goal and the hook. So if the Texans win, I win. And I think right now, the way these teams are playing, I think there's like a 50% chance the Texans win.
Yep.
Okay? Then let's say what's the chance the Chiefs win? 50%, but how much of that is by more than 3.5?
Right.
I'd say about 20% chance the Chiefs win by a field goal. So now I feel like I have a 70% chance to win that bet and 30% chance to lose.
Yeah. That's all the Texans do is play close games. So I like that one. I like that one a lot. Ross?
We hardly ever, by half a millimeter, make or miss an extra point. Yes.
Right.
We'll be, yes.
It'll be fine. It'll be just fine.
Oh, my gosh. Has someone done more research into that?
No, there's
why bother? It looked good to me.
Chiefs.
Yeah,
onto the Chiefs.
Looked fine. Yeah, I don't know what
the hell you're talking about. Camera angles and whatnot.
Yeah, I know everybody's all upset.
I almost forgot about that, but I want to see, somebody has to have the answer, right?
Oh man, I've been so duped so many times by camera angles that I can't say one way or the other whether that was definitely in or definitely out. It's just the camera placement matters so much, and the NFL, with all of its billions of dollars, can't afford a few cheap little high-def cameras to put at right angles on the end line and behind the uprights.
There's literally one person that would know for sure, and it's the referee standing underneath the upright. Other than that, we're all just guessing because of what Seth just said.
One of those referees that you can't stop yapping about and gushing praise for.
I mean, but how he might have messed up.
No,
it doesn't happen.
You see your guy Youngwei Koo last night?
Yeah, that was beautiful.
That was like the most amazing field goal attempt I've ever seen.
Oh my God, he was drunk. It was crazy.
Hey, real quick, and just to back you up, Ross, man, I hadn't realized that Sam Darnold has had in the last 3 weeks two worst ratings of the season are in 2 of the last 3 games.
Yep.
I mean, part of that, but they also had a couple of good. One was a loss to the Rams. The other one, they scored a boatload of points. It was they beat down Tennessee. He was just taking it. Oh no, that was the Minnesota.
Vikings,
they beat down Minnesota 26-0.
Beat his old team. He only threw for like 120 yards or something.
No, he hasn't played well in a few weeks now.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's something to keep an eye on.
For sure. That's our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs.
Nationwide is on your side.
Hey, Ross, we'll catch up with you next Tuesday. Always enjoy it, man.
Sounds great. See you, dude.
All right, see you. That's the great Ross Tucker joining us here on Sports
I'm not going to
Radio.
sit here and let
610.
Ross act like I talk smack about the defensive tackles. Those guys' only supporter in all the whole Houston area all offseason.
If that got heated, I would have taken up for you. Don't worry. It simmered down a little bit, but he
really the scariest point in the game last week was when Azeez Alshire got injured and the Colts proceeded to just run it right up the gut.
That was smart.
That was nerve-wracking.
That was smart, and I think proved that Azeez Alshire, pretty valuable component of this defense. Speaking of which, I did my rewatch yesterday, Seth, of the Colts-Texans game on Sunday, and I've got a few observations, and I want to see where you're at with some of these things that I saw from the game on Sunday. Number one, Cade Stover's snap count has gone up since he came back. He played almost half the snaps in this game. His block that he had, and I'll give both tight ends credit. Dalton Schultz had a great block on the end around for Nico Collins' touchdown, and Cade Stover had a similar block on Nick Chubb's touchdown, where Cade Stover came in and basically plowed over 2 guys to kind of pave the way for Nick Chubb on that. It is nice having Cade Stover back for the little intangibles like that.
Yeah, and I think really his first few games back, he just didn't look like a force of nature whatsoever or anything. It looked like a guy who was feeling his way back. This last week was the first time where he did some impressive things. I guess the next building block on top of that would be turning him into a receiving threat to offset Dalton Schultz, because Dalton Schultz has been very, very involved both with C.J. Stroud and Davis Mills over the past 5 weeks. Getting an actual 1-2 punch at tight end would be a big one. I get so many texts from people who don't follow the Texans, but then on game day will tell me, like friends of mine or whatever, like, wow, boy, tight end, the Texans could really probably use another tight end, right? I'm like, yeah, they thought they had 2 other tight ends right up until a couple weeks before the season, and then by the end of week 1, they only had 1 tight end and a bunch of practice squad call-ups.
Yep.
And Blake Fisher.
And Blake. Exactly. Reporting eligible. Derek Stingley being completely invisible in the last 2 games is amazing to me.
Invisible in a good way.
In a good way, yeah, absolutely in a good way. The only catch that Michael Pittman had in the game, it was 1 catch for 13 yards, kind of a crossing route, and Stingley was lined up across from him and chose to kind of step up and take Tyler Warren. I don't know if it's some sort of a zone or whatever, but Stingley dropped off of Pittman. That was the only catch Pittman had all day. I don't even know how much Pittman was even targeted. Stingley blanketed him all day long. Derek Stingley Jr. is incredible.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of people have noted that Pro Football Focus does not seem all that fond of Derek Stingley this year. I'm pretty sure that's really a result of the style of coverage that the Texans are playing, because the other stats on Derek Stingley are he's allowed fewer than 10 receptions in 4 different games.
10 yards. 10 yards.
10 yards, yes. Yeah, fewer than 10 receptions.
Wow, that's amazing. 10 receptions.
It's a pretty high bar. Yeah. Thank you. Fewer than 10 yards in all these games. Completion percentage against, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He's playing very, very well, obviously. The tricky thing with the Chiefs is it's never about just a one-on-one matchup with any particular defensive back versus any particular wide receiver, because they've got Rashee Rice, they've got Xavier Worthy, they've got Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce in a week where you're down to your 4th string or 5th string safety. That's one of the it's hard to isolate any one specific threat in terms of receiving with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yep, for sure.
It's not like you can just have Derek Stingley lock one guy down
No.
and then not worry about anything else.
They can hit you from a lot of different directions for sure. As much complaining has gone on about the officiating from Indianapolis people, one thing that I've not seen pointed out a ton is some horse bleep after one of the plays. I forget when exactly it was in the game, but JT Tuimalau, if I'm pronouncing that right, he's a defensive lineman for the Colts, was rushing C.J. Stroud, wound up on the ground next to a standing up C.J. Stroud, and basically just grabbed his ankle and whipped it out from under him.
Yeah.
And C.J. went, and honestly, like I don't mean to be alarmist about this, but the force with which he whipped that leg out from under him, C.J. fell straight back, and if he had banged his head on the turf, that could have been an issue.
It's funny. It's interesting. Your algorithm's different than mine. Mine was my timeline was flushed with people talking about that at various times. And CJ turned to the ref, and how do you miss that?
Right.
And I guess maybe because it's so far after the time when you would be roughing the quarterback that the ref was looking downfield.
Yes.
It was egregious.
Yes.
I mean, that should have been. I mean, it was egregious. I'll be shocked if there's not a fine for that, given how much they try to protect the quarterback.
Yeah.
CJ should have, you know what? Except that people would have freaked out about this. CJ should have gone all NBA on it and just really sold the. He should have ended up. He could have if he did enough that it would actually send him to the concussion protocol tent. But
That's the problem.
That's the problem, right? Yeah, for him to act injured or anything on it, they would have sent him to the tent. So great, you get a first down, but it's your quarterback's not on the field.
And you get the risk of them actually thinking he has a concussion or something like
that. The concussion protocol might be the NFL's best defense against flopping. You can't sell it too hard because you'll end up in the concussion.
Especially if you have history, like CJ did a week before. The end of the half sequence was even more infuriating on the rewatch, and it's not just because of the lack of urgency with which the Texans were moving there and the poor clock management. Two things: Jaden Higgins cutting inside on that last third down.
Oh, yeah.
Where if he just puts his head down, he probably gets into field goal range, and they burn a timeout, and they kick a long field goal.
Higgins has done that a few times where it gets kind of dicey when he starts running horizontally.
Yes,
he's still a rookie because he's not that kind of guy.
Right.
He's not like an idiot who's selfish or anything. I think he's still just learning. It's one of the lessons he needs to learn as a rookie that, man, get that positive yardage first.
Yeah.
And then you look at the way that Nico runs upfield after. Like, Nico and Jaden are built very similarly, and Nico just drags people for an extra 5 yards.
He gets north and south. Jaden Higgins is east and west. So that was dumb. And then, I'll tell you what, the Hail Mary they threw, Alec Pierce was out on the field for the Colts there. You know, they're putting their tall guys who can get up and knock the ball down. Alec Pierce had a chance to intercept that football. And if he intercepts that football, he is running in the open field with 5 fatties and C.J. Stroud in front of him.
Was that where the path was? It looked pretty.
Yeah,
did it look like he had a pretty clean path?
I looked at the all 22 view of it, and all their skill guys were in the end zone. All their fat guys were back at midfield.
Everything about that sequence was first the lackadaisical nature and complete lack of urgency on that drive, and then not even getting into field goal range, and then possibly, make the argument, just go have Kaimi take a crack at how much would it have been, like a 63-yarder or something?
If they had, instead of the Hail Mary, if they kicked a field goal, it would have been 65 yards.
Woo!
Yeah.
Woo! So you don't kick the field goal because the risk of a block with a trajectory he has to kick it at and everything right there in that moment, probably not worth it. But at the same time, quarterback throws a Hail Mary that can't even get into the end zone.
Yeah.
And the threat of an interception on a Hail Mary, as we know, is very, very high.
Yep.
Everything about that end of half sequence just sucked.
It was bad. It was really bad. And so I thought those two things were flying kind of under the radar a little bit because everybody's been hyper-focused on the clock management. Jaden Higgins and then the Hail Mary for me. All right, this is a question I have for you as a former player. How embarrassing is it going to be in film for the Colts center and Colts left tackle the way Will Anderson just ran over them like third graders? The center on the play where they lined Will up over the center.
Yeah.
And then Will drew a holding call. It was the holding call right before the pass interference, I think, that they called on Kalen Bullock. Took it from 3rd and 9 to 3rd and 19.
Raymond, the left tackle, got Trey Anderson. It's one of those ones where I think a lot of casual fans see it and think, why is that a hold? It's because as you're going down, you can't grab onto the guy and pull him down on top of you. That one, actually, the actual hold wasn't that bad. It was more this Will Anderson beat the guy so thoroughly that I think his momentum carried him down onto the ground. But, yeah, as far as the physical display and what J.J. Watt said about it as he was on CBS after the game, he was just marveling at the violence of this defense. And it's not just their speed rush or anything like that on the pass rush. It's just how they're able to old school bull rush you right into the lap of the quarterback. So, yes, those guys, it depends on, O-line rooms probably a little bit differently than D-line rooms. Those guys are kind of dorky and sensitive. So they probably don't get like guys aren't falling out of their chair laughing the way they would in the D-line room if you get baptized like that. But, after a loss, too, it gets a little trickier. I think they'll probably, ideally, there'd be some kind of, like a mannequin of Will Anderson with a blow-up doll that under his arm,
that's what I'm saying.
Wearing the jersey of the center or something like that.
Gotcha.
You want to walk into the meeting room and see that or something.
Yeah, some sort of prank. I like that. My question is: uncatchable ball still a thing on pass interference?
No, apparently not. It is. I double checked it, Sean.
I'm being serious.
After that, Alec Pierce drew the pass interference on Kamari Lassiter.
It was Bullock.
Or excuse me, Bullock.
Yeah.
That you're watching the ball and trying to figure out a way how any non-8-foot-tall wide receiver is going to catch that ball. I double-checked to be sure there hadn't been a rule change or something.
Yes.
That maybe they just took uncatchable ball out of it. It's still in there. The official still has the discretion to say, well, it was an uncatchable ball. But apparently these guys, you don't see it. It feels like more often these last couple of years that there's some really uncatchable balls that are still drawing pass interference.
Yes.
So I don't like
it either. I don't think it was as egregious as the one the Colts got called on them when Xavier Hutchinson went down with a guy barely touching his elbow. But it's in the neighborhood. I mean, that ball landed 10 feet out of bounds. So yeah, is uncatchable still the thing? That's what I want to know. The Azeez Al-Shire concussion protocol thing, I've been told that Azeez Al-Shire, because there's people wondering, okay, what exactly did he go out with? I was told he actually got some of that brown stuff in the turf.
The stuff that had Ian Eagle asking JJ, how do these guys end up with dirt on their uniforms? Because the field, Indianapolis didn't want to spring for the good stuff.
Right.
So they got some janky Tamu. What's the thing you ordered from? Yeah. Timu?
Yeah, Timu.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah,
okay.
That's Timu.
You ever got burned by any of those things?
No.
I got burned by AliExpress last Christmas time. The package arrived, but it was something completely different than what I had ordered.
So it wasn't the quality of the product.
But I got a refund. I did get a refund.
That's good. Yeah.
It was delivered to the wrong address too.
Okay.
It was the wrong product delivered to the wrong address.
We nailed it.
But it was an incredible deal.
We nailed it.
It really was.
Yeah. Even better deal when I got my money back.
It was like I had ordered a electronic keyboard. And they delivered like a harpsichord to the wrong town.
That's funny.
Yeah,
that's funny. So I was told Azeez got some of the brown pellets kicked up into his face and was having trouble breathing. It also landed on his elbow, so he had the wind knocked out of him simultaneously. So he was down for so long that they said, okay, well, let's get him in the tent to see if he's concussed.
I would encourage Azeez to seek legal. It's probably got asbestos in that stuff.
Against the Ursays. Yeah. Go after the billionaires.
Yeah.
They can pay it.
Even asbestos-laden field turf pebbles on a football field.
To your point, we felt the difference with him not out there for that bit. I mean, that was one of the few times Jonathan Taylor had a little something cooking in the game was when Azeez was out.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I thought you meant Jim Irsay.
No.
I like his daughter.
I do, too.
I like her whole vibe.
I do, too. I think it's smart.
I like her just get up with stockings and the skirt and everything.
Looks a little old school. Yeah, for those who don't know, she is very involved to the point where she's on the sidelines for games, like with a clipboard taking notes.
She's been like that for a while, yeah.
Yeah. So it's so there you go. I'm going through my rewatch notes, just a couple that are left. Key plays at the end of the game. I had forgotten about this, but Josh Downs dropping that ball on 3rd and 9 on the final drive, where it looked at first like it might have been a fumble that the Texans recovered there. They called it incomplete. If he catches that ball, which he should have caught the ball, best case for the Texans is that Kalen Bullock tackles him there, and it's 4th and 3 instead of 4th and 9, which is a huge difference when you've got Jonathan Taylor and Daniel Jones and Tyler Warren on your team. You know, you 4th and 3 is, for any team, is much more gettable. In that situation, when the Colts were moving the football a little bit, that was huge. And then Woody Marks, Seth, on the last play, his run that got the first down, I, at the time, said this is one of the plays of the game right here. And in rewatching, I feel even stronger about that. He got hit 6 yards short of the sticks on that run. Now, it wasn't 3rd down, had to have it or anything. I think it was on 2nd down.
But he was horizontal.
Yes, for those 6 yards.
He was moving forward horizontally. I went back and watched the TV copy.
Yes.
Of him, like, running horizontal to the ground. It almost looked like it defied the laws of physics.
6 yards short of the sticks on that run for that final first down, and he was able to get it, and that won the game for them. That won the game for the Texans. All right, Payne and Pendergast.
Also, really, Christian Kirk, really nice block on that. He was straining. He was straining. He was starting to get beat, and he was just doing everything he could to stay in position, and that was critical.
How about one target for the slot position in the entire game? Between
There's
Jalen Noel and Christian Kirk.
I expected it would go this way. I think after that game, look, it felt great to beat the Colts on the road. Yeah. But like if you look at it as objectively as possible, you feel like, all right, I feel like the Texans should be a much better team than the Colts when Daniel Jones is playing hobbled as he was.
Yep.
And that there is something where you can see why Demeco is saying, all right, we still got a lot to improve on. I'm still excited about it. I said beforehand I'm going to be happy with the victory, but they should have beat them more authoritatively.
Demeco agrees with you. I think Demeco saying that yesterday is significant. All right, hey, let's give away some Texans tickets to the game against the Cardinals on the 14th. We're doing it today. We know the Texans play in Kansas City this Sunday, but you want to win tickets to the game against the Cardinals on the 14th. We might have an 8-5 Texans team coming back here for that game. Either way, there's playoff ramifications. So call now, 713-572-4610. Be caller number 5. A pair of seats in the bullpen are yours. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5, and you're on your way to that game. Now, there's 3 chances to win today. In the Loop in the noon hour, the Drive in the 5 o'clock hour. That's your final shot. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday, courtesy of your Houston Area 4 dealers on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. College football playoff rankings come out tonight. This will be the most watched college football playoff rankings of the season. How does the committee handle a team that just lost its head coach? That's coming up next.
I was reading an article the other day about film.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
This is going to be a very interesting college football playoff rankings coming out. The next set of rankings here, because we got conference title games coming up this weekend. How will the committee treat Ole Miss? We saw the committee a couple years ago. This is when it was still a 4-team playoff. Florida State lost their quarterback, Jordan Travis, to a knee injury, and an undefeated Florida State team got downgraded out of what was then a 4-team playoff, and then they proceeded to go play Georgia, who most of their guys decided to play in the bowl game. Most of Florida State's guys decided to cash in their chips, and Georgia hung 60 on them. And they haven't been the same program since. I'll point that out. But it says in I say bylaws. Bylaws would imply that you have to follow them. This was getting passed around quite a bit yesterday, Seth. On the collegefootballplayoff.com website, there's a section on there, and it says principles.
I saw. Yes, I'm so glad you sent it to me.
Principles. The committee will select the teams using a process that distinguishes among otherwise comparable teams by considering strength of schedule, head-to-head competition. That's the other big talking point, Miami and Notre Dame.
Yes.
Comparative outcomes of common opponents without incenting margin of victory. In other words, we don't want to incent running up the score on teams. Other relevant factors, such as unavailability of key players and coaches that may have affected a team's performance during the season or likely will affect its postseason performance. Again, I point out when Florida State lost their quarterback a couple of years ago, they managed Florida State right out of the playoff, 14 playoff. Ole Miss is, I forget what they were in the last one, 6 or 7, something like that. I mean, this is one of those things that it says right there. If you have a coach, and in this case, it's not just your head coach. He took the offensive staff with him.
Right. Yeah. That's
it's problematic.
Again, I never know which reports were true or which ones were bogus. But him basically telling everybody get on that plane to LSU.
He said that wasn't true. He denied that. Yeah.
Right. So I'm not the full disclaimer with anything about this whole situation. Man, there's so many reports out there that could be true, could not be true. But yeah, he's bringing his whole staff with him. Yeah, that very much does. I feel like there's no way they can't take it into account, and it's not fair. But I can't blame the committee for something that Lane Kiffin did. Lane Kiffin is trying to paint this out like he wanted to do the noble thing of sticking around and seeing this out. Dude, you're leaving. Yeah. That's not like, call it what it is. I don't even, in the context of way things operate these days in college football, I have a hard time getting upset about anybody doing anything. But don't try to tell me that you tried to be noble in the manner in which you were ditching these kids.
That's right.
So that's what they're doing. And to think that with an entirely replacement coaching staff from the head coach on down, it's not going to affect them. It's going to affect them.
Yeah.
So I feel like the committee should have no choice. And in fairness to the other teams that still have their coaches in their entire coaching staff, if you ignore it with Ole Miss, you're screwing over the other teams that still have their coaching staff.
Yeah. And the committee's got a luxury this time around that they didn't have when Florida State lost their quarterback. Again, that was a 4-team playoff. There's not a lot of room to drop inside of a 4-team playoff. Ole Miss, they can adhere to this principle that they have, show that they're consistent with what they did a couple years ago, and Ole Miss can still be in the playoff. You know, the penalty for Ole Miss, I say penalty, it's really just grading, what you think. I'll call it a penalty. The penalty for Ole Miss for losing their head coach and their offensive staff may end up being you're not going to play a home game in the first round of the playoffs. You're going to have to go on the road. You're not going to be 7. You're going to be 9, that sort of thing. So they can adhere to these principles. Granted, there's 2 more. These other principles they're adhering to very loosely. The second one says head-to-head competition, and Notre Dame is 3 spots ahead of Miami. So how much does head-to-head really mean in this whole thing? And I'm a Notre Dame guy, so I understand the argument that Miami people have, that the resumes are very similar, but Miami's losses are worse than Notre Dame, and that's what this committee has shown its cards. Like, this committee has been very transparent. They are weighting heavily loss, the quality of the loss over the quality of the wins.
Sean, if only there were precedent of an offensive-minded coach, a very important one, like a head coach or offensive coordinator, leaving before the playoffs were complete. Oh, yeah. Lane Kiffin leaving Alabama in 2017 before Alabama lost to Clemson. That was a curious oddity in sports history when Lane Kiffin and Nick Saban mutually agreed to part ways right before the national championship game.
I don't know how mutual it was. I think Saban told him to get the hell out.
They said it was mutual, Sean, and they are college football coaches. Yeah. I take them at their word.
Yeah.
If we can't trust the word of college football coaches in this day and age, then what can we trust?
Who can we trust? Yeah.
Look, and they ended up losing. They lost to Clemson in the national championship game after their offensive coordinator was dismissed the week before.
Yep, that's true.
Or willingly left, whatever it might have been.
It's very coach Lane Kiffin. And don't worry, folks, we're doing the Pettycast in the next segment. Yes, Lane Kiffin being called a hoe and the justification for it is in the Pettycast.
He wasn't called a hoe. We'll litigate it then.
Yeah, we will. No, it's an analogy. Later in the show, we'll get to some of the lobbying going on right now. If I had to power rank the annoyingness or the intensity with which certain causes are being lobbied, UT has jumped to the very front of the line. And again, this is my timeline getting curated to me.
Yeah.
UT saying if we hadn't played Ohio State, we'd be in the playoff right now. That's at the tippy top. Number two, and this would understandably get curated onto my timeline, is Miami people just livid that head-to-head is not being considered right now. And then beyond that, I know the Big 12 is hoping to get two teams in because BYU is right there on the fringe. BYU, I'd say if you're an at-large team, if you're on the fringe of the at-large, like Alabama, Notre Dame, like those teams, Miami, those teams, you are rooting heavy for Texas Tech this weekend because if BYU wins, Texas Tech is still going to get in. They're ranked high enough now where they've clinched a spot. Mm-hmm. If BYU wins, the Big 12 is going to get two teams. If Texas Tech wins, I think BYU will for sure be out.
I want to give you a compliment in that you've done a good job of separating your work life from your love life, and that I notice on social media, on Twitter these days, you are engaged in a daily battle for the honor of Notre Dame, and that you understand that Notre Dame isn't necessarily a big talking point in these here parts, but I feel like our listeners care about you, and they care about, some of them don't like you, very few. Some of them want you to suffer. Yep. Some of them want you to feel good in life.
Yeah.
So where are you right now with your, what are the battles you're going to wage today on Notre Dame?
You know what? They're probably the same ones I've been waging. I think once the rankings come out tonight, that's when the battle begins. That's when we pack up the tents, we pull out our swords, we run into the middle of the field.
Yeah.
And let's go. Like Jon Snow.
Are you going to take a nap this afternoon to get ready for it?
We have our Christmas party tonight. The rank is going to come out in the middle of the Odyssey Christmas party.
You can just excuse our boss, Sarah, is awesome about understanding that we have to keep odd hours about certain things.
Yeah.
And she'll be totally cool if the life of the party leaves for 2 hours in the middle of it.
To go fight. Her husband is an Ole Miss grad, so Patrick and I will both grab our swords and just start swinging on everybody.
Yeah. Patrick's probably listening right now and livid that we think that the rankings should be affected.
I think as long as Ole Miss stays in the playoff, I'm guessing Ole Miss people will be happy, but maybe, hey, they may want a home game at the Grove, so we'll see what happens. But we'll get to some of the lobbying that's been going on. We'll do that in the 9 o'clock hour a little later on in the show because we got a Pettycast to get to here. Let's get petty in the next segment. We've got
if I have to, I will,
We've
Sean.
got Kiffin petty. We've got UT A&M petty.
It's getting petty as hell. As we get down to the wire, man, this time of year in football,
it's awesome.
Everybody's petty out there. It's almost as good as college baseball playoffs. Not quite, but the stage is larger.
Pettycast coming up next. Stay there.
Hey, the opposite of petty. If you're looking to propose.
podcast, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, next segment at 8:25. Reasons why the Texans have to get to new heights this season. It's got to be this season. We'll do that in the next segment.
We're doing that in honor of the New Heights podcast.
That's right. They need the publicity. Yeah.
Travis Kelce is a podcaster turned football player.
Right. Yeah, they only got $100 million for it. We got to.
Did they sell it?
I believe they did. Yeah, I believe.
I knew they were talking about selling it for like $100 million.
Yeah, I think they did. I'll
you know my policy. If somebody's willing to pay you $100 million, take it. Don't overthink it.
Did you?
People worry too much about being the best, like the highest paid this, the highest paid that. It's $100 million. Take it.
Did you?
Unless you're somebody offers you money for Facebook or something early on.
Right.
Then I'll make an exception. If you decide to then end up turning into billions,
we got to get to the petty cast. Real quick. Did you see Odell Beckham talking about how hard it is to hang on to $100 million on the Pivot podcast?
No, I did not.
Okay, that'll be in Take. Don't worry, Take a Mania. Okay. Tomorrow we'll do a Take a Mania preview tomorrow.
Especially in the NFL, it's harder to stay rich than it is to get rich. That's a lesson in life, kids.
Yeah.
All right, you get your first big something.
Yeah.
Just look up articles about how you stay rich versus how you get rich. Okay?
We'll get to it tomorrow.
But nobody's going to cry a river of tears for you. All right?
Except for the Pivot podcast, like Odell Beckham's explaining it, and Ryan Clark has that constipated look on his face, like that sympathetic look.
Yeah.
Ryan Clark. All right. Juwan Jennings apparently is a hoe. Juwan Jennings, the wide receiver for the San Francisco 49ers, apparently was yapping some things that shouldn't be yapped about on the field against Cleveland this past Sunday. San Francisco wide receiver Juwan Jennings. And if you recall, the week before, Juwan Jennings was best known for getting hit in the schnuts by that linebacker Merrick for the Carolina Panthers. And Merrick got suspended for a game for that, by the way. So Juwan Jennings, a sympathetic figure the week before because he was the victim of what looked like a dirty play. Shelby Harris, defensive tackle for the Browns, says, no, don't feel sorry for Juwan Jennings.
He's a hoe, and I want that known. Like, I see why he got punched in the nuts, because that's he says some things that you should not say to another man ever. But, I don't respect it because you say that, then run behind your O-line. That's some real soft and I want that known. I see exactly why they punched the nuts. I'm surprised nobody punched him in the jaw yet.
Okay. He wants it out there, Seth. So we're helping Shelby Harris here.
You know what? There needs to be a fighting words doctrine in when they mete out these penalties and whatnot and fines and everything. So the fighting words doctrine basically says that there's some things that aren't protected by the First Amendment.
Yeah.
Like if you say something that you damn well know is going to incite some kind of a conflict, that it gets treated a little bit differently.
Yep.
Yeah, I need justice for what's his face there. Yeah, for his he needs to be. For
Juwan Jennings.
Yeah. Well, no, not Juwan Jennings. Juwan Jennings is a hoe. Yeah, Merrick.
Yeah.
Merrick deserves to get his money back.
He does.
If it turns out that Juwan Jennings had used fighting words.
That's right. Let's get him his game check back. Damian Woody agrees, by the way. He backs up Shelby Harris. He says, wide receivers, they're all divas that hide behind O-linemen.
You want to translate that one for us?
No, he said it. He's a hoe. He's a hoe. But you know what? I absolutely believe everything he just said because that's what wide receivers do. They do stupid stuff like that, and they hide behind the offensive lineman. So, Shelby Harris, what he was saying, I believe it. I believe every word he said in that.
Okay. Damian Woody, petty at wide receivers.
I believe it because I believe something about a group of people. Yes. This is that is logic that I can get behind.
You're receiverist.
He's a member of one group of people, and I don't like that group of people. Mm-hmm. So, yes, he's guilty.
Therefore, he is a hoe. Speaking of hoes, Lane Kiffin, we got some Kiffin petty here. Now, there is the writer whose last name is Garrett. He writes for On3, covers Ole Miss. And he had written an article where he used the phrase "can't turn a hoe into a housewife."
Yeah, basically saying if you expected to keep Lane Kiffin forever, you're not acknowledging who Lane Kiffin is.
Look at his Wikipedia page. He's got he does not stay in one place very long. In some ways, Ole Miss should probably feel lucky he stayed there for 5-6 years or whatever it was. Mm-hmm. He never stays in the same place all that long. So this writer said you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. Well, Lane Kiffin saw that and actually approached him after the game, after the Egg Bowl, and kind of said, I'm paraphrasing, but basically like, hey, if you want to say that to me down in private here, you can.
Yeah.
Basically saying, say it to my face. That led to a back and forth in the subsequent press conference after the Egg Bowl, where Lane Kiffin brought up the analogy again, and Garrett jumps in and sticks up for the analogy that he made.
When you call someone a hoe, that's a different level of stuff, Can't make hoes into housewives, or something like that. That's about as Bush League as stealing Trinidad's jersey like Mississippi State did last night. Luckily we had another one, so I ain't got any respect for that.
I don't either, but that wasn't the comment. The comment was, you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. Hoes don't act right. It's not calling you a hoe. It's about commitment, and that's what really the question is. You wanted the commitment from people were asking about where you're committed to, and you're still not doing so. So you don't think anything wrong with getting upset about something so innocuous as that, paying attention after a win, especially in the Egg Bowl?
Yeah, let's move on to that. Next question.
Yeah, so Lane Kiffin next questioned him after that. So I didn't call you a hoe.
Yeah.
I said you're acting like a hoe.
Isn't it like if he had said a leopard can't change its spots?
Right.
Hey, don't be calling me a leopard.
You know where the leopards are on the food chain of animals? Yeah. You know how far down they are? Oh.
You can take a boy out of the country, but you can't take the country out of the boy. Hey. I grew up in the suburbs.
Right. So Lane Kiffin, these two are petty at each other right now. It's a shame that we're not going to get to see this all play out.
Look, Lane Kiffin, honestly, I mean, dude, you're gonna be the one that's talking about whether comments are Bush League or
right.
not. That's your whole
great
shtick.
Point. Yeah.
That is your whole shtick.
That's a great point.
You think you're Bush League? I invented Bush League.
That's right. So you know what's funny?
You can take the boy out of the bush, but you can't take the bush out of the boy.
Exactly. What's funny, the texts that we've gotten over the last couple of days about Lane Kiffin have said something to the effect, a lot of them have said something to the effect of, I've never been a big Kiffin fan, but Paul Feinbaum makes me a bigger fan of Lane Kiffin.
Yeah.
Here was Paul Feinbaum on Get Up on Monday calling Lane Kiffin destructive.
It's just so typical of Lane Kiffin to do something so utterly destructive, and that's what he did. It's hard to believe, really, almost anything he said there in that interview. If he wanted to coach these kids, as he put it, he could have. And the simple answer is he would have remained the Ole Miss football coach, where he began the season, where he told these young men, we have a chance to win a championship, and they still do. And what does he do? What Lane Kiffin always does. He lights a match to the castle that he built, and he runs out of town in the middle of the night, although this was in broad daylight. It's utterly disgraceful, and there's no getting around it.
I got to talk to my LSU people and see exactly how they feel about this.
You know how that'd be. Like, yeah,
No.
Let's get hurt, whatever, yeah.
I have a couple LSU people that are very even-keeled and reasonable people. They're hard to find, LSU people that are that way.
It is, honestly, any attempt by Lane Kiffin, and I'm not overly worked up, but I've just seen it over and over and over again. It's just, and it's going to keep escalating by different coaches. But I mean, it's really like, it's like if you came home, told your wife, hey, I'm having an affair, I'm going to leave. But I offered to continue having sexual relations with you for another 2 months.
Yeah.
But you said no.
Right.
Like, hey, I tried to do the right thing here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, okay. Great.
Yeah.
Good for I can't
That's
believe
lame.
I can't. I mean, I offered. Listen, everybody. I told her that I would continue having relations with her for 2 months while I was also still having relations with my mistress. But she said no. So who's the bad guy here? Huh?
That's right. That's right. All right. So let's get more college football, Petty. UT versus Texas A&M. So 2 years ago, not this past game, but the year before, in College Station, UT won that game, and they planted the, I don't know if they planted the flag at midfield. They did some logo stuff out there in the middle. But a player by the name of Armaj Reed Adams on A&M heading into this game said, yeah, UT did that stuff, but they waited till we went back in the locker room to do it. Basically called UT a bunch of cowards, more or less, because they waited till we went back to our locker room, then they danced on the logo. They weren't ready for a fight. So UT wins again this year. and now they put themselves in the conversation for the playoff. Colin Simmons is a defensive lineman for the University of Texas, and the reporters around his locker brought up Reed Adams, what he said about the year before, and here's what Colin Simmons said.
Are you talking about when 55 said that? Yeah. What's his name? I don't even know his name. He's a 6-year. But what did you say?
Do you guys take issue with that, or is that just smack talk, or were you guys just...
Yeah. You know, he lost. He's a loser. So, I mean, it's nothing we don't pay attention to, you know? Losers.
He's a loser.
He's a 6 year. 6 years pretty degrading.
That is okay. I'm glad you said that.
That's good petty right there.
You would think the insult would be loser, but he's like, oh, you mean the guy who's played here so long, the NFL, because the NFL doesn't even want him.
Working on a second master's degree.
yeah, that was pretty good.
Have him go talk. I listened to him talk about anthropology or whatever he's studying in his 6th year. Yeah,
6th year, and I don't even know his name. Like that. Those are both bigger insults than the word loser.
Calling him by his number and calling him a 6 year. Yep. I had one. It's funny when you brought that up. George Foster, former offensive lineman, he played for Georgia. When it comes to respecting the logo or defending the logo, he told a story about when they'd gotten destroyed by somebody and they're in the locker room and one of his teammates was like, hey, they're dancing on the logo. We got to go defend the logo. And George was like, what the hell are you talking? Our time to defend the logo was in the 60 minutes of football we just played.
I'm glad you said that. Did you see Michigan after the Michigan-Ohio State game?
No,
their players were all after they lost 27-9 to Ohio State, after they got blown out at home against a team they'd beaten 4 years in a row. Their immediate thing they did after the game, the Michigan players, was go stand on their logo to protect it.
I respect that.
After losing 27-9, but I think this to what George Foster you just quoted, like, hey, that energy would have been great for the previous 3 hours.
At the very least, though, I feel like that's where the fans can feel like they're in alignment with the players. They're not just mercenaries out there.
I guess.
I know it's pathetic.
Yeah.
But it's still I was watching an interview with a guy that runs the Savannah Bananas, who was he was giving advice to somebody about how the NFL could take some lessons from the Savannah Bananas. Yeah. It was pretty interesting.
I'll bet.
A lot of it would never, ever happen because it's NFL players versus dudes that are just trying to hang on in baseball. But it was interesting. A lot of that is just making the players feel like a part of the fans.
Connected.
And all that.
They're connected. Just one more from that UT versus A&M game. This was Mike Elko, head coach of the Aggies, after what I'm sure was a devastating loss in the press conference. He's answering a question, and a door opened in that press conference room, and all of a sudden all kinds of noise from the outside you could hear, and Mike Elko blew up.
We didn't play the way we needed to play. Can we close the door and run a professional press conference, please? My gosh.
Long pause. Sorry, there we go.
That's the appropriate pettiness there. It's not even petty. You know what I'll say? I'll give credit to the pettiness of people who inaccurately framed that.
Yes.
The way that the headlines were, it was that he was upset about hearing the UT celebration.
Yeah.
When in reality, I guess the door kept opening and closing. People were coming in and out.
Yeah.
It probably to Elko felt a little bit dismissive or disrespectful.
He's got a short fuse sometimes anyways, I think. So that was entertaining. All right, I want to skip down here. We've got a few others. I want to skip down to Erin Andrews because this was a big topic over the weekend. Erin Andrews was on her pod. She does a podcast with Charissa Thompson. And one of the things, I don't know if they were taking questions, like mailbag type questions or whatever. For whatever the reason, Erin Andrews was addressing the sacrifices, the advice that she gives to college students.
It was the advice that she got from a professor in college about choosing to go into this field, this line of work.
And this is what she said.
This is what one of my first professors said. If you don't want to make $40,000 in your first job, get out. If you don't want to be told you need a nose job, get out. If you don't want to be divorced, get out. If you don't want to work holidays, get out. And I don't say it like that, but I say you gotta love what you do because I miss all holidays. I didn't get married till I was in my 40s. Not that that is going to be your route, but I live out of a suitcase. I miss a lot of stuff. I missed a lot of weddings. I miss a lot of events. You have to love it to get you through the fact I'm not going to be home for Thanksgiving next week, or Christmas is cut short.
This was framed on the internet as Erin Andrews bitching and moaning about
whining
her job.
about it.
Yeah, whining about it. And So this is me being petty about the way the internet framed
so
what she
people
said.
immediately latched onto it and
Yes.
said, "Oh, what about first responders? What about this? What about that?" Like, yeah, she wasn't. If anything, she really wasn't complaining about it at all. She was talking about how much she loves what she does enough that
So much.
these are the sacrifices you have to make and everything.
Yeah.
And also in giving advice to college kids, they have to understand that 99% of the people that think they want to go into that business end up not sticking in it because of that same reason.
100%, man.
Or they end up 50 years old and still making $40,000 a year. And just like it's just the reality of it is like, hey, this is what you're getting into, and you got to decide whether you really love it or not.
It also turned into on social media. It turned into an opportunity for anybody in the broadcasting ecosystem to be able to retweet her comments and list all the sacrifices that they make
that they've made
on a daily
I'll be
and weekly
petty
basis.
Against them. Yeah. No,
I can empathize with Aaron here because here's the list of things I've had to give up to do this really fun job.
This is the whole thing about broadcast media. It's that it's a field that a lot of people want to go into, and because of that, there's a surplus of people competing for jobs, and companies know it. They're like, all right, you really want this, don't you?
Yep.
They do the same thing in the NFL.
Right.
Oh, you really, really want this? Oh, okay. Well, I see a bright, young, talented person, and I'm going to treat you like dirt until you actually make it. Yeah. Like don't act like you're making it. Like all of you desperate for fame hussies. This is not like men and women. This is what you're signing on to. Don't act like you're making sacrifices. You could have gone and got a normal job.
That's right.
Normal pay scale.
That's right. I thought it was great. I thought she made it. It's
an awesome job. And because of that, the company asks a lot of you.
She's totally comfortable with where she's at.
She is 100% comfortable with it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other people in the media that like to act like they're I had to fly to. Can you believe I had to fly to 3 different sporting events for my job?
Right, exactly.
It was awful.
Exactly.
There's people plunking down there's people plunking down significant chunks of their salary to go do that very same thing.
Yes.
Now quit your whining. Not you, Aaron Andrews, the others.
Right. Reasons why the Texans, it's got to be this year. It has to happen for them to get to new heights, to get to that elusive AFC title game. I got a handful of reasons. We'll go through them coming up next. I will tell you this, that another great part about this job is getting to speak for places like
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Someone's saying on the text page, Mike Elko had a Bill O'Brien moment in that press conference. That's true.
It wasn't. I feel like Elko's was it was more restrained. It was that was a good outburst. He wasn't profane.
It's hard to be less restrained.
He was asking for a little decorum. That's what basically. Can we have some decorum here, sir?
O'Brien literally needed to be restrained by DeAndre Hopkins. Ironically, by DeAndre Hopkins in that instance.
Tough. I'd say the appeal of hiring, if I were a big-time college program, this would be a horrible way to run a job search, but if you could find that magical candidate who is an alum that would want to take the job, and that would be the last job he's ever going to take.
Yeah, I think that's the hope.
Just the harsh reality of that is, A, he's got to be the right guy.
Yep.
And B, he's got to just not be he's got to have blinders on for the rest of his career.
For more money or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, even if it does work out, the chances of that guy feeling that way is the entire time. Yeah. I mean, Harbaugh might have been that guy if it hadn't been for just who knows.
There were some things, things happen.
So it wasn't his fault. He didn't know about it.
Yeah. Sure. So the Texans, all the talk coming into this season was got to get to new heights, got to get to at least to the AFC title game. Things are breaking their way right now if they can keep winning these football games. I got a handful of reasons why it needs to happen this year. At least two. The first reason, at least two, if not more, of what I'll call the big four. The four best quarterbacks in football coming into this season. You couldn't find a list that didn't have these four as the best four in some order. Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. At least two, if not more, of those are trending to be out of the postseason. Like Burrow, it's going to take a miracle finish to win that division. Patrick Mahomes, the Texans can end the Chiefs. We'll talk about that in just a second. They can end the Chiefs on Sunday. Lamar Jackson looks like crap right now, even though his team is leading a bad division. And Josh Allen, the Bills, for an 8-4 team, they've been very up and down over the last month and a half or so.
The Bills, I was honestly shocked when I looked at the odds for the Super Bowl winner, and the Bills, I think, are the third most favored right now. I cannot see that team making a playoff run.
Well, they'd have to go on the road for the whole playoffs right now.
What's that?
They'd have to travel for the whole playoffs right now.
I don't. It's really. I do not feel the same way the odds makers do about that.
Yeah.
With all due respect to Josh Allen and some of the good players they have on that team, they don't have enough receivers. The defense isn't good. You can't hero ball your way through an entire playoffs.
Yeah, and this kind of plays into the second reason. The number 1, 2, and 3 seeds as of yesterday, as of this morning, when we awoke this morning, Seth.
Yes.
Are teams that are quarterbacked by Drake May, who's had a great year. He's been sensational. He's never played in a playoff game. Bo Nix, who's an experience. We watched it here. Bo Nix giveth and Bo Nix taketh away, and he, too, has never won a playoff game. And Trevor Lawrence, who I just don't think is very good. Those are the 1, 2, and 3 seeds right now. So if you're a wild card team that's worried about going on the road right now in the postseason, again, this is all obviously subject to change with 5 games to go in the season for most of these teams. These are winnable wild card. Those are beatable teams in their place if you're the 5, 6, or 7 seed. You know what I mean? Like this. Yeah. Like this is not a great AFC right now.
No, it's not. And a lot of the teams that with the thing with the Chiefs is that you can't discount the playoff experience. I think, and all of those guys, especially with Travis Kelce, we've seen it firsthand in the game last year. It was really the only good game that Travis Kelce had in the playoffs. But their ability to just A, game plan for those games, but then also B, have guys that aren't awed by the moment and have that experience. Yep. Whether it's go back to the Astros during their golden era, go back to the Patriots before that. There's a lot to be said for just having an extreme number of playoff game experiences.
Yeah. That's like if the Chiefs are able to sneak in and just get inside the velvet rope, they're going to be held. Like, can you imagine? Like you're the New England Patriots. You've been out of the playoffs. You've been out of the playoffs for 3 years. Oh my God.
Yeah.
But still, you've been out of the playoffs. You're back in the playoffs. Your fan base is super excited about being the 2 seed in the AFC. You're excited about winning the division. You weren't supposed to win the division, and you get Patrick Mahomes in a 2-versus-7 game in the first round in Foxborough at Gillette.
Right.
You know,
yeah.
it's.
I think if you look at the Texans right now, and obviously, you bring up those quarterbacks that you just don't have a whole bunch of experience. But then you look at some of the other quarterbacks in the league right now and how they're playing. The guys that are you call them the big four: Mahomes, Burrow, Josh Allen, and Lamar Jackson. Has C.J. Stroud? When we talk about C.J. Stroud versus other quarterbacks, and it's not a quarterback versus quarterback game, but C.J. Stroud, am I missing one? Does he have a big time moment or performance versus one of the other big time quarterbacks?
Joe Burrow, his rookie year in Cincinnati. They beat Cincinnati in Cincinnati, and Joe Burrow played in that game. Joe Burrow threw 2 interceptions in that game.
What was the score of that game?
30-27. Last second field goal by Matt Amendola.
That would be the best one where C.J. Stroud out-dueled another quarterback.
Correct.
Because the Josh Allen the Bills' victories have been more about the Texans' defensive dominance more so than a quarterback battle or what have you.
Yeah.
I guess the one I thought of was versus Baker Mayfield in 2023.
That was a week before the Cincinnati game.
Yeah. So that's not in that. Well, and remember too, boy, that was in the Bengals game, CJ had that bad interception at the end of the game, but then ended up closing the game out.
Yep.
So going back to 2023, him versus Joe Burrow, that's probably the one moment where you could say, okay, a guy who's one of the established great quarterbacks in the NFL, CJ outplayed him on that field that day.
Yes. Yeah.
Because other than that, it's been Pat Mahomes, it's been Lamar Jackson. Those have not gone well. They beat the Cowboys last year, but it wasn't with Dak Prescott. They beat the Ravens this year, but it was without Lamar Jackson.
And he definitely outplayed Josh Allen in that game last year. But your point is a good one, which is that was more about the Texans' defense in that game. That was a close to the vest defensive type of game, not a shootout like the Tampa Bay and Cincinnati games were.
This is more of maybe an emotional thing than something that actually matters. But there is something about going up and out-dueling Pat Mahomes, even though he's not the same Pat Mahomes he used to be, but out-dueling Pat Mahomes in Kansas City.
Well, I think there's a couple other reasons here. And again, the theme here is why the Texans need to make this happen this year. Get to an AFC title game and maybe further this year. And I do think that is one of the things. If they get to an AFC title game, look, I think the Texans are going to pay C.J. Stroud after this year. I think the odds are they pay him. I don't think it's a slam dunk, but I think the odds are he gets a new contract after this year. Put it this way, there's much worse quarterbacks than C.J. Stroud that have gotten paid big money after year 3. Yeah. One of them's in the division, Trevor Lawrence, and we were laughing the day they gave him that money. C.J.'s been much better than Trevor Lawrence throughout the course of his 2+ years than Lawrence has been in his 4+ years. So I think the odds are C.J. gets paid. A run to the AFC title game, I think, would just give us more peace of mind that the contract is justified than if they lose in the wild card round in a road game or something like that.
And I think that's where this last stretch of the season where you start off with CJ coming back from concussion, you beat the Colts, but CJ's not going to grade that as one of his best performances ever. He looked a lot better after that first touchdown drive or during that first touchdown drive than he did in the first few series of the game. But CJ finishing out the season in the postseason looking more like the peak version of Jay Stroud that we've seen at times.
Pay him.
It's as simple as that.
Then you just go pay the guy. It's justified to pay the guy.
If they make it to the AFC title game, but it's still very much the defense dragging the offense along with them, and hoping that special teams doesn't allow any more touchdowns, then that's not going to feel as good.
No, then you're paying $60 million a year for a souped-up game manager. Will be the
narrative.
You're
going to pay for the right to have fewer weapons on offense. That's what you do when you pay your quarterback.
Yep.
You're paying him knowing, okay, we might not be able to extend Jaden Higgins sometime off into the future, or Nico Collins or one of them.
Yep.
We might have to let go of Ariante Ursery or something. It makes it a lot harder to put together a good offense.
And you got to hit on all your draft picks, or most of them, because that's your cheap labor that allows you to have the $60 million quarterback. You know what? If I had to add one more I'll call it kind of touchy-feely or emotional factor in the Texans, the need to make a deep playoff run this year. If they make a run in the playoffs, chances are Indianapolis is left in the dust somewhere, either earlier in the postseason or maybe left out altogether. There's a good chance that Indianapolis doesn't make the postseason. Their schedule is really hard these last 5 games.
Their schedule is tough, and they've scored 20 points or less in 3 of their last 4 games.
That's right.
They're not the best offense in the league anymore.
They're not. And if the Texans make a run in the playoffs, Seth, they can turn the Sauce Gardner trade into one of the worst trades in recent memory.
Yeah.
Which would be fun.
Yeah. At the time they made that trade, I said it was kind of like I think the analogy I made was it's like if your enemy goes out and cashes in his 401k for a rocket launcher.
Yeah.
That's a bad purchase financially, but if he's aiming that rocket launcher at you, I'm not concerned about whether it was a good deal or not.
Yeah.
So it was a bad deal, but it was one that hurt us specifically.
Yep.
The fact that Sauce Gardner didn't even decide to stay on the field for that entire game, and
2 plays.
You traded away 2 first-round picks, thinking that you had a quarterback of the future, and then he sucked the last few games.
Yep. Yeah. That Sauce Gardner trade was a bet on Daniel Jones in a way, and that's the bet's not looking very good right now. So those are just a few of the things. Like as we try to figure out what the sense of urgency is over these last 5 games, I think it's not just, hey, let's get back in, let's win the division. Like, man, the opportunity is here to win some games and make a whole bunch of other teams feel bad about themselves. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Speaking of C.J. Stroud, he was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. How's the team feeling after the win over the Colts? What's the relationship like with Davis Mills? How's he feeling about some of the non-Nico weapons? We'll hear from C.J. Stroud on the Pat McAfee show yesterday, coming up next.
Yeah, how's he feeling? You know, NFL quarterbacks physically don't feel very good much of the time. There's a good chance you're feeling even worse than a quarterback if you've been in an accident.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Seth, this is going to be the best power ranking of the power rankings of the year so far at 9 o'clock.
Really?
Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun.
I just hope the old USA Today, all of its journalistic vigilance, does not let me down.
I'm not going to tease anything here. I want you to experience magic as we unveil at 9 o'clock this week's power ranking of the power rankings.
USA Today has the best coloring book section I always found
they
growing
do.
up.
They do. And I don't know if it's coincidence, but they love the Texans for some reason. So we'll get to that at 9 a.m. CJ Stroud was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday, and they asked him, how's the team feeling right now? 4 wins in a row and the big win over the Colts on Sunday.
What is your guys' thoughts on how this season can be and where you are right now?
Yeah, of course, we didn't start off, the way we wanted to. We lost, 5 games, in between one score. But I think, other than, looking down on ourselves about it, it was a positive, to fix some issues and we start winning these close games against these really good teams, we'll be able to take the next leap to, get to where we want to go, and that's the playoffs, and then, go from there. So, I thought, yesterday was a really good start for us, at least for me coming back. And I thought, we answered the bell against a really, really good team with the Colts there, who have a really good defense and, been playing really well offensively. But like you said, our defense, man, has, been, a rock and, just the best in the league from, I practice against them, so I know how hard it is to go against them. But yeah, I think, we can able to complement football in all 3 phases, we're able to win a lot of games.
You guys get a tough win, a tough environment. That's a really good team.
Yeah, thanks, Pat. The part about practicing against the Texans defense was interesting. In going back and rewatching the game yesterday, I think it was on the broadcast.
It was JJ talking about it.
Yeah, where they said, yeah, that's right, because JJ and Ian Eagle said that CJ had said to them in the meetings, when the production meetings, when they sat down, that sometimes one of the reasons he may seem like he flees the pocket early and does things where he's not. There have been times this year where he's not stepping up comfortably in the pocket and doing things. It's because he goes against that defense 3 times leading into every game. And
he's expecting that level of pass rush
from everybody.
From guys who are not like that.
Yeah.
I think that it's kind of an indictment of the offensive line in practice as well. But that's how I look. But the level of difficulty is a lot harder for the Texans' offensive line versus some of the starters on defense, obviously, than it is in most NFL games. Yeah, I think that it's I don't know. It was weird after they told that story. I was trying to figure out whether that made me feel better or worse. That all right, like you're not getting hit in practice. If anything, it should make you. If you're using it properly, you should maybe start to develop a little bit more of pocket mobility and whatnot because you are facing those challenges in practice.
I felt worse because to me that's not an excuse. To me, and I'm not saying CJ was making excuses. We weren't in that meeting.
He might have just said it kind of casually, like jokingly.
Yeah. But I'm going to taking it for face value. I did not like it because it felt like, okay, that's not something that should be happening. I've seen good quarterbacks on teams that also have good defenses look perfectly comfortable. Tom Brady, I know that's the extreme example, but he sure looked comfortable navigating a pocket, and he went against a bunch of Belichick defenses all the time.
Pat Mahomes has had some very good defenses in the 2 previous seasons.
Seems to work the pocket pretty well, last I checked. So there is that. But yeah, that was CJ talking about where they're at right now.
As far as winning the close games goes, I think sometimes people try to sound smart and say, well, statistically, I do this myself at times. Like, it's kind of a coin flip whether you win or lose the 1-score games. But that's too broad a brush because there are some teams that end up, sometimes they play games, and Bill O'Brien was really good at this. They were 1-score games partly because you had a really good strategy in the second half of controlling the game.
Yeah.
And that was borne out over time. O'Brien had an incredibly good record at maintaining a lead after the half. Mm-hmm. And the Texans, in some of these 1-score games, what they've been able to do, and they were able to do it last week, was just simply having sustained drives. Whether you score a field goal or not, it helps if you score a touchdown or a field goal, but they limit the total number of possessions. And when you've got a really good defense on the other side of you, that it might not be comfortable and it might not feel as good afterwards, but that's what the Texans did in that Colts game. They had 4 sustained drives in the second half. They couldn't convert the fourth down, but they scored on 2 of them. They had a deep drive into Colts territory on the third one, and then they closed out the game on the fourth one. That's a low number of possessions in a half. They did the things that they had to do when you have a really good defense to just win the game.
Yes.
And there is substance to that, and I think they've done a better job of it over the last few games than obviously they had early in the
If
season.
they just start getting their fair share of 7s instead of 3s when they get in the red zone, this team's going to be a lot of trouble.
I mean, they are still – listen, everybody, just so you can accept the reality of the situation, they're 31st in red zone touchdown percentage.
Yeah.
Only the New Orleans Saints are behind the Houston Texans right now.
That sucks. Yeah.
Yeah. It's really their inability to score in the red zone. It remains a big obstacle, especially at point-blank range.
Right.
At the 4-yard line.
Yeah.
Like, that's – if it was a bunch of flukish, hey, you're technically in the red zone because you're on the 19.5-yard line, whatever. No, it's from point-blank range where they struggle.
Yep. Next one from C.J. Stroud on the Pat McAfee show. Davis Mills obviously came in and won 3 games, which led to a small corner of the internet wanting Davis Mills to be the starting quarterback for this team moving forward. A stupid corner of the internet, I would add. What's your relationship like with Davis Mills?
That's my brother, bro. Like, he's been a really, great leader for me coming into the league. I thought, coming in, fighting for the same position, he always showed me love still, and I try to do the same. And he's made me better. I feel like I made him better. And, we have our QB dinners that we do, and we handle a lot. His wife, is a really good friend of mine as well. And his family, I meet them, every time they come to the games and stuff. So that's my brother, man. I always support him, always, root him on. And I just think it's funny that people ask these questions now just, because he's, had, some really good games. And, it's something that, like, I root that on. I think he's a starter in the NFL, and I think, he's proven that, in these couple games that he's played. So I just think it's funny how people, can try to switch the narrative to make it seem like I'm like some guy that's like, oh no, like, I
saw a photo of you in the locker room. They saw a photo of you in the locker room. Everybody was happy but you, okay? Everybody was happy
Not
but
true.
yeah. I'm telling you, I've seen it with my own eyes. I'm prime.
Do you know the photo they're talking about?
No, I didn't see it.
It was somebody. Yeah, it was from the video in the locker room after the Bills game.
Yeah.
And the video kind of panned, or it was from behind Demeco, so it was kind of panning the room. So all the players are facing Demeco.
Yeah.
And they pan the room, and they pan, and they turn the corner, and there's CJ literally in the corner, kind of by himself, like the next closest guy's like 3 feet away from him. And he's got that CJ look on his face.
Yeah.
So it was being fueled by somebody who took that video and slow-moed it and narrated it. Like, oh no, take a look at this, guys. Look how happy everybody is in the locker room. And then we pan over here and, oh, look who's not too happy about this.
Excuse me, he's in the concussion protocol.
Thank you.
I went through the steps. He's supposed to avoid bright lights and loud noises, okay?
Yep.
He's being a good pro there. That's all he's doing.
That's it, man.
Yeah, SOBs.
Yeah.
Gosh, what a world. Thank God I'm not an actual celebrity in this day and age where there's just so much video footage everywhere that can be frozen and made to look like you're thinking this or that or whatever.
Yeah,
You're trying to buy some nachos at a game, but it makes it look like you're staring at the butt of somebody.
Yes.
Like all these things. Like
It's just one instant in time.
Yeah.
That's funny. Hey, by the way, the Texans in their last 3 games, Seth?
Yeah.
21st in red zone offense in the last 3 games. Yeah.
We're cooking with gas.
21st, baby.
Hey,
yeah.
by the way, speaking of that dynamic of maybe the quarterback feeling threatened by the backup quarterback, Death by Lightning on Netflix right now.
Oh, okay.
It's about James Garfield and his ascension to be the presidential candidate for the Republican Party in 1880.
Yeah.
I won't spoil anything, but he gets shot. If you didn't know that, you got sorry. But the reason he didn't want to be president, but he went to speak at the convention for the candidate Sherman, who had no chance. But he gets up and he gives such an incredible speech that the delegates end up just hijacking everything and making him the candidate.
Yep.
Yeah. That's Davis Mills didn't really have a great speech moment necessarily.
No.
He went 3-0, but there was never any moment where you really felt like, oh, wow, boy, this is something CJ's are done.
That's the big thing. Did he do anything that I felt like CJ couldn't do? Now, he made some tremendous throws.
Yeah.
But I feel like CJ can make all those throws.
James
too.
Garfield and Sherman, though, Sherman did not take it well. He was like, Sherman was standing in the corner of the locker room glaring, glowering. Yeah.
With a red hoodie on like CJ?
Yeah.
Back in
Social media
1880.
existed back in the day. Woo! Woo! They would have had a field day with that one.
Yes. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, power ranking of the power rankings. This is going to be the best one yet, I promise you. I'm so excited for this. Where, after a win over the Bills last Thursday and a win in Indianapolis on Sunday, where do the experts have the Texans ranked in the NFL? That is coming up next. I'll tell you where I rank Shoppa's John Deere.
AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Very excited about this. We have a 4-game winning streak on our hands. Texans are 7-5.
They are?
For the third straight year, Seth. You know that they've started 7-5 in each of Demeco's first 3 seasons?
Take that, America.
That's right. We're right where we're comfortable. We love being 7-5.
No,
baby.
that is a weird little oddity. They've been 7-5. It's come in different ways, in different manners. This one, we got the joy of all of those stats about how improbable it was to do this or that when you start off 0-3.
Yeah, we got the 2018 experience all over again.
Yeah,
the 0-3 start.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we didn't get those the first couple times.
When the Texans went on that win streak in 2000, was that the win streak year? Or 2017. That was 2000. They started off 0-3 and then went on that win streak. There was a different feel about that win streak because a lot of the games were really flukish, and the Texans aren't on a win streak right now. I mean, they're on a 4-game win streak. But it does feel more substantial in terms of them going 7-2 over this stretch since they started off 0-3. And I think mostly just because the defense has been so dominating that at least you can point to that every week, other than really the Seattle game was the only time where you felt like the defense by and large played a good game against Seattle. They let up those 2 long drives that were uncharacteristic. But then they had 3 scoring where they had short fields.
Yeah.
So it was the offense still let them down, but at least after that game, it still felt like a total team loss. Other than that, all the wins have felt like, even if it wasn't pretty, look at your defense. Of course you're going to win these games.
There's never been a time this season, we're going to get to the power ranking of the power rankings. There's never been a time this season, even after that Seattle game, where I didn't think this defense was the best defense in football. Mm-hmm. That Seattle game, even though they gave up 27 points, did not move me off of thinking that's the best defense in football, because to your point, they got no help from the offense that night, and Seattle had a bunch of short fields. And the defense did everything to try to keep the Texans in the game that night. Remember, they forced a bunch of turnovers in the second half of that game. So Texans defense is elite, might be the best unit of any offense, defense, or special teams in football. So let's see if that translates in the weekly power rankings. As we do at 9 o'clock on Tuesday every week, we take the power rankings from 5 different outlets, and we power rank them based on how we think they power rank the Texans. The 5 outlets this week are CBS, USA Today, The Athletic, ESPN, and SI.com.
Yeah, and this week's going to be interesting. Like, listen, say what you want about the state of journalism. I get it. It's fair.
Yeah.
But there still is a continuum of just hack journo publications.
Yep.
And we find one of those at each end of the spectrum this week in the power rankings.
We do.
Yeah.
So let's start at number 5.
Yeah.
And we ask ourselves, is this how it's really going to go this week in the power rankings? Because number 5, SI.com, Connor Orr, has the Texans down 2 notches from last week. Down from 14 to 16. They've won 4 in a row. They beat the Colts in Indianapolis. They're one of the hottest teams in football with the best defense in football. And he says this: the Texans did a much better job keeping C.J. Stroud out of harm's way, especially by working the middle of the field and the quick game over the scripted portion of Houston's offense. With more big formations and less reliance on being vertical, Houston is taking back more of a ball control approach. No explanation as to why they are considered a worse team this week than they were last week.
It's interesting because the Chargers are the Chargers who have a better record.
Yeah.
They're 8-4. They were 16 last week.
Oh.
But Sean, how can you not move them up after they take care of business versus the Raiders? That's you gotta put the Texans beat the Colts, sure, but the Chargers, they beat the Raiders, so the Raiders get moved up 2 spots to 14. That's what happened. The Texans beat the Colts, and they switched spots with a team that beat the Raiders.
That's ridiculous. Not going to get hot about it. But that's ridiculous. By the way, we're going to cite where Kansas City is in each of these rankings, too, just because that's who the Texans play this week. Kansas City 13th in the eyes of SI.com. So
with their 6-6 record.
That's right.
Sorry, Kansas City, you don't know what it's like to be 7-5 multiple years in a row. Okay,
right. Take that.
Yeah.
All right. So that SI.com number 5. Number 4, ESPN.com has the Texans 12th, up 4 notches though. 4 notches to 12. The category on ESPN.com for this week, for each of the 32 teams that they expand upon, is X Factor for the final stretch. DJ Bijani, who covers the Texans for ESPN.com, says the X Factor for the final stretch is quarterback C.J. Stroud. The Texans have an elite defense that's the number 1 scoring unit in the league, so all Houston needs is an effective offense led by Stroud that can score 24 points a game. Usually that's all the defense needs to capture the win. It's given up more than 20 points in only 2 games. Stroud admitted he was a little rusty in his return from a concussion Sunday, but the Texans need him to return to form with a defense that could power them to another divisional title and potentially a deep playoff run.
Mm-hmm.
I can't disagree with DJ there.
The one thing about the defense that's a few oddities about the Texans defense, where like there's no defense that's ever number 1 in every single category, but it's the fact that they are currently 18th in red zone defense. That they do an incredible job of keeping teams out of the red zone, but when they find themselves in the red zone, they're just not so hot. And that goes alongside an offense that's 31st in red zone red zone touchdown percentage.
One of the theories on that, Seth, that I've seen on the red zone defense not being as good is you're in tighter quarters, so the ability of Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. to impact the game with sacks.
I told you that.
Gets diminished.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. It's again,
I don't need credit, but I'm going to point it out.
Yeah.
No. There is that, and there's also the style of coverage that they play. It's a couple things. Where they play a lot of off coverage, where they're kind of letting the routes sort themselves out before they attach and convert it to man. That's just more room for offenses to work with down in the red zone. It's working out just fine. Yeah. I'm not overly concerned about it. It's just it's one of those. If you're Demeco's talking about things in areas where they need to improve. Red zone defense is one of them.
I think the thing I was most impressed about with the win over the Colts was that they won that game. They looked dominant. They held them to 16 points. And they didn't force any turnovers, and they had 1 sack the whole game. You know, it wasn't some sort of dominant performance where they had to have big splash plays.
And we talked about that before the game too. Was that a good Texans pass rush last week probably wasn't going to result in 8 sacks the way it did against the Bills, because the Chiefs had already shown the previous week the Colts had shown when they played the Chiefs that they were going to do everything they could to protect Daniel Jones on his gimpy leg.
Yep.
And they used multiple tight ends and running backs and everything, and like max protection. So it was a matter of making Daniel Jones really uncomfortable and doing what they did, compressing the pocket, but it just didn't yield a bunch of sacks.
Kansas City 16th in ESPN's power ranking, so the Texans at least ahead of their 6-6 opponent this weekend. Again, the Texans 12th. Number 3. Power ranking of the power rankings. SI was 5. ESPN was 4. Number 3, CBSSports.com, who has the Texans up 5 notches to 11th. We're starting to see the Texans have risen up over the last few weeks. This is, at least 2 outlets in, the biggest jumps that we've seen quantity-wise. Texans are a borderline top 10 team in the eyes of Pete Prisco. He says this: the defense has this team back in the playoff race. They head to Kansas City to play the Chiefs on Sunday night in what is essentially a playoff game. Do you feel like this is a playoff game for the Texans? I feel like it is for the Chiefs, for sure.
We see week after week as the Texans continue to win games, you see them in the wild card standings remain just
8th.
1 spot out of it. Yeah,
so
it feels like every week is a must-win game because, these are the teams that you're right there in the wild card race with, and there's almost an invisible ceiling above you.
Yeah.
The thing that I like about this is if I look at the ESPN power rankings, it tells a story about just how important it is at the beginning of a season to remember that it's a long, long season.
Right.
Because the teams that are below the Texans but have a better record than the Texans, the Bills, the Colts, the Chargers, like all 3 of those teams have shown some serious warts as the season has progressed. Remember, the Bills started off looking awesome, but playing a bunch of bad teams. Colts, likewise, looked like one of the greatest offenses in the history of football, but they were doing it against bad teams.
Yeah.
And now all those teams have come back down to earth a little bit. The Los Angeles Chargers are playing with basically junior college offensive linemen.
Yeah.
That they might actually be better. Whoever the JUCO national champs are this year, that offensive line, just go ahead and put them in for the Chargers, and they'd be better.
Do you know who the Chargers play this weekend? The Eagles.
Ooh.
Yeah, that could get ugly, I think. That could, at least, Eagles defense versus Chargers offense. That I don't know what's going on.
It's going
to
be a low-scoring game.
Yes.
The Chargers defense is,
And the Eagles offense is a bit of a mess right now. Did you hear they egged some people egged the Eagles offensive coordinator's house?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Was it for football reasons, or was he just a bad
He
neighbor?
may be a jerk. I don't know. I'm not sure. People are assuming it's football reasons, but that's a fair point. He could be one of those neighbors that borrows tools and doesn't bring them back.
Listen, you build your home. I'll do this. What'd you build your house in that neighborhood for? Huh? Hey, you're like, yeah, I'll tell you what, these Tony suburban suburbs, they got a bunch of spoiled rich kids that are going to do this kind of stuff to you.
He could be one of those neighbors that you come home from church that morning and he and his entire family are in your swimming pool in the backyard.
Like you had, yeah.
Like I had, yeah.
You were living the life. It turned out you had squatters on your property.
I did.
This is, or it could be like in the All the Right Moves, you know? Maybe he actually lives in a tough, dying steel town.
Oh,
outside somewhere in PA.
Yeah, like Craig T. Nelson. He's that kind of coach.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They threw poop on his house, not eggs.
Did they?
Yes.
Was it dog poop?
It was. I don't know whose poop it was, but it was definitely
they had
poop.
a sack of something. I just remember Tom Cruise just dumped a garbage can on it.
He dumped some garbage. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of Can't Buy Me Love. They dumped poop on Patrick Dempsey dumped poop on his friend's house.
I mean, realistically, though, I mean, what a stupid football player Tom Cruise was in that movie. Those were some of the most egregious pass interferences I've ever seen.
And yet he's getting recruited by big-time schools.
Yeah.
It's,
Ends up going to Caltech. He's probably doing pretty well for himself these days.
Yeah, engineer.
Like 30 years later as an engineer or something. I don't know. Maybe he made it as a special teamer in the NFL for a little bit.
Whatever happened to Steph Georgievich? Yeah. All right, so Chiefs, by the way.
His last name to George.
Chiefs,
he probably did. He seemed like the type.
Yep.
He was like, hey, thanks for everything, Dad. I'm losing the ethnicity on this one. Okay?
Yeah. I'm gonna take this name down. Chiefs 16th on CBS, by the way. All right, we're down to our last two. Power ranking of the power rankings. The Athletic, 11th in the Athletic, up from 17. 6 big notches. There.
I would say these are one of the. I would say that they still have some journalistic integrity.
They do.
I would before I even saw these. So they're not the one I was talking about.
Best case scenario for each team is the category on the Athletic. Best case scenario, similar to what DJ Bieneme said about the X Factor. Best case scenario, C.J. Stroud gets rolling. While Stroud missed nearly a month, the Texans showed they can win ugly, low-scoring games behind a great defense. Now with Stroud back, if the offense can get moving again, this could be a tough team to beat in January.
I would revise that to, while Stroud missed nearly a month, the Texans and C.J. Stroud in his return showed that they can win ugly, low-scoring games behind a great defense.
Yeah, he continued the trend.
Yeah.
Chiefs 17th, by the way, in the Athletic. All right, this is the one we've been waiting for. You know who number one is? Because they've been number one for literally like 6 straight weeks. For whatever reason, USA Today has had the Texans at least 4 or 5 spots above every other outlet. We don't know what it is. We don't know what it is that makes Nate Davis love the Texans so much. Well, maybe we do. He's got a whole paragraph to explain. Does USA Today maintain that the Texans continue to be 4 or 5 teams better than these other outlets? The answer is yes. The Houston Texans, I'm going to count it up. Number 1, the Rams. Number 2, the Patriots. Number 3, the Seahawks. Number 4, the Packers.
Yes.
Number 5, the Broncos. Number 6, Ben, can you cue up our music? A little celebration music? You got it in there. Number 6, the Houston Texans. Number 6.
It's been a long time since I had to scroll this little to
find
get
the
to
Texans.
the Houston Texans in a power rankings.
That's right. Number 6.
This is what it feels like to be rich. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you know what happens? Yeah. As soon as you get a little bit rich, what do you want? I want to be a lot bit rich.
That's right. Oh,
yeah.
No, I won't.
6 isn't enough, Sean.
No. I'm going to enjoy it for 18 seconds, and then I'm going to complain about them being 6. Up 5 big notches. to number 6 in the USA Today, who's been the best at power ranking the Texans all year.
It's a curious blurb here because he says the Seahawks allegedly have the best defense in the world, but the numbers support the Texans. I didn't know that was I didn't know it was a foregone conclusion that the vast majority of people out there were saying that the Seahawks were the best.
Me
defense.
neither.
This
yeah.
guy must live in the Pacific Northwest.
That's
something.
probably a fair guess.
Or he's an NFC. He's a 49ers fan or something like that.
Yes, yeah.
Who are allowing the fewest points and yards per game in the league. Now, is it good enough to snap a 5-game losing streak to the Chiefs?
Yeah, some of these teams, it's been kind of fun to go through the history with the team. We've a couple times. We did the segment when they played the Broncos. Like, hey, remember that game a couple years ago? And we deep dove into the game.
Well, and even with the Colts are 30-15 or something like that lifetime against the Texans. But as of late, it's been a nice run for the Texans.
A whole lot better, yeah.
I don't like doing this with the Chiefs. No. It's not losses to the Chiefs. It's opening day losses. It's playoff losses. And not just losses, but bludgeonings.
Bludgeonings,
yes.
yeah, bludgeonings. Choke jobs, right?
Ooh,
24-0, yeah.
Ouch.
Now,
Andy Reid did say they're going to tickle your tonsils every play.
He did. He had a choke job. Now, they were competitive with them last year for 3 quarters, both in the regular season.
Yeah, but that's the whole – you're right. That whole 3 quarters versus the Chiefs – in last year when their defense was still a really scary defense, it never tells the whole story.
No.
It's because, go back to the times that the Texans could have said that about games versus the Patriots. It's in that fourth quarter when all of a sudden the players and the coaches on the other sideline have you figured out, and they beat you down in the fourth quarter. Then it just feels like they were just doing a favor for a bookie or something.
Yep.
Like just keeping you around so the fight promoter is happy about it.
Yeah,
so
make it look good.
A rematch.
Make it look good. Make it look good. Yeah.
Be sure he lasts until the 11th round. Feels like Mayweather versus Conor McGregor.
Right. Chiefs this week. Oh, I didn't see what USA Today had the Chiefs at, and I accidentally closed it, so I apologize for that. Let me look here real quick. Because the Chiefs have been, other than
they've got the Chiefs down at 15.
15.
So we haven't started talking about the matchup a lot, but the blurb says the state of their tattered offensive line has to be a real concern with Houston's pass rush coming to Arrowhead. Both their starting left tackles sustained injuries in last week's game. Now they've got an extra few days to recover, but the injury report tomorrow will be interesting.
It will be interesting. Yeah, it'll be an interesting injury report. All right, that was the power ranking of the power rankings. USA Today, great publication that it is, continues to dominate.
Yes. Keep fighting the good fight, USA
America!
Today. Yes.
America.
Keep standing up for journalistic integrity the way you always have and always will.
Yes, and the Houston Texans. Journalistic integrity in the Houston Texans. All right, up next, college football. Speaking of campaigning and lobbying and all sorts of things that make America great. Let's rate the lobbying being done by these college football coaches to try to get their teams, or in one case, their conference, into the college football playoff. We will have that for you coming up next. But Prize Picks, that's the other thing that can make these games really exciting.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
College football playoff rankings come out every Tuesday. What's it going to look like heading into conference title game weekend? Not a ton of upsets over the weekend in that, especially in that meaty part of the debate going on right now. The debates coming into the weekend, start like right around like 8 through 14 in there, and there weren't a lot of upsets, but there were performances that I think if you're into style points, I mean, Oklahoma looked like garbage against LSU. They won 17-13, and their 2 touchdowns were on coverage busts on long plays. Like they couldn't do anything offensively against an LSU team that has an interim head coach. That was the other thing. There were so many teams that have interim head coaches that were factoring into this thing. Alabama is playing Auburn. Auburn's got an interim head coach, and they gave Alabama everything they could want to. Auburn was driving for the game-tying touchdown and fumbled the football with under a minute to go in the game. So it's going to be really interesting to see tonight what happens with the college football playoff poll. But conference championship weekend is coming up this weekend. So we're starting to see now, Seth, the lobbying going on.
Yeah.
Texas's win over A&M has put them firmly in a place where they can put a case together that, if you frame it the right way, it looks really, really compelling. Texas,
Yeah.
3 top 10 wins, really hard schedule. Hey, we chose to go on the road and play at Ohio State. Boy, we're being penalized for that right now. If we had scheduled Akron instead of Ohio State, we'd be in the playoffs. I don't know if that's necessarily true. Steve Sarkisian thinks it's true. This was Steve Sarkisian on the field after the Texas win over A&M this past weekend.
You tell me, that team's undefeated, number 3 in the country. A lot of the pundits out there think they're the number 1 team in the country. We just beat them by 10.
What kind of statement do you think that made to the committee?
Well, I think this. If you really look at the body of work and you look at the Southeastern Conference and what we have to go through every week, you look at the non-conference schedule we play to go to Ohio State in week 1 and lose by 7 when we outgained them by nearly 200 yards. We got a really good football team, and it would be a disservice to our sport if this team's not a playoff team when we went and scheduled that non-conference game. Because if we're a 10-2 team, it's not a question. But we were willing to play that game. So is that what college football is about? Don't play anybody and just have a good record, or play the best and put the best teams in the playoff, and we're one of the best teams.
I understand the lobbying that goes on. I do. I really do. For teams that are on the outside looking in like Texas, you lose me with the whole disservice to the sport thing. Settle down.
Yeah.
I know you guys think you're amazing, Texas, as do a lot of us schools. I'll put myself in that. Notre Dame's got a very high opinion of itself.
You didn't go to Georgia. That's right.
I didn't go to Georgia.
Okay,
no. So I get it, but the whole it'd be a disservice to the sport to not have Texas in the college football playoff.
Yeah, you know what? It smacks a little bit of that Texas elitism that people tire of. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Listen. Your network failed. All right. Just get over yourselves a little bit.
Your network failed.
But all it does, as far as the lobbying goes, I mean, all it takes is just catching the ear of 1 or 2 committee members. That could be the difference. So to not lobby would be lazy. Like, it's not going to hurt you. The lobbying's not going to hurt you, and all you have to do is catch the ear of Mike Riley or Chris Alt or somebody like that, and
Chris
that
Alt,
could end up being
the old Nevada coach.
Yeah, keep an eye out for anybody that runs the pistol a lot.
He's like 90.
He invented the pistol.
He
Sean,
did invent the
respect.
pistol. He did, with Colin Kaepernick back in the day.
I'm sick of you acting like the Second Amendment doesn't exist.
I know. I see what you did there.
There you go. It's a disservice. You should be ashamed of yourself if you don't put Texas in, damn it.
Here's Mario Cristobal. Miami beat Pitt this weekend by about the same margin Notre Dame beat Pitt. Of course, Miami 12 as of right now, Notre Dame 9. As every Miami person, including Ben Gary, will point out, Miami beat Notre Dame this year, which the committee is aware of. But for Miami,
are they?
Right. For Miami,
not the way I see it.
For Miami's purposes, they're not aware enough of it. Here was Mario Cristobal, the head coach of the Miami Hurricanes after their win over Pitt, lobbying the committee.
The selection committee watching today, what do you hope that they saw out of Miami football?
Complete dominance. You know, a team that just, we've got great players in all phases, and we're playing great football in all phases. And you know what? The best part about football, you get to settle it on the field, where head-to-head is always the number one criteria for anything regarding athletics and football.
Everything.
Appreciate the time. Congratulations.
Go Canes.
Yep, there you go. So that's Mario Cristobal. To me, the thing that I don't like about Miami is that they're not in the ACC title game, which they're tied with a bunch of teams that have 2 losses in the conference. And because of the tiebreakers they've chosen to use, Duke and Virginia are playing in the ACC title game, where Miami is clearly the best team in that conference, clearly. From end to end this season, they're not in the ACC title game, which is I think is that's a disservice to the sport more than UT getting ignored in the college football playoff hunt here.
Yeah. That's
just stupid to me. These mega conferences that are 15, 16, 18 teams that aren't divided into divisions, they're just these huge 16-team behemoths where everybody's playing an unequal schedule. Like A&M, yeah, they're 11-1. The Texas was the first good team they've played in conference all year. Like, they haven't played any good teams in conference. I just think that's one of the more under-the-radar things that I think college football needs to get its arms around. If you're going to have conferences and these conference title games are going to matter, then I think the college football playoff rankings might need to be applied to tiebreakers in these conferences too. If they're going to dictate who goes, if these conference title games are going to dictate who goes to the playoff, then I think the tiebreakers, they don't have to dictate the 2 teams that play, but I think record in the conference should dictate that. But if there's 2 teams that are tied, I think you use the college football playoff rankings to decide who goes.
For the good of the sport?
Miami's tied. They have the same record in the ACC as Duke. Whatever tiebreaker they're using in the ACC sucks.
Yeah.
You know?
That's okay. I like that little tweak to the rules.
Yeah.
I think for the greater good.
Yes.
And to be able to have some clarity on things, then take care of it that way.
Do you want to hear this last guy lobbying here? This is Big 12 Commissioner Brett Yormark, who feels like he's trolling me directly on this one. This was at the Friday night game. I forget which Big 12 teams were playing, but he was at the game. And the sideline reporter for this game pulled him aside and asked him about the college football playoff. Keep in mind, the Big 12, Texas Tech, probably in even if they lose the Big 12 title game. BYU, I think, needs to win the Big 12 title game to get in. So here's what Brett Yormark had to say.
I just want to let you know that if you would have told me a couple of months ago we'd have 3 in the top 13, I would have taken it. And I'm thrilled where this conference is going. You know, as it relates to Texas Tech, I feel really good about them. I think they're a shoo-in in the CFP. And Utah, obviously, they won their 10th game this year, and they should get strong consideration. As it relates to BYU, I think they've been underappreciated all season long. And when you compare them to a Notre Dame, there is no comparison when you think of strength of record, strength of schedule, and win-loss. And I've got a lot of confidence in the CFP selection committee. I'm sure they'll get it right by the end of the season.
See, this is where you get out over your skis, man. Yeah, argue your BYU, but to sit here and go, there's no comparison between the team that the committee has said is the 9th best team in the country and BYU, the 11th best team in the country. Say there's no comparison. You're just being hyperbolic, man.
Yeah.
Stop. Just
Yeah.
stop. That's it.
Yeah, and then trying to shame the committee into doing the right thing.
I'm sure you'll do the right thing. Don't worry. Yeah.
Boy, I really wish I wish there were more backroom, I wish there were more skullduggery with a lot of this. I need more allegations of people actually bribing people and stuff. This doesn't feel like modern college football when, by and large, people are going to disagree with a lot of the things that the college football committee says.
Yeah.
And yet it's more still based on stupid opinions or what have you.
Yeah. Text message, Texas fan here. I don't like any coach saying what he said about disservice comments. Plus, can't be losing to trash Florida. I think Texas is, quote, first team out. Yeah, maybe. That's the thing, these arguments. The teams that are the people that are arguing for their team raise all the stats and metrics that benefit them and completely ignore the stuff that is honestly keeping them down.
I get so overwhelmed with all of these because every single – I mean, if you read the one person's one-sided argument – every single one of them makes a lot of sense.
Sure.
Because there's just so many different variables and there's so many different ways, and because there are no strict criteria or anything, that it's also vague and hazy, that it's really hard for me. I can be swayed from one side to the next very, very quickly.
Yeah.
You even managed to sway me away from Notre Dame's atrociously easy schedule and their 2 early season losses.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how'd you make up for those early season losses? I beat a bunch of bad teams.
Bludgeoning everybody by 50?
Bludgeoning. Hey, margin of victory isn't supposed to matter, but okay, all right.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what they do. There's nothing that happened this weekend that should change the rankings drastically. Like, everybody won. To me,
well, the Ole Miss thing that happened.
I meant on the field. You're right.
Lane Kiffin is leaving with his entire staff, and they are supposed to factor in whether players or coaches who are absent make a difference. That's when who was it? Oh, they got an Ole Miss on the. Oh, it's Wesley Walls. Former Ole Miss player. He's a committee member.
Old Panthers tight end?
Yeah.
He went to Ole Miss?
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. You're right. That because things were so stagnant in terms of upsets on the field this weekend, but you're 100%. That'll be the thing people are watching for tonight to see if how does a head coach and the offensive staff leaving with him, how does that affect the rankings for Ole Miss in this thing? So, for what it's worth, Ole Miss came into last weekend rated 7th. So we'll see where it goes.
I think they do it's going to be like a gentleman's plummet where they're still going to make the playoffs, but they're just not going to be ranked as high.
Yep, I think so too. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Final segment coming up. Would you take this guy at the possibly cursed position on the Houston Texans right now? We'll find out what the guy's got going on In the Loop as well. Stay there.
Hey, the holiday season is already upon us. It's not.
SportsRadio.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop in just a minute, find out what the question of the day is. Demeco Ryans met with the media yesterday. Texans came out of that game pretty clean injury-wise, the Colts game. Azeez Al-Shaair left the game briefly in the fourth quarter, but he came back in. The only player that I can recall that left the game, didn't come back in, was safety Jalen Reed. It's too bad. He's been playing pretty well since he's been given a shot here. 6th-round rookie, done some nice things. An arm injury, which has been reported as he had a plate put in his arm when he was at Penn State, and I guess something happened. The plate in his arm broke.
Thanks a lot, James Franklin, for the faulty plate.
No kidding. Yeah,
what a jerk.
What the hell? That's why he should have been fired.
I'm just guessing. Medical professionals, correct me if I'm wrong on this. I feel like it was probably more something to do with the screw in the plate that got dislodged or something. Like it's hard to break a plate.
You would think.
A steel plate.
You would think, yeah.
Surgical steel plate.
Unless it's just tin, you know.
You could bend it or something. Maybe it was some of that COVID steel.
Yeah, maybe.
You know?
Yeah.
You're getting all that faulty product.
Supply chain issues and whatnot. Yeah. So here was Demeco Ryans yesterday with his update on safety Jalen Reed.
With Jalen Reed, we'll see, how he continues to progress with the arm injury. Don't think it's season-ending, so we'll see how he progresses.
Okay, so not season-ending. So we got a little bit of transparency from Demeco there as to the severity of it, at least.
I have no idea, Sean. I can't tell you what the expected return time from a broken plate is.
Me neither.
Like how much damage did it do while it was breaking and everything.
Right.
But I do know that the Texans are now down to their 5th-string safety. So, which is, that's a little bit of a, all those guys have some versatility and they can play, different spots in the secondary. Miles Bryant has a bunch of experience playing ever.
Yep.
But it's you start off thinking at the beginning of the season you're going to have Jimmy Ward and C.J. Gardner-Johnson back there. And, at the time we figured C.J. Gardner-Johnson would start. Jimmy Ward would probably come in off the bench or in certain packages. By a few weeks into the season, you have neither of those guys. But at least M.J. Stewart's picking up. Nope, M.J. Stewart's gone.
He's gone for the year.
And but Jalen Reed comes in.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's that's 4 bodies.
It's really, if you go down, if you say Kalen Bullock was one of the 2 starters, you're down to your 6th-string safety,
right.
Really. By the time you move past that, it's your 6th option at safety.
Yep. So Demeco was asked, will you go outside the building to go find somebody to play that position?
Yeah, we'll find a way. We'll find a way. Don't feel like we have to go outside to do that, but we'll find a way.
Okay. We'll see. That's a big Miles Bryant right there. Now the trade market is done. You can't do anything trade-wise to go get a safety. If the trade deadline were, December 9th instead of November 9th or whatever it was, then maybe you do start making some phone calls. But
it's not just a bet on Miles Bryant. It's also the depth. You're one injury away from being really, really taxed there on the back end of things. So they have to do something.
Yeah.
They just don't have the numbers right now.
Right.
I think you've got your practice squad call-ups and everything. So I guess they don't have to do something, but it would feel better if they did. If Tyrann Mathieu were that guy.
And I get the sense we'll play Tyrann Mathieu here in a second. I get the sense that they don't want it to be Jalen Petrie. I get the sense that the role that Petrie is in right now is impactful, and that's where they want him to be doing that thing like, hey, on this play you're blitzing, on this play you're covering, and
that's fine. It'll be Miles Bryant. It's just that you're just paper thin in your depth.
But yeah. No, it'll be Miles Bryant. I'm saying even in case of emergency, they don't even want they want Petrie to be out there doing what he does.
Right.
So here was Seth mentioned it. Tyrann Mathieu was on with Kay Adams on her podcast, and the topic of him coming back. He's retired now. He retired after last season. He last played for the New Orleans Saints. He's retired. I think he's getting into broadcasting, but he was asked by Kay Adams about the possibility of coming back. He said, "Yeah, maybe I'll come back if it could be for a team like this."
I do know this: the Texans, the Texans, the way the Texans play defense.
You.
Man, listen, I'll come back to play for a defense like that.
Okay, hold on. All I'm getting here, we're going to take a break, and I want to talk about Lane Kiffin, of course. All I'm getting is you're ready to come back.
Wait,
Are you ready to come back?
I mean, for the right situation, who wouldn't? You know what I mean? So
people who have retired wouldn't.
I love this game, so I'm like.
Tyron wants to come back to the NFL. Let's go! This is exciting. This is huge news. This is very exciting.
Hey,
I knew
crazy.
you were not really retired.
Not really retired.
I mean, I don't believe you're retired. Frank Ragnow, I'm looking at you.
My criticism earlier of Kay Adams, who I think does a tremendous job. I think she's really good at what she does. My criticism earlier was she didn't ask directly the question, are you in playing shape right now? Have you been working out? She did ask, are you ready to come back? Maybe that's as close as she was going to get to asking what exactly his workout regimen has been. But that, as I'm listening to him say this, I'm like, okay, I mean, we're getting down to it here to where whatever version of Tyrann Mathieu played in New Orleans last year could easily get on the field for the Houston Texans.
I guess the other part was in the way that she asked it. I mean, it was almost like she asked him if you wanted to go watch a movie. And he was like, oh, yeah, sure, I'm up for a movie.
Sure, if it's a Marvel movie, yeah.
He hadn't been focused in on it. You know, he's not waiting in line at the premiere to get into the next Star Wars or something.
Right.
So that's the part that's unclear, is whether – was that a serious, I would love to come back? Or was it, you're asking me, sure, I'd love to come back. But but no, not really.
You know what this reminds me of? Remember when Aaron Rodgers flew all the way across the country to go meet Aaron Glenn and the Jets?
Yeah.
And he was talking about how intense Aaron Glenn was, and he was like getting like up in his face, and he's like, do you want to play football? And Aaron Rodgers was like, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
That's what this
I feel like we're not matching energies here.
That's what it feels like. Yeah. So
I think Tyrann Mathieu I mean, the idea of playing for the Texans, I'm sure he finds enticing. Has he actually? This is kind of like J.J. Watt saying that he'd be open to coming back, but it wasn't the right circumstance, or maybe when he really sat down long and hard and thought about it, like, no, I don't want to go through that again. Tyrann Mathieu might be at that same spot.
You know, the Texans are trying to become the only team this century, other than the 2018 Houston Texans, to come back from an 0-3 start to make the postseason. So if they're able to do that, it would be just this year's Texans and 2018 Texans. J.J. Watt and Tyrann Mathieu were on that 2018 team, so maybe they want to make sure that they're on every team that's made it back from an 0-3 start to make the postseason. They don't want to be left out. Like, no. I don't want to say I played for just this one team. I want to be on both of them.
There is this other minor detail, and it's this, that Tyrann Mathieu didn't play all that well last year. So so I mean, there's more to it than just like, hey, here we go. But now it was for the Saints, and environment matters. And with the Texans and just being able to use them in spot duty or as an emergency backup or whatever, that's a whole different deal than relying on him to be your starter and team captain.
It is funny because my first thing is like, okay, is what the Saints got last year out of him better than Miles Bryant? And the answer is I don't really know. I didn't watch a ton of Saints football last year.
Why?
Exactly. So I don't know the answer to that. The thing is, they put like a 100% snap count on Miles Bryant when he's out there replacing guys. I don't know that a guy who's been on the couch all year comes in and you're right. He'd be more of a piece probably than just a replacement piece than a frontline guy.
Eric Weddle came back out of retirement in 2022 after not playing in the regular season to join the Rams for their Super Bowl run. Ended up winning a Super Bowl. That's another pretty big enticement for a guy like Tyrann Mathieu, is to go on a potential Super Bowl run, obviously, and with the style of play that they have. Weddle had played well in his final season, except he was only played like 200 snaps. He'd gotten injured, and he was well into his career. The other guy, I guess, the relevant guy that I thought of was Ed Reed. When Ed Reed came in, he did not play well for the Texans. He was at the end of his career.
Yeah.
But that same season, he went to go play for the Jets, and he played much better.
It's reminding me of C.J. Gardner-Johnson now.
Ed Reed only played 8 seasons.
Ed Reed only No. Ed Reed played more than 8
Oh,
seasons.
no, you know what? No, he did. Never mind. I looked at this. I was like, that can't be right. But no, it was a different spread.
Yeah. All right.
I found that shocking 33 seconds ago when I saw it, and I should have listened to my internal shockometer.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Tuesday. The fellas from In the Loop are. Is that a members-only jacket that you've got on right there?
It's a custom old Houston Oilers jacket from
there it is. You love that jacket.
I love this jacket.
Did they give that to you?
Yeah, it was the radio team on the Spanish language network, La Tremenda. I did pregame and halftime.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Is that leather or plastic?
It's like a members-only kind of plastic.
The answer's yes.
Yeah.
It's leather.
It's a compound.
Yeah.
I love this.
What's the occasion? Why are you wearing it? Just because it's cold outside?
I wanted to change up my jacket from yesterday.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't want people to think I only have one jacket.
See, you're dusting off the old members only.
Yeah,
I like
this is from 1993.
Yeah.
A fateful year.
You saw some things, man.
I saw things, man.
You saw some things. How you doing, Reggie?
I'm living. I'm doing all right, man. Yeah.
Good.
I'm happy
Boy,
my
that
voice
got
is
me
still
inspired.
Right? Yeah, I'm living.
Look, I feel like I'm trying to be appreciative on that, but yeah.
That's like the Andy Reid
being honest, man.
Speech. Yeah. How about his win one for the Gipper speech?
Yeah.
Tickle their tonsils.
Oh, Andy Reid. Yeah, we played that earlier.
Every single play.
Every play, we're going to tickle their tonsils.
He knows what he's doing there, right?
That's winking right now.
He knows what he's doing, right? Like in that moment. Andy
No, he doesn't.
I don't think
You don't think
does.
so?
No.
He does not.
No,
he's like Jerry Jones talking about the glory hole. It's just some phrase that he had from his childhood or something.
Yeah.
Something.
Which head coach, if he, because I think Andy Reid's just an old guy who's using an old guy phrase. Which head coach, if he used that phrase, would we be the most creeped out by, and why is it Urban Meyer?
Urban Meyer is the right. It sounds like something Jameis Winston would have said.
Oh, unironically, like totally not knowing what he.
According to AI, the phrase "tickle his tonsils" is not a common idiom or established slang for fighting in general English.
No kidding.
So
maybe Andy Reid's a perv, man.
I feel like one of his kids or grandkids put him up to that.
Yeah.
Said this is what they say in rap these days.
Yeah.
You'll really this will really pop with the youngsters.
Or he lost a bet.
Lost a bet is what I was just going to say.
In your next radio interview, you have to find a way to say tickle your tonsils.
Tickle your tonsils. That's the most likely.
I feel like it's Vrabel. I'm most weirded out.
If Vrabel said it?
Yeah.
Okay. You were actually doing research on this over there.
Well, I just end up being a little visual, so I need to see all the teams in the league in order to remember all the coaches.
Yeah.
Or is it Sirianni, just with his general demeanor?
Yeah, Sirianni.
Liam Cohen.
Liam Cohen.
Is it just the eyes? I think the eyes are doing it in that moment.
Liam Cohen.
Tickle your tonsils.
Tickle your tonsils.
Tickle your
tonsils. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Question of the day, boys.
You just did a heck of a tease on it. You were talking about Tyrann Mathieu.
We were.
Who could come back to the Texans and push them to a Super Bowl?
Okay, we're taking them at the peak of their powers.
Because I kind of like the idea of just thinking about, you get them right now.
Because
that's what Tyrann Mathieu is talking about, right? Tyrann's like, I'll play right now. I'm looking at you and I'm wondering.
Yeah.
I thought Chris Myers.
See, I think
currently in his current form?
He'd get run over.
He's pretty
currently.
thin right now. He's like 185.
He's not 180.
No, he's probably like, I bet he's like 240, but he's very
he's
lean
thin.
and muscular.
Yeah, he don't look like a center for the NFL.
Yeah.
Now, peak of his powers, Chris Myers.
I'd still take him over Jake Andrews.
Now that's just uncalled for. That's uncalled for right there. All right, so are we saying right now or at peak?
Well, you decide. I think maybe at peak or maybe at the end of their career. Hey. How about this? At the ends of their career.
That's a good way to. Yeah, that's
at
a good
the ends of their career.
Any Texan, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want me to get cute?
Yes, please.
Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, I got you.
Kyle Shanahan, offensive coordinator back in like 2009 and 2010.
Yeah.
How do you like that?
Okay, this is where I'll go. At the end of his career, a guy that was never known for just being physically dominating or anything, but just flat out knew how to find the gaps in a defense, Owen Daniels.
I had Owen Daniels on my list.
Yeah,
I had him on my list as well, yeah.
He too is thinned out. He's not tight end size.
Yeah, but we're talking end of his career. Yeah.
End of his career.
Yeah.
Yep. So that I'm getting cute on it, and I'm pulling a coordinator
I like
back
that.
in the day. Yeah,
From the 281, 65-year-old Bruce Matthews.
and
Yeah.
Houston player.
I played against Bruce Matthews when he was 65 years
Oh,
old.
my
It was
God.
his final year final year of his career. He was at least 63 or so. He played forever.
I love looking at things like that. Like Seth played against Bruce Matthews. Bruce Matthews played against probably.
Oh, like the chain?
Yeah. Like he
That's
played against I don't know.
And then you get back to six fingers.
That's always fun. Yeah, like you're only
Bubba Smith. He played like against Bubba Smith.
You realize this family lineage is only 3 generations removed from Benjamin Franklin.
Yeah.
I've had conversations with Bruce Matthews about. I played against him. It was my first couple years in the league. He was in his last couple years in the league, but we were divisional opponents, so I played him against a good amount. And I think he's like the nicest, most polite person you've ever met.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there's a part of him when I'm talking to him where he's like, you don't know what it would have been like if you had seen me in my prime, like he's listen, youngster, all right?
Yeah.
You saw me when I didn't have a functioning hamstring. That's true. That's true. He didn't have a hamstring. And he was still out there performing as one of the best guards in the NFL.
He literally didn't have a hamstring?
I mean, he had a hamstring, but it wasn't functioning. Like he had a peg leg, Sean.
Yeah.
He might as well have been that guy from Family Guy, the sailor, and he was still out there playing at a very high level.
Why does Bruce Matthews have a patch over his eye and a parrot on his shoulder?
Because he only needs one eye for depth perception, Sean.
How about this, Seth?
Line up, old Seffy.
How about this, Seth? You played against Bruce Matthews. I looked at his rookie season. Bruce Matthews played against Lyle Alzado.
Oh, wow.
Lyle Alzado played against Andrew Johnson.
Yeah. I feel bad for Bruce Matthews that he had to go up against roid heads at both ends of his career. Lyle Alzado and Seth Payne.
Ouch.
Yeah. I'm just joking. Seth didn't even crack a smile on that.
He didn't like that.
You were besmirching his name.
Probably because he was on roids at the time.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, boys. Well, have a great show.
Thank you.
You know what to do.
You're like the college football playoff committee. By the way,
that's right.
Are you? What do you? I know you guys are big college football guys.
Big time.
What do you think happens tonight? Is there any sort of shakeup in the college football playoff rankings?
College football on a Tuesday, 12:40 p.m. today. We're going to dig into a lot of that.
Okay.
Yes, I do. I just got, and maybe I'm late to the party, some very disturbing news about Jeremiah Love. Is he done?
He posted on Instagram like, "Hey, it's been real Notre Dame." I'd be shocked if he's done. It might mean he's going pro.
Mm-hmm.
He's a junior right now.
I don't know.
But he had an injury in the last game.
Yeah.
He got kneed in the ribs by a Stanford player. It wasn't like it was.
It wasn't bad.
No, he came back in.
Okay, I didn't see it.
Yeah, he came back in.
I was like, holy crap.
Yeah. I'd be shocked if he was. I mean, legit shocked if he was leaving.
I think Ole Miss, as much as I'm pulling for him because of what Lane Kiffin did, they have to be knocked down. They lost 6 assistant coaches and their head coach.
The committee has the luxury of being able to knock them down, but not out of the playoffs like they did to Florida State a few years ago. That was a big deal. So you think that'll be the biggest thing?
I think that'll
Ole
be
Miss?
one.
Yeah.
I think Texas has a very strong case, unfortunately, but they do. But I don't think they're going to make it.
Yeah, there's just not a ton that happened on the field that should cause major shifts.
Yeah.
When I brought it up to Seth, I'm like, did anything happen on the field? And Seth's like, well, yeah, the Lane Kiffin thing. And I'm like, yeah, that's a good point. That might be the thing that moves things the most. 12:40 today? 12:40 today. Okay. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend?
Antibodies to you, and RIP to the grandson of 10th President of the United States, John Tyler. His grandson. John Tyler was the 10th President of the United States. His grandson died this year. He had a living grandson. Yeah, it was freaky. He died at the age of 97.
Oh, my God. Yeah. So that's a family.
I missed whatever insult you hurled at me because I was trying to look that up.
That's why he didn't respond.
John Lopez was doing the lineage of who Bruce.
Yeah, no, I heard the lineage.
Yeah.
Then what'd you say?
Well, he said Lyle Alzado. He played against Lyle Alzado, and I said, well, that's a shame for Bruce Matthews. He'd have played against roid heads on either end of his career, Lyle Alzado and Seth Payne.
Not yet. I'm gonna hit the roids hard.
You've been openly talking about that.
I'm thinking about it. I'm just gonna go. I'm not gonna go get a doctor to help me either. I'm going with that dude at the gym.
Oh my God!
But you've done so well with your anger management.
Dude, I know. That's what I'm thinking. I'm going to get roid rage Seth every day. That's going to be amazing.
That's right. Yeah, it's not going to be a responsible level of male hormone.
No.
I'm going to be at 16-year-old level.
I love that.
I would like
Buckle
my
up, Randy.
answer to be Seth Payne on this defense.
Yes. Oh, yeah, right.
If that's how it's going.
Yes, steroid Seth Payne. Let's throw him out there.
Whoa. Keep throwing this around casually. Oh, like
No, now. Yeah, that's where to answer the question of the day. Yeah.
Maybe if I start now.
Yeah.
I am so far down this rabbit hole, by the way. Lyle Alzado played against Ray Nitschke.
All right. Okay.
So by extension, Seth Payne played against Ray Nitschke.
Is that how that
Seth is 3 football generations removed.
It's, if I've slept with all of Lyle Alzado's sexual partners, my God.
Yeah, well, it's a miracle you're still here. Yeah, it's.
Well, that is true. Okay. Yeah. Let's not go down that rabbit hole.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, we are done. We are out of time. Let's hand it over to Did I do Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing? I knew I was missing something. All right, Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start.
Yeah, damn Skippy is starting now. Happy Tuesday to you. You are indeed in the loop. I don't know what just happened in that crosstalk.
And Ray Nitschke, no.
Okay, all right. You lost me. You lost me a few names ago.
John's serious. He took off his members-only jacket.
That's right.
Ready to go.
To expose his Columbia fishing shirt. He is in.
I'm in.
He is in it.
Back in my groove.
That's right. All right, let's get in it here on a Tuesday. You know all the typical things happening. Get involved with the program. Text line 713-572-4610. We always appreciate the back and forth of conversation. They're also appreciative of the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. And happy Tuesday to you. Actually, Figgy, can you make sure that I'm correct on this? It's a Texas Tuesday?
It is. An early edition.
Okay. Wow. All right, so we got tickets to what, the Cards game?
Yep, the Cardinals game.
Okay, cool. So that'll be happening.
Not Kansas City. Not this week, but next week.
But buddy, I bet them phone lines will be jumping just at the opportunity. I'll find my way to Kansas City for this one.
Yeah.
It should be incredibly fun. And look, I don't know that anybody has had more confidence in the possibilities for the Texans in the upcoming game than the way that this season has gone. And it's been quite a roller coaster. I imagine if you managed to chart the confidence level of Texans fans about this game from when it was announced, when we got the schedule, to the training camp. There was probably like an up and then a down, and it's all over the place, but now probably at its all-time high. We have time before we get there. And as we mentioned, Texas Ticket Tuesday for the Cardinals game will happen later today. Also, I think we have some ticket giveaways for some Cougars basketball as well.
Yes, we do.
Man, look, it's December. Giving spirit, baby. We always got you covered here on Houston Sports Leader. John, there's still obviously things to dissect from the Texans getting a division win versus the Colts, 20-16 on Sunday at what some are calling the Stroud House. I know that Pat McAfee had a good time with that, talking to C.J. Stroud. But
as only he can do.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. There's one of the things that I asked myself as we were watching this football game was, do you feel like the Texans have a bona fide run game now? Because this is a thing that we've kind of monitored for a long time. One, because it is adjacent to one of the big conversations that we had with this team coming in, which was the offensive line. Right, the offensive line is pivotal. It is important to running the football in any way, shape, or form, and that's something that we did not have a lot of confidence in early. But this is back-to-back weeks of having the same offensive line with a whole bunch of big boys.
Yeah.
So there's that, right? There's Woody Marks finding his established place as running back one in this running back room, and there's been the constant talk from Demeco Ryans, Nick Caley, and anybody else who had an opportunity to talk about that in the way that they want to be a running team. They want to be physical. They want to be aggressive. They want to be able to, control the clock, have time of possession. All of that seems to point back to running. And so let me just start with how it feels for you, John Lopez. Does it feel like this team actually has a bona fide running game?
Short answer, yes. And we are not, 3-4 weeks maybe removed from sitting in these very chairs and wondering, why are they doing this? It's not working. Remember, we've had that discussion multiple times.
Yes.
Why? How can you call yourself? What was it? We want to not dominate, control line of scrimmage, and run the ball and impose our will. That was another one. And we're like, why are you doing this? We're 7, 8, 9 weeks in, and it wasn't working. Here's the thing, though. Just a couple of tweaks, a big tweak on the offensive line, and all of a sudden, they're not a great running attack, they're you always have the key numbers that can back these things up.
Oh shucks.
But they're not a great, I don't think by any gauge, running attack. But here's where it's key. You have to plan for it if you're the opponent. You have to figure out a way to stop them from 2 yards, 3 yards, 2 yards, 12 yards. Because they're not giving up on the running game, and it's showing a little more success. That's a running game. That's a run game. It absolutely is.
And you know what's funny is that's kind of how I felt as well watching this game. Is I felt like, all right, they're finding a way to run the ball more convincingly. They're obviously the time of possession, the way that they're able to win that consistently feels like, okay, that means something. Then I went and looked at the numbers because actually before I went to looked at the numbers, the thing that I looked at was just the offensive line feels better. It feels like they're more aware.
Yes.
It feels like they're getting more push on the front. I mean, that is what is enabled them to at least twice get under center with Cade Stover and be able to actually push for a yard. They looked like a team that could be aggressive at the point of attack, which is not something you could say all season long for this Texans team. Then I got into the numbers.
Okay.
And I'm going to be entirely honest. It shocked me that the numbers in this game looked the way that they were. Derogatory.
Yeah.
Right? It did not hold up with what my kind of thought process was for this. Can I take you to, let me see, where do I have it here? Yards before contact, which again feels like that would be indicative of the offensive line getting pushed. Because that was one of the things I was like, let me see if I can back this up. And I'm just looking at this Week 13 game. They got about a half a yard before contact, 0.58. Not that matters a lot. The most important thing is I looked at that relative to the other weeks of the season for the Texans. That's the second worst yards before contact that they've had this season.
Okay.
And it's second only to the Buffalo game, weirdly enough.
Yeah, but I also think let's look at yards after contact because then you start talking about Woody Marks.
And this is where, yards after contact was 2.6, which is sixth best. So, okay.
Yeah.
A little bit more interesting. And I was like, just the idea that it was the Buffalo game and the Colts game where you had the least yards before contact just did not sit right with me. The thing that was frustrating as well is that the stuff rate, the rate at which they were stuffed at the line of scrimmage, second highest to the Seattle game, which again does not seem to track with what it feels like, the feeling, the visceral feeling of watching this run game. And I'm trying to find a way to square this, John Lopez.
Can I help?
Please.
They ran 4 tush pushes. Stover, Red Rover, Stovers.
Sure.
That's getting stuffed. All they want is a yard.
Fair.
You know what I mean? So there's 4 snaps right there in the run game. I don't know exactly how many they had, but there's 4, which is a pretty decent number that is going to skew that yards before contact.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So you have to kind of take into, this is where trust your eyes comes into play.
And then I think also it's worth noting that even running the football, Woody Marks, who had a relative good day in the way that it felt and with the caveat of the ankle, 3.4 yards a carry. Nick Chubb, 3.8 yards a carry. Those are not things that you would write down as these are great games. And I think that this is where it's real interesting for me because I think I am more inclined, you know me, numbers guy, I'm more inclined to lean into my feel here, especially when you add in the context that you did, which I really appreciate you bringing up here, is it feels like their run game is good for what they need it to be good for.
Yeah.
They didn't have a lot of explosive runs in this, like the only 2 10-plus yard rushes versus, many games this year where they had 3 or 4. There's even a game where they had 5 of those versus the Jags in Week 10. And but it was good for what they needed. They were able to matriculate down the field. They were able to hold on to the football. They were able to have tough runs when they needed it, including Woody Marks. When you're trying to salt the game away, and it's like, hey, I'm touched 3 yards beyond the line of scrimmage, but I'm going to fall forward for an additional 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Right. This is the thing that it feels like. And so I'm willing to say numbers be damned. I don't want to say that they have a prolific run game by any means, but they have an effective one, which is all that they need, especially for what the recipe is that they've tried to build. Which, to me, correct me if you think I'm wrong, it almost feels a little bit like a SEC game plan circa the mid-teens of the 20.
Hit it, and then all of a sudden you get a bigger play.
And we're gonna wear you down.
Yeah.
We're gonna time of possession you. And it's going to be enough. Now, it's not going to be the Alabama SEC of it, but you get what I'm saying. It feels like that is the way that they're going, and they're finding a way for you to squint and see it.
Yeah, and I think that's why there are elements and there are times, and this is one where you really do have to trust your eyes. You know, not only the 4 tush pushes, but there were some plays where they knew that they were running into a box. I mean, we could see it watching from the TV on TV, and yet they did it. And Demeco actually addressed this a little bit yesterday on the coaches show. Like, we're just trying to make sure that we can still do play action. So there are elements in it in which they're, as I said to start, I wouldn't say they're a great running team, but they're a running team, and then they're leaning on it and they're relying on it to set up so many other things.
Yeah, and I think I'm glad that you mentioned play action, because this is just a random note that I had made that now comes up when the words play action trigger me. It felt like they sold play action better, and it's not even just about like them running the ball more, because I actually don't subscribe to that. I do subscribe to the nerd theory that the play action is more just about selling it rather than running the football effectively in order for people to bite on it.
Yeah.
They did sell it a lot better, because there was a point in time early in the season where we were like, I'm sitting here looking like there's no way that's play action. Now, some of those instances was the running back is like, what's more important, me selling this play action or actually picking up this, pass pro block that I need to go get to, right? I think that's some of it. But there was instances where it was like, this is a bad play action sell, right? There was a lot better sells this game, which I imagine also helped have those linebackers bite. But that's neither here nor there. When it comes to the run game, it does feel like it is finding a way to be more effective. Also, just because the line is being more aware in instances. We talked about that Woody Marks 16-yard run on the outside zone where he cuts it up, where these guys are stepping to the right, and you got Ed Ingram leveling somebody, and you got Titus Howard at the left guard spot wheeling around and being aware that, hey, I actually – what would typically be my assignment in here is not here, so let me check back and make sure that this backside block or backside defender doesn't go and trip my guy up. I think that those are the little things that are making this a little more tenable.
I think the other thing that ties directly into that is a lot of times they don't waste plays, but they know it's not going to be a big gainer, but it's also going to set up other things. You talk about running between the guards and the tackles. Sometimes they know that that's going to go for 3 yards at the most. But it sets up the outside zone. They did mix in some of that, as you just mentioned, a lot more in this game. So even the run game, it's not just passes that set up other passes or play action or whatever. It's the run game being able to set up other options on the edges.
Yeah, and I think also, to be fair, some of this is just an acknowledgement of what hasn't worked for them and actually making the adjustment. I think Demeco on the coaches show with Vandermeer and Harris made point of, like, as the game went along versus the Colts, they were like, hey, how about we run it to the outside? And I was sitting there listening to it like, yeah, some of us were looking at Grover Stewart in there and being like, don't run at him. And I think that better late than never is the way that I will say this, and maybe that's a little bit too tongue-in-cheek with it. Maybe that's a little cheeky with it. I get it. But, yes, acknowledging what your personnel is and doing the things that are going to make it successful, that is also a good thing that help them that's helping them.
I would be also interested what the effect, how many negative plays they're getting in the run game. You talk about yards before contact, but I think that you just feel as if, again, trusting your eyes, you're not getting the -2s and -3s on the run game as much either. So that still, it's not a loss. It's a Demeco Ryans, we don't want any negative plays thing. So I think that helps.
Yeah. So I see you 830 on the text line. Texans are not a good run team. The offensive line is soft and rarely physical. I don't think you can say that with the current iteration of this. I'm not, and again, I want to make it abundantly clear. Not saying this is a great run team. Yeah. I'm not even sure how much I could say this is like a very good or good even run team.
But it is a run team.
It feels like it's effective enough in the run to make this work, which is one of those things that it might be that we've been worn down and the erosion of the season has gotten us to this place where that's good. That's good enough for me. But I think it is good enough for me, and that is worthwhile in my estimation. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going here on a Tuesday in the loop. Coming up next, Rockets were in action, the first back-to-back of the season. And unfortunately, they fall to the Utah Jazz. Is this just one of those make-or-miss type of games, or is there a little something in here that is something that we need to watch for the Rockets? 713-572-4610. I want to talk that out next.
Forget Cyber Monday. We got Texans Ticket Tuesday. Long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Has been big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Tuesday to you. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig in his Grinch sweater.
Is that an ugly sweater you got on?
Yeah. I got a long day today, man, because, today is Giving Tuesday.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it is Giving Tuesday.
Yeah, so, we giving up a lot of stuff around here with the tickets and stuff, but I'm going to kids' meals right after this to kind of, do some stuff over there.
Yeah.
And that's towards Spring Branch. So I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make it home or not. So,
for the Christmas party.
Yeah. So I just went on and wore it now.
I'm so happy you mentioned Giving Tuesday because I also think that with Giving Tuesday, I'm pretty sure that, at least with the Houston Food Bank, I believe there's a match happening there as well. And I'll have to double check there. But yeah, man, if you've got it, especially in this, I know these holiday times end up being tough. Rent just got paid or mortgage or what have you. And you got to make sure you got your gifts for all your people that you love. But if you got a little something to spare, today is a fantastic day to shower it on, the cause of your choosing, especially if it's something that supports the greater Houston area. I personally am very fond of the Houston area Women's Center, Houston Food Bank. But yeah, definitely, if you have an opportunity. Appreciate you, Fig, for bringing that up.
Yeah.
ASPCA.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's a good one.
ASPCA is one for sure.
Yeah, In the Loop approved. Make sure that you support those. All right. Now it was an interesting day last night. Monday Night Football was going on, and
oh boy,
that a game happened. We'll talk more about that later. But also, there was something Houston related. The Rockets were on literally their first back-to-back of the season. It's insane to think about that they went through an entire month of a season plus and did not have a single back-to-back. In fact, there were some of those weeks that they had like a game early on in the week, and we're like, "We'll see you on the weekend."
Yeah.
It was like, all right, we will see you a lot later.
Lots of time off.
Lots of time off. And this is the first one where they get a back. It's one of the kind of baseball series of sorts.
I hate these, by the way.
Really? Why is that?
I know that you have to have them.
You don't have to have
they're
them,
doing it for players.
Yeah,
and
to
rest
try and
the bat-to-bat with the same team.
The same city.
Yeah, I didn't care.
It just
for that.
doesn't feel right.
I also wonder, do fans like it, right, in the home cities? Like, do they?
Yeah.
We get the same team 2 nights in a row. So, do you get tickets for both? Obviously, outside of like season ticket holders, do season ticket holders go to both games?
Exactly.
The thing is, it's not like it's the Lakers twice in a row or anything like that. It'd be like a sorry team like the Jazz or something.
Or even in baseball, at least you get a different pitcher.
Different matchup.
You have different matchups. The lineup changes. Doesn't happen quite as much in basketball. And it's like, oh, great, off day in Salt Lake City. What are we going to do? By the way, helpful hint: go to Wendover, Nevada. I did that a lot when I was traveling with the NBA.
You weren't sticking around in Utah?
Hour and a half drive to Nevada, baby.
Damn,
Hour
man.
and a half drive.
Utah that bad?
Oh.
Buddy. The story. Well, first and foremost, Vernon Maxwell says yes. So I listen to Vernon. I learned to listen to Mad Max.
You can't go to a bar. You have to join like a club every time you go to a bar.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the way to get around their laws.
And then they sell you. They give you a little form to fill out. They approve you
for a beer,
and then you go in for a 3.1 beer. They don't even sell real. They don't even sell beer with more than 3.1% alcohol.
Just a reminder, Utah sucks.
Red car, Wendover, Alabama.
There you go.
Wendover, Nevada.
But you said that at least with the baseball, you get different games. You got very different games from Sunday afternoon where the Rockets get a 28-point victory versus the Jazz, and then last night where the Rockets fall to the Jazz in an 8-point loss. And I'm interested from you because I know that you took in some of this basketball game. Did it feel to you like it was just a make or miss game, or did it feel like there was something else?
It was for Kevin Durant.
Well, yes, for Kevin Durant, who was 10 of 25 from the floor. I think that there's something interesting to talk about in there. I think one of the other things is, and I've kind of breadcrumbed it as I've talked about this is their first back-to-back. So you miss one of now he's become a backbone of your team in Steven Adams. Because not only is this, the way that your team is set up offensively is, yes, Kevin Durant's here, whatever, it's an offensive rebounding team still. They got out-rebounded by the Utah bleeping Jazz.
Big time. Big time. No, I think that's it. I think,
and defensively, I think he also matters a huge amount now,
yes.
too.
And really just running the floor. He had a couple of nice finishes on Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday. He looked like
shit. He was going, man.
I think he pinned somebody to the backboard, got the ball, passed it up, ran the floor, and then dunked it.
Dunked on it.
I was like, who the hell do you think you are, Steven Adams?
Dunked on. So, yes, the combination of you have to rest Steven Adams, some of the other, just make and miss things as you were talking about, but really just Kevin Durant. I didn't even look at the number. What did you say, 10 for 25?
10 of 25.
Yeah, he was just missing everything. That's going to happen. It's going to, it's going to be one of those things. On the other hand, you touched on something, who fills that role? Who fills that role for the Steven Adams? We know what Sengun is, and he's obviously a tough guy and can be strong in the paint and rebound and all that, but he doesn't play that role of Steven Adams. And maybe the guy was on the other side of the floor, that can really help you.
Who are you talking about?
Dylan Brooks.
Oh, yeah. Well, I want to get there because he went on the other side of the floor, but he was in another game that was interesting.
Yeah.
I think Alper Sengun had a fantastic night, mind you. 31 points on fairly efficient shooting, 12 of 9, actually really efficient shooting, 12 of 19. He did, he had all the assists, but the rebounds, you looked at it and you were like, hey, where are all the boards? I mean, he had 8 of them things, so I'm not trying to say like he did not do his part, but when you get out-rebounded by the Jazz, that's frustrating. And then on top of that, another thing outside of, let me hit the Kevin Durant thing, which is, what happens when Kevin Durant, because I gushed about it in the night before, where he ends up being the perfect conclusion to so many actions, even ones that don't create advantage for you on the floor. What happens when those conclusions aren't there? Because I did see some people, kind of complaining, and to be fair, we're picking nits early or at this early juncture of the season. What happens if those mid-rangers aren't going down? Is that something where you would like Kevin Durant to not take 25 shots?
No, I want him to take his shots. Shooters shoot. We've all heard that. I think it was just a bad night for him, and I think there was no real other option outside of Sengun that could really fill that role of just pure scorer. Obviously Reed Shepherd
didn't have a great night.
Did not have a great night, and so I just feel like you hate to just say one of those nights because there are little elements to the game, as you pointed out, that they just don't have in these situations. And Steven Adams, he's going to miss more games. So you need to have
especially
those
with these back-to-back.
Yeah,
that was Clint Capella's supposed insurance, and right now it does not. I mean, he played all of 9 minutes in this game. It feels like they recognize that he's not actually the insurance there that they had hoped.
Right. Yeah.
So I think that is going to be something to monitor. I don't raise this to a level of, this is a flag of sorts, but I think it's something to monitor. Also, the other thing is the Utah Jazz shot 40% from three-point land. And this is something that the Rockets are going to give three-pointers. I think the way that they played their zone and some of these three-pointers can go up from opposing teams.
And they fouled a lot because maybe it was the back-to-back.
Yeah, maybe that was the altitude and that fatigue. But, I look at that and I go, that is something that I'm also – because if you have teams that are able to shoot the ball, that ends up being a real tough time. But I think it definitely was a make-or-miss game. But there are a couple of nuggets that are interesting. And I think one of the interesting things also on this night is while the Rockets – are losing this game in their first back-to-back, we will often talk about and forever talk about that as the KD trade. Is there any level of love that we should be giving to Dylan Brooks in like the KD Dylan Brooks trade? He has been phenomenal for the Phoenix Suns, right?
What did he have last night? 34, and then he was talking trash about LeBron, as is the case with him.
I think he said he want people to bow down to him.
And he was, I don't bow.
Yeah.
I don't bow. Do you almost appreciate Dylan Brooks now more that he's not here than when he was here?
I kind of, honestly, low-key, I was kind of thinking like, dang, that might be a bigger blow than Jalen Green. Getting rid of Jalen Green.
It actually 100% is. Like, to be fair,
I didn't want to say it out loud, but I felt in my heart, I'm like, man, that might be a bigger loss.
And I say that with no disrespect, or with all due respect, I should say, to Jalen Green. I actually am not one of those people that is like plotting on his demise or anything. I think that, I'm excited to see what he continues to do as his career goes along. Dylan Brooks has been fundamental for the Phoenix being a pretty good team early on in the season.
Yes.
And the scoring has been there for him, obviously with more volume that's allowed him to do that. But the thing that I will continue to marvel at is that instantly the switch has been flipped, where I ain't seen very much nasty from the Suns in the last 4 or 5 years.
Well, you are now.
That is a crazy physical team. And I do kind of miss that, especially when I bring that back to the Rockets team, where a game like last night where you're not able to have just a wealth of big bodies.
Yeah.
Some of that physicality felt like it would have been useful for this team.
He was extremely appreciated here, but I think
so.
But I think you just sort of even take it to another level now that you see he's not here. How this team defensively and otherwise is reacting. Not that they stink, but it's not the same.
Not by any means.
Yeah, it's not the same.
Yeah. It was. I mean, it's early night in December. I don't think that it means a ton, but a couple of interesting things that at least it felt like on a night where we're starting to we're going to have to they're going to have to contend with some of these things, which is the possibility of a team having a great night, the possibility of KD not having a good night. And then the things that come with not having Steven Adams on a back-to-back, because that is quite a probability, especially as the rest of your season is going to be pretty condensed after you had a very light early portion of the year. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's return back to your Houston Texans for our question of the day. It looks like the Texans in good position, 7-5, have an opportunity to have a good finish of the season and get into the playoffs. Who could come back for the Texans and push them to a Super Bowl, a la this former Texan that was talking? We'll let you hear, and we'll talk about it next.
What does a 20-16 888-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Question of the day time here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Get involved. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Inspired by Tyrann Mathieu, interestingly enough. Honey Badger, he was talking to Kay Adams, and he had an interesting conversation. Actually, I think, is it worth playing?
Oh, yeah.
First? We're about to play this, but inspired by this conversation that was had, what former Texan you think you could drop onto this team and push them to
at the ends of their career?
It'd have to be at the end of the career, and you'll understand why. This was Tyrann Mathieu. This was him literally. This happened yesterday, did it not, Fig?
Yeah.
But
I saw it yesterday.
Yesterday, talking to Kay Adams, this was the conversation.
I do know this. The Texans, the Texans, the way the Texans play defense, man, listen, I'll come back to play for a defense like that.
Okay, all I'm getting is you're ready to come back.
Wait,
Are you ready to come back?
I mean, for the right situation, who wouldn't? You know what I mean? So
people who have retired wouldn't.
I love this game, so I'm like,
Tyrann wants to come back to the NFL. Let's go. This is huge news.
All right, so just on that, at first, I'm curious because Figgy, you were here when we had the Tyrann Mathieu experience. By the way, in that same interview,
Actually, I think it is Tyrann. I always say Tyrann.
It is Tyrann?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Tyrann anyway.
He blocked you, so he can't see.
He blocked me without just searching his own name. But okay, set that aside. So when he was here, and by the way, he called his tenure with the Texans a pit stop in the same interview yesterday. So my initial reaction was no, thank you. Then I started thinking a little bit. I'm like, on this defense, with his ball skills,
I would let him do whatever. I'm like, hey, just go out there, man. Just do what you do, man.
Mm-hmm. You be you.
Yeah. Do your thing, man.
I did a little about face on that.
Yeah. And I mean, it was a pit stop. If we're going to,
it was a pit stop.
It is objectively fair that it was a pit stop.
I think it's funny because the last time he made some headlines, not on the Kay Adams show, but he mentioned how Bill O'Brien wanted him to take over the team.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was like, "Whoa, wait a minute! J.J. Watt was on that team.
Yeah.
How can you be a captain? This ain't your team," and all this other stuff.
Oh yeah.
Now everybody like, "Hey, come on back, Honey Badger."
Yeah, he actually talked about that yesterday too. Like, I guess the Chiefs was the only time he felt like it was his defense. Not in Arizona, not here. So
the Arizona thing is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
That he didn't feel that level of ownership there, but. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
I felt like he was the face of that team in Arizona at some point.
A long time,
yeah. But okay, so you took this to a place of who could come back and push this Texas team to a Super Bowl,
like their last year, at the ends of their career.
Because in my brain, I was like, who now? Because like Tyrann Mathieu now is talking about this, but he's also only like a year removed from playing football.
Yeah.
So like at the end of their career, who would you pull at that period for this Texas team in order to make them better?
I would go immediately to Chris Myers.
His last year.
Pro Bowl center.
You just hate that Jake Andrews, Tony. Hate him.
It's not personal. It's not personal. But Chris Myers with Titus Howard and Ed Ingram on each side?
Yeah.
Are you kidding? And then those rookie tackle on his left and the veteran Trent Brown on his right. I would go Chris Myers at the end of his career. Hell, I'd go Chris Myers right now at 230 pounds or whatever he is.
No, but especially because it feels like the reason why Jake Andrews is holding down that spot is like mental acumen, for lack of a better term. It's just seemingly getting guys in the right place and, being able to be that portion of this.
And you can't beat Chris Myers at that.
I was like, hey, good on you, but you are not better than Chris Myers doing that. Plus, that dude adds level of level of physicality and nasty that you want. Yeah. I think that is one of the easiest answers. Because again, it feels like you're doing where can we address with a great player.
Yeah.
And offensive line is absolutely one of those places that you look at. Is there anywhere else that you're looking at? Because it's funny, there are names that people love, like one Justin James Watt. I just wonder. Do we really need to give even more of an abundance of riches and wealth to the defensive line?
He had a couple cool years in Arizona, though, man. Like, I would take that.
I'm not saying he's bad. Like, clearly, that's fantastic.
No, I would take that J.J. Watt in a heartbeat.
How about J.J. Watt at defensive tackle at the end of his career with these guys?
I mean, yes. Yeah. I hear you don't have to convince me that the future Hall of Famer would be great on this defense. No convincing necessary. I'm there.
But see, the thing is, like a lot of people on the end of their careers don't really have a good year that year. But JJ was all right in 100%, man. He wasn't bad. He wasn't, MVP type of JJ, but nah, he was still all right, man. Double-digit sacks, I want to say.
You want to know what my cheeky answer was as soon as I saw this?
What's that?
Joe Mixon.
Joe Mixon is at the end of his career.
No, we have no idea.
I'd take him. Well, he figures to be at the end of his career.
But if we're doing that, like if we're talking about running back, you know the name. Put Arian back there?
Yeah.
With all due respect to what Woody has been able to do.
I feel like that's a good answer. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like he took a pretty precipitous drop
towards the end.
Yeah, towards the end.
I can see that. I think that's fair. Some other names to come in just for the love of the game. Hey, Andre Johnson.
At the end of his career, he was here and was all right, but you could definitely see it was falling. The other one I was thinking at the end of his career is Owen Daniel. Owen Daniel with Dalton Schultz. Yeah, I'd take that.
Can I use this as an opportunity to come back to Cade Stover, who became a very friend of mine because he got out here in this tush push circumstance, and then also I think I appreciated him because he got on the perimeter. Him as pass catcher has not materialized. Now, it hasn't been very many games for him, but him as second pass catcher hasn't really materialized. And I know they probably were expecting more of Brevin Jordan to be that complement to Dalton Schultz in the pass catching division of things. But I'm a little disappointed. Feels unfair because, again, has not been a lot of opportunity and what have you with the injury as well. But it feels like I was hoping to see more from him in that
for
regard.
Sure. And Owen Daniel at the end of his career was crafty. I know it's a cliche, but he was a crafty receiver, knew so smart, knew where to carry, where to go, how to use his body in certain situations. And by the way, Arian Foster, his last two seasons, 2015, 2016, averaged 2.6 and 2.5 yards a carry.
Okay.
Yeah, so he it was time, and
that's fair,
and he recognized it. Figure, do you have anybody at the ends of their career?
I was just trying to think. We thinking former Texans, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Okay. How was Mario Williams? This is his last 2 years.
Y'all just want to make the strength even stronger.
Yeah,
huh?
I know, man. I know. I'm here for it.
How about Daniil Manning?
Yeah. That's an interesting one. Someone also came up with like DJ Reader. If I start looking at those safeties, I think that could be the interesting thing because right now, look.
You can say it. We know.
I'm a little concerned.
We know.
Let me press.
What about JJ?
Because I'm not actually JJ to play safety.
No, I said
Joe. I was like, all right, so we just go throw JJ anyway, right? We'll let JJ do the sneak. We'll let him play tight end and play D tackle. It'll be fine. No, JJ would be interesting. Yeah, because he played safety.
Yeah, it was kind of rough towards the end though. I think a lot of people were just like, all right, man, it's time to hang it up, old man.
Yeah, and then you could get me on a number of safeties.
Daniil Manning was pretty good at the end of his career.
You could get me on a number of safeties.
He was pretty good.
I that is in part because the Miles Bryant thing. Like, I don't even think he is awful by any means. It just feels like of a fantastic defense, he is very clearly a weak spot that teams are willing to attack. And I would like if that was not quite the case.
No, they are attacking him. And it was obvious about a three or four game stretch against the Colts where they were looking at him. And by the way, that's something that they have to address this week. This week they have to address it and figure it out.
Fig, you think we can get Glover out here?
Glover Quinn?
I think yeah.
You think we can get him out here?
Yeah.
He is a fantastic hang.
We got to pull him away from the tailgate, though. He'd be trying to tailgate before the game.
He is a fantastic hang if you see him out there in them tailgate lots, for sure. Some other names that come in. Cushing? You interested in Cushing?
At the end of his career? Yeah.
What about Dwayne Brown?
Because he didn't care.
Dwayne Brown came in on the text line, and maybe this is a testament to where they've gotten. It doesn't feel like it is the most important, but you're not going to get me to say no to Dwayne Brown. That's just not going to happen.
Bernard Pollard came in. I don't mind that.
Okay.
I don't mind that. Yeah, that's a good one.
Okay.
Got a Pro Bowl in his second to last year.
Somebody said, "How about Vince Wilfork?" I have a feeling at the end of the Vince Wilfork thing was not as fruitful as I would have imagined. But
of course, Kevin Walter came in.
That's right.
Of course, it came in.
That's right. They
need that blocking.
More block. Which, to be fair,
they do.
No, but they blocked really well at the wide receiver spot in this game. I honestly, I kind of posited to myself, I wonder if that's why you got so much Hutchinson in this game, is because he be out there blocking.
Yeah,
he absolutely does. But there you go,
Demeco Ryans.
Which is funny because
you know what?
I think Demeco was bigger in that time and less of a coverage guy, so I think that gets a little dicey. But Demeco himself would be like,
but you got the brain out there.
You do got the brain out there. That is fair. You do got, and I see you with the jokes. Ed Reed. All right. That's how I know the segment is over.
Been there, done that.
I was waiting for that name. I was waiting for that name.
That is how I know that the segment is over. All right. Appreciate you rocking with us here on a Tuesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where, how did you like that Monday Night Football game, including no, you know what? That's the tease. We'll do it next.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and
Hughley here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And we begin with Monday Night Football, which was a rout, John Lopez.
Boy, that was Hughley. That was about as bad as you could get.
Yeah.
Dang, I missed it.
Yeah, you didn't miss.
The only reason I missed it was my power went out in my house.
Really?
Whoa.
Yes.
Was it that chicken that was out there? Like, was the chicken getting at your wiring?
No idea. I say that.
Was it the stray dogs getting at your wiring?
It could have been. I'm surprised he wasn't there in the damn driveway.
Yeah.
Well, it's because there were no lights on, so he didn't.
Yeah,
he was like,
said, I'm out. Yeah, something happened where the whole neighborhood was out of
These
power.
These people are no use to me.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna stay over here.
I'll be back.
Stay over by these poverty houses that don't have no lights. Come on now, that's crazy. But you missed a 33-15 game that didn't feel like it was a 30-15 game.
30-7.
That's right.
At the half.
That is correct. Yeah. And the Giants were able to add a touchdown late in this game. What did it felt like? Well, not felt like the Patriots dominated in every facet of this game. That's really the interesting thing. A huge turnaround for the Patriots just in general. It's an 11-2 football team now.
And we were watching it. We were going back and forth, and my wife turned to me and said, "How'd they get so good so fast again?" I said, "That's a good question. That's a really good question. It shouldn't have happened this fast." And I'm also, and we're seeing some of the highlights right now. I'm also wondering. I still wonder just how good they are. I mean, the Giants are pitiful. The Giants are god awful. But you can't argue with 11 wins.
I mean, that's what happens when you have a head coach, a good head coach, and somebody that didn't really have a quarterback.
A head coach,
in Tennessee.
Right? And I think Drake May, you have to give him his credit.
Yes.
This was a game where he threw for 282 yards, a couple of touchdowns. He did have 3 sacks, but hey, man, that's a pretty solid defensive line that the Giants are running out there. He is. I believe he's currently the odds-on favorite for MVP. He has been playing at an high level. Yeah,
after the last game,
I believe so. So that's a portion of this. On top of it, they're running the football really well. Shout out to Travion Henderson running for 6 yards a pop in this game. I think that even when you're talking about Drake May, they have a nice rapport. He has a nice rapport with a large group of wide receivers. None of them that really stand out in a big way, right? Because you have Stephon Diggs there, but he's been a nice veteran touch there. Kayshon Boutte, I think, has continued to grow in his relationship with Drake May. But they do a little bit of everything. And I'm with you because I also still don't know exactly how good they are, but they looked damn good in this game, admittedly, against the New York Giants, who did things comically like having a kicker, Younghoe Koo.
Oh, yeah. I meant
seemingly trip up on a turf.
I've done that on the golf course so many times. I've done that on the golf course so many times. Of course, it wasn't with my leg.
Just big divot?
It wasn't,
Real big divot,
Hit the big ball, as they say. He hit the big ball. He didn't hit the little ball.
So Younghoe Koo, previously Atlanta Falcon, now a New York Giant. He had a little defense because there was a lot of people clowning on him for that comical inability or unwillingness to actually strike through the ball.
Yeah.
This is what he had to say about that circumstance.
Ball kind of slipped out at the bottom, so it was moving. I wasn't able to kick through the ball. The ball was moving when I was driving to it, so I just pulled up on it.
You pulled up. Your leg didn't get stuck.
No, I couldn't. As I was driving to it, the bottom of the ball was slipping out, so I just pulled up on it.
It was not.
Looking at it,
I'm looking at it right now.
It was awkwardly placed. The holder didn't do his.
It was dead still.
It was still, but it was on an angle.
It was moving.
Still.
It wasn't moving, but it was on an angle. I didn't understand.
You kicked that ball.
He said it was moving.
It was not moving. It was not. He said it, and it tilted. It was a lot of kickers like it tilted. I don't know where he stands on that. Well, he stands on one leg. That's where he stands.
Yeah.
No, I call BS.
Yeah, I feel like in his brain it was moving, but I don't understand why you don't just strike through that thing, man.
Yeah.
Like you have a 0% chance of making that field goal pulling up. You have a smaller, but you have a chance, a non-0% chance of making a field goal by kicking it.
Do that count as a missed field goal on his part, though?
I don't think so.
Oh, that's a good question.
And
it wasn't kicked.
Yeah, so maybe he's trying to save that little sentence.
That is funny because it sounds absurd for a kicker to worry about their field goal percentage, except he got fired earlier this year for missing kicks. It might be in his head. He's like, no, I'm not missing this.
Let me find out he out here gambling or something, man.
That is the text that immediately came, or the message that came in on the YouTube. Check his bank account, which is now the popular refrain anytime that somebody does something weird.
Hey, I got one of those texts on the Colts game.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In what regard?
That they fixed the game for the Texans with those calls.
Ah, okay, I got you.
Okay.
Yeah. What did you feel about the big hit on Jackson Dart? Jackson Dart in his first game back from dealing with concussions. He was being his normal, almost reckless self in the way that him and his backfield mate Cam Scatterboo tend to be, running up the sideline, and he got a jacked up moment.
He did
on the sideline that people seem to be upset about, and I did not understand being upset at that at all.
No, he was tight roping down the sideline. And my initial thought was that's why you have to kind of make sure that you get the guy out of bounds, first of all. But my second thought, if that was Patrick Mahomes, the dude would have been banned from the league. Seriously. If that were Patrick Mahomes, that would have been a fine and a suspension and a penalty.
And I'm kind of glad that they kind of just let that exist. Because, again,
he got to learn to get out, man.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I wonder how upset he actually was about it. I apologize that I didn't go and find what the post-game conversation was for him.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he is a dude who he tries to go and get yards, but also understands I'm putting myself out there. I just appreciate that we need to understand that if you're going to be a runner there, we're going to treat you like a runner, and that dude is going to make sure you get out of there.
He probably don't have a problem with the hit, but, I mean, playing that position, you got to be smarter than that, man.
I saw one comment from him after the game that he said, he's not going to change the way he plays, et cetera, et cetera. He needs to change the way.
Miss a lot of games,
yeah, he
buddy.
needs to change the way he plays.
Yeah, you got to play smart.
I mean, look at this thing. I mean, that was there's nothing wrong with that hit, but
was it worth that extra half a yard?
Once he started tight roping,
he picked up probably about 4 extra.
Yeah, and once he started doing that, you're going to get hit.
Take that extra step.
You got he had the first down, right?
Yeah.
I do love the text line going, that 832 specifically. That hit was a love letter to his ease. It was incredible. Yes, the hit, I'm not saying anything about that hit being illegal. It absolutely was it.
Mm-hmm. He stood up after seeing that, like, that's what I'm talking about.
That's the game that I love.
That's how we play.
Someone mentioning that the Patriots did really well in free agency, and I think that is the case. But this did bring me to an interesting tweet that I saw yesterday from Kyle Posey, who's a producer for Niners Nation, looking at the top 5 offenses in the NFL in EPA per play since Week 9, right? You want to take some guesses on what offenses might be in that across the entirety of the NFL as we continue around the NFL?
Patriots.
No.
No?
Not top 5.
Rams,
absolutely. They're number 1. They are also number 1 in success rate for whatever that's worth.
This is EPA.
Yes.
Ooh, so I'll say Patriots,
Seattle.
Rams.
Seahawks are number 2.
Yep, Seattle would be 1.
Mm-hmm.
Colts?
Nope.
Yeah, because they've been fading. That's what I was wondering.
Right.
Who else?
Niners.
Okay.
Bears.
Oh, yeah, Bears.
Packers. Also top 5 in success rate. Rams, Seahawks, Niners, Bears, Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
You notice what's the common thread through all of those
NFC.
teams? It's the NFC teams.
Yeah.
In fact, you can go even further and say 8 of the top 10 are from the NFC.
Who is the I guess the lone 2?
I'll have to go and check the entirety of the top 10, but the fact of the matter is the best offenses exist on the other side of the NFL. Yeah. I think that this is one of the interesting things where you talk about.
This kind of make it a wacky NFL season too, man, because it was never like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that this honestly is one of the things that if you want to drink the Kool-Aid for the Texans.
Oh, it is absolutely. Absolutely why the Texans have a shot.
Because even this Patriots team that looked so good against the Giants, they are not one of those teams that is up there that's the absolute best offensively. And how much worse do they look, or does any of those offenses look in the AFC when they face off against the Texans defense?
Yeah, I said this yesterday, and it could come back to bite me, but the Patriots don't really scare me against this defense. I get Drake May, MVP, all that stuff. He's on the list. With this defense, I don't think in the AFC any team really scares me.
Yeah, so I found that to be interesting through all of this as we go around the NFL here, and we continue on around the NFL. with the Chiefs, who you will be seeing this weekend. Andy Reid still believes that he's still very bullish on this team, even though they seem to be at a little bit of an impasse. This game versus the Texans almost serves as a de facto playoff game for them. If they lose, it feels like they don't have a path forward into the AFC playoffs. So it matters. But Andy Reid was pretty staunch on this, saying that they're still in the mix. They said that he sounded very much like Demeco Ryans at some points to me when he's talking about the fact that there's just a few plays that have kept the team from turning losses into wins this season, which is not inherently incorrect.
Right.
Statistically, they look about the same, if not better than last year, just deeply unlucky. And yet and still they find themselves in this place.
Yeah, they do. But where my mind went is the Texans can be the NFL heroes. They can kill them. They can kill them off.
And
that's it.
Does it feel like
done?
Does this feel like this could be like the end of this particular era? You could slam the door shut for them.
Well, Patrick Mahomes has got 6-8 more years. So the short answer is no.
Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy still there with them.
But I still think they're going to have to make some very significant adjustments and maybe take maybe like a retool, a slight step back,
force them into finding a second act of their era, as opposed
That's a better way to put it.
Okay,
as long as Mahomes is there. But I don't think they're not the big bad wolf anymore.
No, the big bad Casey Wolf, if you will. But speaking of Andy Reid, this was a quote that he had directly.
Win for the gift.
Okay, that is the only context I will give you as we go to one Andy Reid, head coach of the Chiefs.
Yeah, well, I believe that. I mean, I believe if you're coming to me on this, Matt, I'm telling you, we're going to go after you every game. And that's how we roll. We're going to try to tickle your tonsils on every play, every game, and but that's the attitude that we're coming in with, and then you let the chips fall where they may. But at the same time, you got to make sure you take care of the small things here that we've got rolling. We've got to make sure that we get rid of some of these mistakes. But there's not a game that I go into that I don't think we're going to get after you.
That is his response to if he thinks that they can win out and get into the playoffs.
Yeah, we're going to tickle your tonsils. I wish I could have
What did you mean by that? What did you mean that?
I wish I could have seen the host's face as he's saying that. You're just kind of looking at each other like, did he say tickle your tonsils? Yes, he did. You're right, though. That I've never heard that ever. I think Seth was talking about he went to AI and said, is this something, in terms of like a
AI don't know.
We're going to get after you or whatever? And they said no.
I don't know.
AI didn't know on this case. What did he mean? Is that even the connotation isn't one that makes you think, we're gonna punch you in the mouth, we're gonna tickle your tonsils.
Well, that is. I don't know how far. I really and truly am trying to debate how far to go down this path because there is a punch you in the mouth element there, but it is one that is unsavory, and I truly believe that that's what he meant.
Yeah,
I sincerely believe that it's like they are in a place where vulgar with it.
Yeah,
vulgar with it. I think that we look at Andy
put it on
Reid,
the table, so to speak,
amongst other places. I think that Andy Reid, we are doing the thing where we look at him and that's a bald man with a big mustache and he's lovably portly, and so no way he meant that. I think that's exactly what he meant. I think that is what he's trying to do.
You might be right.
I think that's what he's doing. He's like, hey man, we are going to be aggressive. We're going to go win these games. We're going to go to the playoffs because we are the Chiefs. I think that's what he's doing.
We're going to tickle your tonsils.
That is insane.
Maybe. I mean, he's kind of a coy, clever, sort of sneaky, funny kind of guy. And he's made those kinds of jokes about other things in the past.
That's a man that looks like he knows exactly what good mac and cheese tastes like. And the reason why I say that is because I very much leaned into that stereotype. Charles McDonald, who we've had on the show a few times, he once in 2018, I believe, got Andy Reid's cheese blend for mac and cheese.
I saw that.
And that is the cheese blend that I used for my mac and cheese. So, yes.
That is being a cheese fan, trying to make Andy Reid
I was just
mac and cheese.
All I was doing was stereotyping. That dude as a dude who clearly loves mac and cheese.
That's a big man, so he probably made some good mac and cheese.
And mac and cheese, I feel like Andy Reid heard that and he was like, no, I need you to understand that I'm a dude that will tell my guys to go tickle some tonsils.
Yeah.
That is what happened there. That's all I have for you.
832 says in high school, 20 years ago, tickling your tonsils meant making out with your girl, so to speak.
Is that what he meant?
So to speak.
So you want to make out with somebody?
Yeah, I feel like that's not what he was looking for here at all. All right, we continue around the NFL here, and I want to end with this. Actually, there's a couple things. Did you see that Kevin Patullo? I didn't realize that it was this bad. Like, I did realize that all the various former Eagles that talk in Philly have not been particularly complimentary of him, and the fans are even worse. He's the offensive coordinator for the Eagles, and I think that rightfully so, he deserves some blame. I didn't think it should get here. Apparently, the Philly sports fan has displayed themselves once again. As it has been confirmed that Kevin Patullo's home was vandalized after they lost.
Yes. Continue.
There was people throwing multiple objects at his home, including initially it was believed it was rocks. It was eggs.
It was eggs.
They egged his house.
All right, so I'm going to be very crass here. This is the least of your problems in Philadelphia.
You're like, this
could have been bad.
This is them writing over. This is like if someone in Houston wrote a strongly worded note, that's the equivalent in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to be mean because it is vandalism. You know, you're right. It is vandalism.
They shouldn't do that.
They shouldn't do it. You're right. Dude, they egged his house. The righteous,
we used to do that on Halloween.
The righteous indignation of my brethren in the media that are talking about this like they threw bricks through windows is silly. Like, it's wrong. It's wrong. I get it. Vandalism. They egged his house, dude. They egged his house.
I think this is a warning.
Yeah, I think it's
if it is that, then we can talk.
I think it's a little different because it's Philly.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's I don't mean to be like, but I'm gonna be that guy.
Yeah, you are.
I'm gonna.
That's
be that.
them just sending a letter, pretty much.
No, I don't even know if it's that. All I'm saying is, people egg houses in high school. You know, just to be whatever. Some of the comments I've seen, it's gone too far and the danger involved. Yes, I get it. There's some danger. There is vandalism. They egged his house, man.
Man, they should have used toilet paper, man.
Okay, maybe. They egged his house. Okay, it happens. It probably happened 1,000 times over the weekend.
He got to move out of there now.
It's wrong and vandalism, but they egged his house. What are we doing?
We're going around the NFL, John Lopez. That's what we're doing. All right. But I'm telling you, there is how many more games in the rest of the season? What is it, 5 of them things?
Yeah.
That offense better see some progress because I tell you, they will not stop at eggs.
If you're right, then I will agree with you. But for now, I'm like, this is Philly being Philly.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 16. There's some text that I would like to read that if I know better for myself, I will not read. So we'll just keep going. Because coming up next, C.J. Stroud joined Pat McAfee, and I thought there was some really interesting insight into his relationship with Davis Mills and something interesting that he said about the rookies. I want to talk about it next.
The Texans took down the Colts. By Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, Texans Ticket Tuesday it is. I don't know why I said it like Yoda. That was weird. Here on Sports Radio 610. We'll do that in the 12 o'clock hour.
Tickets we give.
Yes. Now I'm going to see. Now in my brain, I'm like, do I want to commit to doing that for
the whole segment like Yoda?
No, not the whole segment. Absolutely not. I would actually require you to turn off the radio if I did some nonsense like that.
Paul Gallant would have did it.
I know he would.
Yes, he would.
And he's a much better. He's a much better person than I am. I think I'm willing to say. But every time I talk about the tickets, I feel like I'm gonna see if I can do it like Yoda.
Mm-hmm.
But we will be giving those away in the 12 o'clock hour, and then also in the 1 o'clock hour today. If you like some Houston Cougars basketball, if you like best basketball in the nation, you should be listening to the 1 o'clock hour because we're giving away a pair of tickets to see them face off. Is it Florida State?
Yeah.
That's always an athletic basketball team as well. They'll be playing at Toyota Center. So those tickets will be given away as well today. So keep it locked here on Sports Radio 610. A fair text that came in that I somehow missed on the text line, again, 713-572-4610, when it comes to Andy Reid and tickling tonsils, which he wants to do starting with the Texans this weekend. Dusty Rhodes in the 80s apparently did a famous promo where he said that he was going to tickle the tonsils of the Four Horsemen, saying that he would rip someone's head off and then tickle their tonsils. And that very much feels like that would track.
I could see that.
In Andy Reid's.
Is he a wrestling guy?
I don't know inherently, but also I'm going to stereotype again. He looked like he might have been.
Looks like a wrestling
He looked like he might have been. And I honestly don't say that in judgment. I just feel
he probably still watch it.
I feel like at some point in his life, he watched him some wrestling.
He probably has.
All right, but let's continue on here in the loop, and let's talk about C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud jumped on Pat McAfee show where Pat was very, I think just generally as an interviewer, he takes the direction of let's be buddy-buddy, let's be pal-pal, let's see if we can make this go. But he was very complimentary of C.J., and I thought that the conversation was really good. He was asked, C.J. was, by Pat, about, and this is cut one, about missing the 3 weeks concussion and what went into the return.
Was there planning for when you would come back? When was that kind of all being talked about? And did you just say immediately, you know what, I'll come back Indianapolis and ruin their lives? Was that a part of it?
It was really just health precaution. You know, it's your brain. So, I mean, I'm not going to play around with that and take every precaution and just listen to the doctors and, you know, our officials here to, you know, get the right, you know, feedback. But it's something that you really can't, like, have a timetable for. Like, if you hurt your wrist or, like, your ankle or something, God forbid, you know, that's a timetable. You can, like, timestamp that. But something with your brain, you know, you got to, like, really just take precaution and making sure that you're, like, fully healthy before you go out there. So, you know, I thought our team did a great job at that. And, you know, I'm just grateful to be back and be healthy.
Okay, we're grateful that you're back, too. You're a special talent, dude.
And it tracks with what Demeco said the whole time, too. So it clearly was something, you know, for a number of reasons, not just he needs to be healthy. It's, I just heard, brain, and you can't mess around with that. But you have to be extra precautionary with a franchise quarterback. And from his perspective, he needs to be extra, precautionary because he's got money on the line, you know?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely all tracks. But that was the tone and tenor of the way that this thing started. But as it was going, CJ was asked by Pat, or actually he was asked, I can't remember by who, about the relationship with Davis Mills, because obviously in that time, Davis Mills came in and know was able to keep the ship rocking. They won 3 games and established the start of this 4-game win streak, right? So what's your relationship like with backup quarterback Davis Mills?
That's my brother, bro. Like, he's been a really, you know, great leader for me coming into the league. I thought, you know, coming in, you know, fighting for the same position, you know, he always showed me love still, and I try to do the same. And he's made me better. I feel like I made him better. And, you know, we have our QB dinners that we do, you know, and we handle a lot. His wife, you know, is a really good friend of mine as well. And his family, you know, I meet them, you know, every time they come to the games and stuff. So, you know, that's my brother, man. I always support him, always, you know, root him on. And I just think it's funny that people ask these questions now, just, you know, because he's, you know, had, you know, some really good games. And, you know, it's something that, like, I root that on. I think he's started in the NFL, you know, and I think, you know, he's proven that, you know, in these couple games that he's played. So I just think it's funny how people, you know, can try to switch the narrative to make it seem like I'm like some guy that's like, oh no, like, you know, like.
I saw a photo of you in the locker room. I saw a photo of you in the locker room. Everybody was happy but you, okay? Everybody was happy.
Not true.
Yeah, I'm telling you. I've seen it with my own eyes.
I'm prime.
That was my favorite part because, you know, CJ had seen it, you know, because it made all the rounds. And I thought McAfee handled that the best way, you know, sort of kidding but not kidding. And I thought they all handled that correctly. And the other thing that I think is important, you know, a lot of people don't realize because everybody's competitive.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, Davis Mills wants to be a starter. But I always have sort of wondered the same thing, you know, like, oh, they hate each other. No, they're competing, but they both know their role. I thought it's very rare where you can see 2 quarterbacks and they clearly, you know, are fighting, you know, and maybe are holding some sort of grudge or competitive.
Or somebody's wife commenting on somebody's Instagram in the Instagram comments.
Mm-hmm. And I think that remembering that these dudes will go out to dinner and that their families will, you know, obviously intermingle in various different ways. I thought that was a cool reminder. I also very much appreciated that. Well, one, you mentioned Davis. Like the Davis always very much kept it clear what the relationship was and what the hierarchy was. CJ offered without any level of push or anything. I believe him to be a starter in this league, which brought me back to I think a conversation that we had off air. I don't think I brought it to air. Is it possible that like Davis Mills could be the reverse Matt Schaub?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I really do believe. You know, he signed a 1-year deal. He clearly wants to be a starter. He's clearly, you know, elevated his status as a potential starter. I fully expect, unless, you know, they decide to pay him too, you know, something significant here, that he should be. There's a lot of teams that could use him.
Yeah, and I was like, that's one of the things that I find to be interesting with him, and I believe that he's under contract for next year as well, right? So he has that, but is now the time, especially after this stretch, to utilize Davis Mills and get something for him, or does this feel like, especially because of the way that this went, that you got to make sure you hold on to him? Because that comment about him being a starter, it feels like he very well could fall into one of the most favorable times for quarterbacks of that stature of like, oh, he could be a stopgap. It feels like there's never been a better time in the National Football League to be that caliber of quarterback, because I think teams are more open to the idea of, let's give you some run and see what you can do, and could you maybe hold it down as much as we might not call you a franchise quarterback, quote unquote, but if you hold it down for 3-4 seasons, what's the real difference there?
I think the Texans want Davis Mills to just keep doing what he's doing. We said this, we talked about this before the season. All you want from Davis Mills is to be able to win 2 or 3 games. As it happened, he won 3 games. The Texans they're in the playoff hunt. They're in the maybe a Super Bowl contender, depending on how their defense continues, because Davis Mills won those 3 games. So they want him. But at some point, Davis Mills and Davis Mills' agent is going to say, hey, you got to do me a solid here,
and they know
man.
they can't keep him forever.
Yeah, you got to do me a solid.
And I don't think they need to keep him forever. I think that's part of why you go and draft a Graham Mertz. Not saying that Graham Mertz is absolutely that, but just you start putting some feelers in the water of, all right, draft a guy, see if you find somebody that could be a backup or even something even more special at some point. The reason why I bring this up, because again, they have him under contract next year. I think that they're paying him $7+ million that he will get paid. I don't think anybody's going to be upset about that. I think we all are very comfortable with the idea of Davis Mills stepping in, particularly in this system. The question I have is, this has also been a organization that has gotten to a place where if they feel like they're doing right by a guy, they're willing to do that.
Yes.
And that is starting to look like it might be some of a doing right by the guy to let him go somewhere, but also it's the most important position.
I think they kind of, it sounds silly, given that this is a big business, but they kind of owe it to him. And I think the agent or Davis Mills himself is going to maybe request that at the end of the year, and they probably should do it.
Yeah.
And you'll get better value than you possibly ever could have for Davis Mills.
Yeah, it's a couple teams I could probably name right now that I'm like, man, Davis Mills could probably start over there. Or there's a lot of questions going in.
That's why I said the reverse shot, because I think the Falcons are a place, although they have a number of quarterbacks, I just don't know how many of those are particularly good. The New Orleans Saints looking around, and I'm like, that doesn't look like you got that figured out. And that's
the Vikings.
The Vikings, especially with the timeline that they've been on and their willingness to go and get a dude who just ends up being a stopgap for a period. Yeah, I don't know. And again, I don't know that this is a much important thing. I think that this is more a thought experiment than anything else, because I think they're going to do anything. But it was interesting because of the way that CJ brought that up. Finally, I wanted to bring the rookies to the fore, because that was one of the things that CJ was asked about on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. Asked about the rookies, Woody Marks, Higgins coming along as late for this Houston offense.
Yeah, I always remember my rookie year and being thrown in the fire and kind of just thinking of like time on task. It's like some things, are better when you just get thrown in the fire. You have to figure it out. And I thought, they've figured it out pretty early. So, Woody has been an anchor, in our running game, and, has created a lot of, big time running plays for us. And then on top of that, Higg is out there, and he has a lot on his plate, blocking and, running routes. And I thought he's done a great job of that, and, clean body language. And, it hasn't been overnight. A lot of conversation that I have with those guys, just, being that I was just a rookie, 2 years ago, just shows that, I understand, what they're going through. And I think the main thing is confidence, with that, being a rookie, is you can keep your confidence, man. It's the same game we've been playing since we were 10, 11 years old. It's just, at a different scale. So the confidence you bring each and every day, and the preparation, that all, adds up to, how you play on Sundays.
Yeah, it really has been one of the better stories, Woody Marks, to be able to we're seeing his development practically week to week. And I think a lot of that has to do with, credit to Demeco Ryans, surrounding him with the right players. It's about the kind of player that you bring in. I think that's been a big impact on Woody Marks.
Also, this is just another breadcrumb of the leadership that C.J. Stroud has that I think sometimes can be either underappreciated or sometimes even attempted to be picked at.
Yeah.
Woody Marks talked about it after this game where, late in that game, he was talking to his players, pulling CJ aside and asking, hey, if I manage to break this free, what should I do? And CJ giving him the advice on this. This is also another time of him talking about giving these guys confidence, body language, which I found very interesting because that is something that we bring to CJ.
Yeah, about times. CJ, yeah.
I would also like to note, or ask the question, and I'll allow you to just tell me, Reggie, you doing too much or what have you. I know that he was asked about Woody Marks and Higgins. I find it interesting because there's one more rookie on that offense that we've all been looking at in Jalen Noel.
Yeah.
Is there any feeling it's like him being left out of this group in this?
No, I don't think that was
not the intention.
Not the intent.
Yeah.
But I think what came to mind was Higgins and Marks for a reason. I think, we mentioned it yesterday. I think Jalen Noel, they might just be thinking this is his role.
As return man?
Sometimes, play-by-play guy that is really just a return guy.
Which it feels odd, but as of right now, I'm happy to at least see Higgins getting more opportunity, and then obviously Woody Marks being very good about what's happening here. From the 832, CJ saying what a good friend Mrs. Mills is, creep me out more than Andy Reid. All right. I feel like you're doing too much in that moment. And then 346 said, let's trade Davis Mills for a 3 and sign Jameis Winston. All right. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Would you feel
Y'all
more,
just want some entertainment
that's
at
it.
this point.
Which, honestly, I kind of enjoy having a backup that is not entertainment.
I think this is truly one of those, who says no?
No, for real.
Who says no?
If you say so.
And he got to be at the podium every week.
Yes.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including, did you feel an uptick in commercials on Red Zone? Because it happened. We'll talk about that and more next.
Forget Cyber. Entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Yeah, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's get to What's Poppin'. Texas Ticket Tuesday, and I guess a perfect time to remind you. Texas Ticket Tuesday, we're doing the 12 o'clock hour, which is coming up here in a little bit, so keep it locked. But then also, all week long, I have found out we will be giving away a pair of, is it a pair?
Yep, it's a pair.
A pair of tickets to see the University of Houston Cougars basketball team face off against Florida State. That should be a real fun matchup at the Toyota Center. And so we'll be doing that in the 1 o'clock hour today, but all week long, keep it locked for the opportunity to see Houston Cougars basketball, which, I mean, if you enjoyed Houston Cougars football, which, I mean, they had a fantastic finish. They ended up, shout out to Connor Wegman, making Big 12 Offensive Player of the Week as well. And just a really good year two. I still think that there's definitely room to grow there, but hey, year two that was a good look. But if you enjoyed that, you will enjoy getting some tickets to watch Houston Cougar basketball. All right, some things that are popping. We knew that Jalen Reed left the Colts game, and we knew it wasn't that good. Demeco Ryans yesterday in front of the assembled media saying that that they were going to get more information, but he didn't believe it to be season ending. Did you see what actually happened, supposedly?
Yes, and that it sounds awful.
I didn't know this until later yesterday because I somehow missed it. Aaron Wilson reporting that Jalen Reed, well, not reporting this part. We knew that Jalen Reed had a metal plate in his forearm from his time at Penn State, and apparently that was damaged while he was bringing down John Taylor.
So bad.
But also you missed a word. This sounds so bad ass. Think about this. He tackled one of the toughest running backs in all the league, and what broke in his arm was not the bones, but the metal plate that was supposed to be keeping the bones together. The bones were like, "Nah, we strong. The metal is weak."
That's right.
What?
But I just think of it's not like metal, like sheet metal. I'm sure it's very.
Who says?
Maybe there's metal in it.
In my brain, he's got like corrugated metal in there.
He's got some rebar.
Yeah,
he's got some rebar. He's got some rebar in there. But so it's not exactly like that. But anytime there's a metal that breaks, there's little metal fragments going everywhere.
Yeah, that's fair. Unless it's just like bent or so. I actually don't have a good idea. Now I'm just
snap in half or something.
Sounds so bad.
I don't have. Clearly, I'm not a doctor.
Is that better than a bone breaking?
I don't know, actually.
I think it's worse.
I have no idea whatsoever, and the more I think about it, the more squeamish I get, to be entirely honest. But yes, we'll see. We'll get more information. But just hearing that, I was like, that is wild, and I did not know that. So, yeah, man, apparently that man's so bad, his bones don't break. The things that are used to attach his bones do, which that could be good or bad. I have no idea, but that was the news that we had yesterday. Did you see this? Because I saw this reported. First and foremost, I saw it from Florio on Pro Football Talk, and I was like, I don't know how much to lean on this because Florio has his crusades, he has his missions to civilize at times, and Red Zone getting ads was one of those where he was leaning real heavy on it, and early on it was like, here is a minute of it was 15 seconds.
You couldn't even
of
really
ads.
notice,
and if you do what I do, which is you're on your phone while watching Red Zone, you might miss those ads at times. So it was like, oh, he might be making a big deal of it. But one of the things that I think I was very big on is that you one thing to remember is all it takes is that first starts, and they're never going to just stay there
once you break the seal.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And apparently that happened very quickly because ad creep is already happening. This is per Awful Announcing, who does a great job covering sports and the media business around it. Apparently, the league-produced show doubled its initial Week 1 commercial load. It aired 16 advertisements on Red Zone play this weekend from 15 to 20 seconds. And 713-572-4610. Let me know, did you feel this? Because that's one of the things I'm interested in. Now, I was very distracted with my Red Zone watching, and as I said, I tend to be distracted anyways. But did you maybe feel this as you were watching Red Zone this weekend?
So, obviously with the Texans playing at noon, when the Texans play late or on another day, I watch hours and hours and hours of Red Zone. I didn't watch as much, so just to be honest, I didn't really notice it this week. Did you?
And I didn't either.
Yeah.
And I'm
we went and got a Christmas tree, and I was just keeping up with games on my phone and all that stuff, so I didn't really notice.
The question I asked, though, is, am I the problem? Right? Is this what exactly they're looking for? Is just we'll slide. We will do the frog in a pot. We will slowly turn up the heat. You'll never notice that we putting a whole bunch of ads in this joint.
Yeah. No. it's no surprise. And I think you said that they doubled them. Most of them were the double box, which I kind of don't mind the double box ads. Maybe I've just gotten conditioned from other shows that do that. But the full ads, if they let's say they double them, let's say 8 of them were full ads. That's 8 too many for me. I mean,
so as long as they keep it to this picture-in-picture,
I don't mind that as much.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, are they getting away from the game and just going full-blown commercial?
Half the time, apparently. Half the time. Yeah. So or thereabouts. A portion of the time. But the double box, I don't mind, but it ain't going to aim great. I mean, the only reason we love Red Zone the way we do is because you just absorb it all
commercial-free.
Constantly. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that they'll still try and, at least for the most part, I think that the part where it gets real bad is the end stage of it. But I think for the time being, we still exist in the stage where they're going to try and make it as minimally invasive as possible, the advertisement, so you could still feel like you're getting everything that's happening. But I think eventually
it's a slow rollout.
We will get to that point.
A soft opening.
Yeah.
We are in this pot and we go, oh, it's hot in here.
I think I'm at a point where I'm just like, man, there's ads everywhere at this point, man.
You have admitted defeat.
Yeah, no, I knew it was bad when I hit up Netflix. And I'm like, it's an ad? Is this Netflix?
Yeah.
And I haven't been on Netflix in a long time. And I tried to watch a show, and it went right to an ad. I'm like, what?
Yeah, man.
So I'm like,
a way to make money, they will find it.
Yeah.
It's one of the most frustrating things, sorry to get on my soapbox, is I pay for this.
Yeah.
Why do I also have ads?
Yeah. I had this. I'm like, are we paying for this? I'm like, man, and it's an ad?
Yeah. No, you're right.
It's a damn shame what they did to that dog.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
Hey,
right.
Keep that in mind for confessions.
Oh.
Yeah.
That is what we call a tease, but
Okay.
I don't
It's a
think I
damn
like
shame
this.
what they did to that dog is going to be in confession.
I don't think I like the way that you set that up. I'm very
worried.
scared. of
I'm
12,
worried.
20. Yeah. Before we get there, though,
I know what you're talking
and this is a damn shame in and of itself. Also, did you hear or did you see? Because we talked about Monday Night Football, we did not talk about this. Abdul Carter is the latest victim of the you can't play for the first drive of the game. Except the reason that's been speculated as to why.
He's watching porn everywhere.
All right.
Was that real?
That was very indelicate the way that you said this. I was trying to slow roll this, and you were just like, pornography is happening. All right, so the thing that came up, and this was from a Twitter account that ostensibly seemed like
He's
reasonable.
a reporter. He's
Wesley
a Giants
Steinberg?
reporter. Yeah.
Except if he is a NFL New York Giants insider for ASMR Sports, which immediately I was like, who? Right. Who? And then also, that sounds suspicious.
I always look and see if we have any mutual followers. And it was a couple people. I'm like, are you sure about this person?
It was sort of dicey because he has reported actual news.
Yeah.
I put it on the notes. I went back and looked. He was the one that first reported
the Saquon
contract and signing. I was like, okay. But then like 2 tweets later, he was talking like nonsense about something with the Giants, you know?
I think it's a parody account. And keep that in mind when I read this tweet that it came out, honestly, at 2:30 yesterday. So this is well before we get to the game. And I don't know how, bandied about it was the news that Abdul Carter was going to miss the first drive. Quote, Giants defensive end Abdul Carter will miss the first drive tonight for disciplinary reasons after getting caught watching porn in a team meeting when his headphones disconnected. Now, again, this has since been debunked.
Yeah.
However, the thought of that was such a weird thing for me.
Yeah.
Because for a moment, let us pretend and live in the parody world that that's true. This actually isn't that big of an offense, weirdly enough.
Well, but he was supposed to be paying attention.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, was it about what he was watching or him not really paying attention?
I think it's the not paying attention. I don't think anybody in that locker room or that meeting room or whatever cared that he was watching.
Didn't he get in trouble?
Whatever. Well, in this imaginary situation, which we believe, which has been debunked, he's not doing that. I don't
think anybody would have cared that that's what he was watching. It's the fact that he was watching something other than focused on the meeting.
Didn't he get in trouble earlier this year over something?
He did. I think this is the second
This
time?
might be the second time. Yeah.
I will say, though,
I don't know if he was like late or fell asleep.
Yeah, something like that.
In the meeting.
And that is the interesting portion of this, because Mike Kafka, when he was asked about this, he basically was just like, it was just my decision, was the only quote that I saw of it. And outside of like the hilarity, or if you decide to view it as such, of, man, he was watching something he wasn't supposed to be watching. We are starting to get to this place where that dude is supposed to be a huge defensive figure there, and he might also be in pseudo knucklehead territory.
Yeah, no, he was suspended for the first series for a reason. You know, it wasn't that, but there was a reason. Late for a meeting, maybe he was watching something, but it wasn't that, and you know, when he wasn't paying attention, whatever it was. He was suspended. He did sit out.
Yeah. So that is
He
weird.
off to a little rocky year, man.
Rough start.
That's right.
All right, and he was trying to get Lawrence Taylor number.
Yeah, that's I always think back to that play. I was like,
that
yeah,
was a
man.
great call, man. By Lawrence Taylor.
Please don't.
Yeah, that's right. And I think that one more thing on this is it reminds me, if this was again the case, because again, I think that the bigger offense, I think in the context of a locker room, if this was real and it's not, would be the idea that somebody told a reporter that that's what happened, as opposed to the actual thing. I think that that's the thing that would be more offensive. But yeah, it would be inappropriate. Yeah. And a reminder that your Rockets unfortunately fell to the Jazz in the second night of a back-to-back. Jazz had a fantastic shooting night, 40% from three. KD had a bad shooting night efficiency-wise, 10 of 25 from the floor. And remember, no Steven Adams, so you got out-rebounded. The defense, I think, suffered for it.
Yes.
So this is going to be something to watch with all the back-to-backs that are coming in the
and KD
coming
in
months.
particular.
KD?
Yeah.
Oh, on back-to-backs?
Yeah.
Oh, I hadn't considered that.
Yeah.
Altitude back-to-back for him at his more at basketball advanced
You need the
age.
legs, man.
That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that. Okay. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's do this. The Texans get a huge victory. It looks like they might be marching their way to the playoffs. What's our progress report on Nick Haley as offensive coordinator? 713-572-4610. Let's do it next.
What does a 20 to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yes, indeed. It is indeed In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. I said indeed too many times. I apologize for that. Tickets we will be giving away in this hour.
Giving away we will.
That's right.
Indeed.
That is Texans Cards. Not this weekend, but the weekend after, because it's a Texans Ticket Tuesday. So keep it locked. We will do that in this hour. And then also in the 1 o'clock hour, we'll be giving away a pair of tickets to see Cougar basketball versus Florida State. But let's do this, talking about your Houston Texans who are in the hunt, baby, in the hunt. Actually, can I mention this? Did you, in watching Monday Night Football last night, did you see after the game when they put up the graphic of standings? I think it was the NFC. No, it was the AFC because
I did not. I don't remember seeing that. I mean, I've seen, obviously you see them all over now, but
instead of in the hunt, the graphic that they used there said sniffing around.
Have entered the chat.
Sniffing around.
I still say mine is the best one.
Why am I not surprised that you feel that way?
Yeah, of course.
I was like, that's generally how you feel about a lot of things, John Lopez.
Entered the chat.
But they use the phrase sniffing around, and I just definitely don't like that.
It's kind of weird.
It feels nasty.
You're sniffing around.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Like it just like I saw on ESPN earlier they used like shuffling around or something like that, and I was like, okay, that one. But sniffing around is nasty business.
Snooping around.
Yeah. Even snooping around feels better. Sniffing around sounds like, I'm going to be honest, it sounds like you're a deviant.
Yeah. It does. It does.
I'm just
very pervert-ish.
Yeah. Not a pervert. Nick Caley. All right, that is the that is the way that I will get into the conversation.
Sure about that.
Actually, you know what?
What's your source for that?
Solid reporting.
I believe that he's not a pervert is the way that I will say that, because you know what? Sometimes you think a guy's a good guy, and all of a sudden you find out that he's been doing weird things to massage
people said the same thing. Yeah, some people said the same thing about Bill Cosby.
It's also a fair point. I don't know how the segment started this way.
We went from that to Bill Cosby.
I don't know how we got here. Apologies if this is what you're
transition, man.
I guess so.
Release the Caley files.
There are Caley files that I know of. I don't want to report that to be the case because I definitely don't want any lawsuits coming this way.
No, I don't either.
And if you do send
what I said.
if there's a lawsuit, that was John P. Lopez.
No,
that was not myself.
All
right.
It was AI.
Are you as happy seemingly as Demeco Ryans is with the Nick Caley and the job that he's doing? Because Demeco was on the coach's show with Texas All Access. It was last night with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They do a fantastic job, and there were some things that he said that seems to intimate that he feels very good about the way this thing is going right now.
Let's hear it, because I heard one, and then I heard another, and then I heard another, and you're going to hear him right here. And I was like, damn, he loves him some Nick Caley.
And let's start. Exhibit A, Your Honor. Demeco Ryans, cut 3, if you don't mind. Talking about the Texans' running game versus the Colts.
It's funny, some of those runs where they got guys running through, like they got linebackers running through, you got possible TFLs. It's easy to say, oh, we got to scrap the run, right, and start just throwing it more. But I like how Caley continued to stay with the run. We changed up some of the runs we had, some schematically, like we started to go outside zone a little bit more, start to go more toss plays, trying to get on the perimeter. So even though it doesn't look great on a couple plays, like you still have to stay with it and keep the variety there to keep the defense on their heels. And that's what we did. And we were able to churn out some really good yardage by getting the ball on the perimeter a little bit more. Woody did a great job on a perimeter run of cutting back. So we got Nico a run for his first touchdown, first rushing touchdown. So it was just really cool things of how we mixed it up in the run game, getting Chubb in a wildcat formation, allowing him to run. So I just like the variety of things that we're doing.
And that speaks directly to how we started the show. You were talking about the run game and such, and he basically said the same thing, without using the stats and the data, saying like it doesn't always look good, but I think he loves that Nick Caley is staying committed to what Demeco has wanted from day one.
And did you hear the way that he put that? Is that I love that Caley stayed with it, which I think intimates that it is not Demeco impressing upon Caley that this is how it needs to happen.
But Caley is doing what Demeco's charge is.
Agree. I think that's the case, but that would seem to intimate a level of freedom and agency in the run-pass split that does say that, hey, Caley made this decision.
Yeah.
Now, of course, is it possible that just Demeco is using the turn of phrase that would not necessarily point to that he is like, hey, we need to run this? Possible. But I think that Demeco generally says what he means and means what he says.
Yeah.
And I find that interesting because that means that Caley has a little bit more agency, and we can judge what he is doing on his standards, like that. This is decisions that he is making within the context. So I also want to listen to cut 7 here, if you don't mind. These are Demeco Ryans' thoughts on the Texans being one of the highest time of possession teams in the league.
You know, it's where we control the game, and we control it just not by being in a rush. As I tell our guys, I want to methodically just drive down the field. Take our time, methodically drive down the field, just get positive plays, whatever that looks like. We don't have to always go for the chunk play, explosive play, just throwing it up, a 50-50 ball. No, let's methodically get guys open. Let's make great decisions with the football. Let's mix in our run, our play-action pass, and let's just drive down. And once we get across midfield, now we're in striking distance. Now let's go score. And we feel like we can also finish some of these drives better by finishing in the end zone. They're doing a great job of driving, controlling the game, but now it's even better when you can control the game and finish the drive with 7 points.
I mean, to a T, that is what the offense has looked like, especially these last 2 games. And I think it's going to lead to the whole progress report, discussion that we're having here, because I think the progress report is he understands the assignment and is committed to it at Nick Caley, big time.
Yeah, and going back, talking about like the variety, I think that has absolutely happened. Again, I come back to what we said earlier where I go, hey, I would have loved if you had made some of these adjustments earlier, but there's, the second best time is now, right? The best time would have been then. The second best time is now, and I'm happy that those things are happening, of getting the ball out to the outside and having these guys. Like, there was a number of pin and pull plays where you got big boys on the outside, lead blocking for dudes running the football, whether it was Nico Collins or Woody Marks on a toss or what have you, which I appreciated. He also mentioned play action in their Demeco Ryans, like using the play action pass, which interestingly enough, they used kind of middle of the league this week, but it has felt like it's been effective in pulling and pushing, pulling those linebackers, and they've been moderately effective in getting like value out of it, but just the idea that they're using a lot of motion, a lot of play action. These are, remember early on in the season, the reason why I know this is in my notes, I don't delete them. So I go back and I see some of the things that maybe I had written down earlier in the season. And I was asking for easy buttons in this offense. They're doing a lot more of those motions, those, play actions, those things that are usually easy buttons for a quarterback. So I will give him some credit for that. But then all of that, you could see it coming together in drives that are longer, right? Now, there was a point in time, first quarter, late first quarter, end of the second quarter, where the drives got a little wonky. I mean, you had a one-play drive because you turn over the football and then you turn it right back to the Colts. But you have drives of 8 plays, 7 plays, 14 plays.
That's what he's talking
12
about,
plays,
right there.
7 plays. Like, and that's not a one-off. That's not just you're seeing them move the ball downfield more often, which I think it fits in with the thought process that we talked about earlier, that this might be an offense that is reminiscent of the SEC a decade or so back. And it feels like they are very happy with that. I want to finish it off here, at least when it comes to the Demeco portion of this. This is cut 12. This is him when he was asked about the growth of this Texans team as the season has progressed.
Got to keep going up, and that's one thing you want to see in the season, right? It's not about how you start, but it's about who are you becoming as a team, how are you growing, how are you getting better. And I really love the growth of our team. O-line is settling in, doing some really good things. CJ, the quarterback, Davis played well. CJ's playing good, his first game back. So our receivers, they're playing different guys, making Hutch, making plays, Higgins, Neek. It's like a lot of different guys making plays. And I see the growth of our team. I see where we are. And now here down the stretch, it's just about remaining locked in just one at a time. Controlling what we control one at a time, finishing with the win, whatever it takes, however it looks, it doesn't matter. Just finish with the win.
So this is where we have to talk about the progress report. What is the progress report on Nick Caley? And you just heard it, from Demeco Ryans. I think it's a what do you get on a progress report? Do you get letter grade? Let's for this sake, let's say letter grade. I think it's an A++.
Well, from Demeco's standpoint.
Demeco, it's an A++. He understands the assignment, Nick Caley. They're doing it no matter what. You talk about, the play action, and you've heard this, a million times. You don't have to be a great runner to be successful on play action. But the other part of that is if the defense knows you're willing to run the ball for 1 and 2 yards, the play action becomes better because they don't know if you're, it looks more convincing that you are going to run the ball even if you're against a stacked box or whatever. The other part for me is my progress report on Nick Caley is a strong B because 2 reasons. Number one, he's doing exactly what Demeco has charged him to do, and they're doing it better. They're not blowing anybody's skirt up or anything, but they are doing it better.
We've had a lot of weird weird sayings today on this program. I've got to admit,
that one probably did. Maybe I was influenced, but either way, they're not blowing.
We're blaming Andy Reid for that one. Andy Reid, we're blaming, you remember Geno Smith when he got on the podium, he's like, just blame everything on me.
Yeah.
We are deciding that everything bad that happens on today's show, and honestly in today, just generally, go ahead and blame it on Andy Reid. It's his fault for tickling Thompson.
I will. They're not blowing anybody away, with their offense, but they're doing exactly what they need to do. And then the second part is very important when it comes to the progress report. In big-time games, in playoff games, more teams are successful with offenses like this, considering the defense, than offenses like the Colts. The games get compressed. They tend to be, a lot more intense, maybe lower scoring. Certainly every play magnified, where you just don't want to make the big mistake. That's what Nick Caley is doing to a T. I'm not going to sit here and say, what a great offensive coordinator. What I am saying is he's doing the job exactly how Demeco wanted, and it's successful.
Yeah, I think that one thing you could say is that there's definitely progress.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you started in a place that felt damn near untenable, but
Right.
there's definitely progress. And I think Demeco actually started laying out for me, the rubric to continue this kind of metaphor that we've got here. O-line settling in absolutely is a thing. Now, it took them a while to get there, but they found an O-line that feels like, one, they can protect the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Right. If you go back and watch a number of plays in that game, and I know that there's a lot of people on Twitter and such that are kind of putting some clip and cut up, you'll see they're picking up stunts much better. They're not getting got by games at times. The pockets are holding up significantly better, which is a place that it matters considering the way that they handled their offensive line this offseason. The fact that they've gotten there is a credit. One, I think also you got to talk about your offensive line coach, right? 100%. You got to give him some credit, but I think Caley matters there. The quarterback's playing pretty good here. I think it's something that he said. I wonder how, they are playing pretty well within the context of what they're being asked to do.
Mm-hmm.
I still wonder if there's more to be extracted from that, but I think that they wouldn't deny that. And then you do have wide receivers making plays. Because that was the thing that we were worried about, or we asked questions about. You brought in, this offseason, the idea was get some weapons. I remember our guy Larry Stafford, and he's not the only one, that when Matthew Golden goes off the board, are peeved because you need weapons to go alongside Nico Collins. It felt like there was nobody there.
Right.
You come off of a Week 13 matchup where, you had Nico getting his, but Jaden Higgins also got his, Dalton Schultz got his. And then you have some other people also adding in. Xavier Hutchinson adds in. I think that you're having some more people make plays. Is it the amount of people that I'd probably want, or is it's the specific people?
Yeah.
I think still room there. And with all that being the case, I feel like it's a B-, right? I feel like that is the way that I look at that.
B. And here's the most important thing to me. We still haven't completely reset our perceptions, of what we thought this offense would be. If you do reset your perception, remember before last season, the whole 5-headed monster thing, and C.J. Stroud on the podcast circuit talking about, I'm a dog, and we all had these thoughts of, well, they're going to sling it everywhere, and they have all these weapons and all this. It's not what they are. You have to reset your perceptions. That is not what this team is offensively. Maybe it's what we wish. Maybe it's what we thought it would be. Maybe it's even what C.J. Stroud wants it to be in his heart of hearts. It's not what they are. And if you recognize what they are, run team, controlled, Patriot-style offense, the progress report is positive.
And on top of that, I talked about it yesterday, the kind of the line of demarcation of 10-plus air yards and then less than 10 air yards, and the way that CJ was entirely different. Well, he still got some yards here. Like, don't get me wrong, like on both sides of that. But the comfort, the efficiency of throwing short, of him coming back at this time, I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
this is something that you can work off of, and if you notice these trends and lean into what you do well, I think that leans into the room for improvement. But I think the one thing that I will quibble with Demeco Ryans on, the idea that just find ways to win offensively. I hear you. I still, as much as I talk about the fact that all the offenses in the league are on the NFC side and the AFC offenses are also going to have to contend with the Texans defense, I still am in this place where I'm like, I would also like this offense to be a little more more consistent. And the idea that we're just going to find a way to get over the line every week is not enough to satisfy me, especially because they found their way all the way back after atrocious 0-3 start, after showing your ass in Seattle, after a number of different setbacks during the season. You are now back in the place where I think the expectations are back where they were at the start of the season.
Trust me, I wish, and I think a lot of Texans fans wish this offense was what we thought it was going to be. Going into last season, I wish it was. It's not, and that's my point. They are a Patriot style controlled short passes, take maybe one or two shots a game offense, and it makes for the close games. The saving grace is they have a defense that can those close games.
Yeah, I think that they just if they can show me that they can wring more out of that, right, and be even more efficient with it, I'll feel better. And you got to give some credit to, obviously, Nick Caley for finding some level of comfort, some level of efficiency in that. And I don't know if I'm grading on a curve. It's quite possible.
Yeah.
But I think I'm willing to give him a B- here on this progress report.
I'm with you.
It'll be a fun test, though, when we get to Sunday versus Kansas City, because time and place, you're going to hear me say those words a lot this week. Time and place are what matters to me here. Obviously, there's the boogeyman of the Kansas City Chiefs and what they've done to you historically, but 720 outside of Kansas City in December, I think that is going to shed some light on a lot of operational things with this team and how they have the possibility of faring in the postseason. But we're gearing our way there. We are gearing our way there here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. You won't gear your way to that game, but you have a possibility to gear your way to the Arizona Cardinals game when they come to town here in a couple of weeks. And how will you do that, friend? By calling in right now and being caller number 10 to 713-572-4610. It's Texans Ticket Tuesday, and we're giving away, is it a pair in the bullpen?
Yep.
A pair of tickets right there, down there, close to the field, rather, at NRG Stadium in the bullpen for Texans Cardinals. Beat caller number 10 right now, 713-572-4610, and you'll enjoy that fantastic view of the field. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, you know what time it is. Let's do some lunchtime confessions presented by the Men's Clinic.
Forget Cyber Monday. 222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so you've heard this. Again, I'm sure you've heard this when someone says, well, that's all I need to know about that person, right?
Yeah.
When something happens.
Sure.
That's all I need to know about this person. So Lane Kiffin.
Okay. I don't know why I didn't see that coming.
All you need to know about Lane Kiffin and exactly what kind of person he is, you got with one bit of news that broke yesterday afternoon is when it really seemed to be validated. You know Juice Kiffin?
I don't.
His Labrador retriever that he was taking out on the field, taking pictures with. No, he's got his own Twitter account.
Thankfully, I managed to miss all of that.
Thousands
somehow.
and thousands of followers.
He ain't better than Kurt Hurstreet's dog.
Well,
that's all I see on the damn timeline.
Well, he's huge.
Don't get me started.
They trained him even to go out and get the kicking tee, that whole thing. Juice Kiffin, the Labrador.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, it was all a lie.
What do you mean?
Wasn't his dog. He claimed it to be his dog. He obviously took pictures, used it. It was a PR stunt. The dog didn't even live with him.
Oh, man.
This guy named Charles Parnham works at a kennel in Oxford, Mississippi. Quote, "It's true that Juice was still in Oxford as of late yesterday, and he spends the overwhelming majority of his time under the care of his owner at Wild Rose," which is what it's called, "for a couple of years now." And then the Twitter account of Juice himself, he was a PR stunt.
Dang.
He didn't even he changed his handle. His name is Rebel Juice now. And he posted a video walking across the field wagging his tail, and the caption says, "Day one looking for dad." He left the dog there, which of course it wasn't even his
dog, yeah.
But he
What
used
if the dog is like a part of the office of head coach of the football team, like the governor's
Well, you
mansion
heard
or
that
something?
his handler, he lives and handles him at this Wild Rose.
Maybe
place.
Juice is just the coach's dog, and whoever's the coach gets the dog.
Dude used a dog as like a PR.
I love college football. I want you to understand this. This is something that only comes up in college football.
Yes, yes, but that's all I need to know about Lane Kiffin.
That's a hell of a way to have a dog, ain't it?
He didn't have a dog. He said he had a dog. He used them.
He said it was his
snuggling
dog.
And before games, all these, sideline fans and all this coming up and petting him, and Lane Kiffin was standing there and all. Wasn't his dog.
And you know what?
It was a PR stunt.
Let me take a picture by this dog real quick and just say it's mine. That's like standing in front of a Lamborghini.
Yeah.
And everybody people do it. People just lean on somebody else's car,
Wasn't his
putting your
dog.
butt cheeks on it. I'm with you. Like this is one of those things where, wow, this makes you look bad. But you know what the lesson is? Stop being fooled by people putting their dogs in front of you.
Yes.
That's why I said hold that thought with Kirk Herbstreit. Could it be? No, I'm just kidding. Kind of.
I mean, it don't matter if it's his dog or not.
The way that brother was crying on the stage after the loss of his other dog, it better be his dog.
That's true. No, he travels with him and all that. Lane Kiffin, he tore out of Oxford and didn't even think about that dog.
He said peace.
So they got dogs in Baton Rouge.
What that dog name again?
Juice. It's a shame what they did to that dog.
Literally.
Man.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It's
At
a
least
shame what they did to that
thankfully,
dog.
this is not like a Marley and me situation. The dog is good, everybody.
Yeah.
No dogs were harmed in the making of this confession.
These are my confessions.
So yesterday, I had a little bit of I had a long day just generally, not that anybody cares, but the end to the day was hanging out with our very own B. Scott. We went and got a couple of drinks, and in general, good conversation with friends as one will have. I have to make this confession, and I say this with no happiness. I want you to know that, like, there's no glee. I gain no enjoyment from announcing this, but my confession is, I think B. Scott has got me to recognize in full that I am indeed a Reed hater.
Oh, well, what?
Reed Shepherd hater.
Oh, I could have told you that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. And I
think you said Tommy told you a little wrong.
All right. I like Tommy and I like Reed. I do as well. But I recognize that I've held his lack of defense against
Reggie
him.
don't believe in y'all.
I believe in him to a great degree. I believe in him to a great degree.
He wouldn't even give you a half a sack, man.
Yeah.
Oh, Tommy told you, man, what? I just made note of the fact that I'm not the one who gives out the sacks. I was the one who just made note of on the thing it said half a sack as opposed to a full one, like you had said.
Remember when I said Reed Shepherd should maybe be the starter? Reggie's like, hell no.
That was the conversation. But it's because I think I am very old school in that if you can't guard your man, it's hard for me to respect you.
Mm-hmm.
And I will not back down from that. If you can't get out here and put up a valiant effort of guarding your man, and I'm not talking about gambling to get steals. That hurts me.
Yeah.
And it blinded me to some degree to some of the things that, and not blinded me because I know that Reed does fantastic things, obviously gets his own shot in some of these things, good passer. But it is made it harder for me to appreciate those things because I have a hard time respecting you if you can't guard your man. And I feel like it is fair to then categorize me as a Reed hater, even though I very much want him to succeed and I like him as a player.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Welcome to the dark side.
Oh, look at the 3, 4, 6. I'm not a racist because the same time, I will defend Riley Moss's honor to the death. I like white people. I feel like I can say that.
You got white friends.
You got white friends.
I got plenty of white friends, man. You can ask anybody. But the fact of the matter is, when it comes to not playing defense, that is something I can't abide by, and that's harmed me.
I like Christian McCaffrey.
I love Christian McCaffrey. I've drafted him numerous times in fantasy football. I don't know what you're talking about.
These are my confessions.
I gotta confess to y'all, man. I did it. I talked about this random white dog. I even posted it on my social medias at the Figgy Fig about this white dog that just been hanging around my house.
Why you gotta be a white dog?
Hey, a big ass white dog too. At that people are kind of terrified.
But you should note, not mean in any way.
No, it's not.
Look like a big old sweetheart, actually.
Yeah. So, for those who don't know, this stray dog, this big old stray dog, I don't even know what kind of dog it is, but it's been hanging around my house for a long time. And I think I brought it up in confessions where I was a little bit irritated because just be hanging around. And I think y'all kind of gave me a hard time. Like, don't call it dog catcher, man.
I said call the dog catcher.
Yeah. So at that point, I didn't want to do it because it was a sweet dog. It wasn't really bothering anybody. up until what I think it was Saturday, I was watching the Ohio State Michigan game, and I get a ring notification like, "Oh, somebody at the door." I click the button. Look, I'm like, "Oh, it's that damn white dog just hanging around my carport." And all of a sudden, he went right to my mailbox, lift his leg up, peed all over the mailbox.
Peed on your mailbox.
On the mailbox.
Was that the final straw?
Yeah, I'm like, man, but
how you gonna pee on my mail?
Yeah. So at that point, I'm like, all right, I gotta call somebody.
But the good news is you made it clear there wasn't an aggressive dog when you called.
Yeah, and this is kind of part 2 to the confession. I'm not. I feel like I probably should have made it more urgent. Because I mentioned like, hey, it seemed like a sweet dog, but it just keep hanging around, and I explained everything.
Yeah.
On my way home yesterday, I was talking to my sister. I was telling her about how I had to call 311 and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
Pulled up, the dog was right there.
That's right.
They'll get it though, and I think you did the right thing.
It was there this morning too.
Because it was.
Yes.
Because it'll get adopted. You should have a clear conscience. It's not like it's an aggressive dog. They're going to take it and they're going to put it down or anything. No, it'll get adopted.
It is kind of causing a little havoc though.
Because it's cute.
Yeah, it's funny because yesterday I was home and I was just so happened to be at the door. I seen a little girl getting off the bus and the dog was right there, right in the middle of the street, and she stopped. I'm like, oh, man.
Yeah.
I'm like, she is terrified.
Yeah.
I remember them days, seeing the stray dog, and you like, uh-oh. And the dog started walking towards her. She started walking back. So what I did was open my door.
So get the attention.
Distract them a little bit. And Jackson started barking and all that other stuff. And he looked towards our way. And then the little girl kind of ran around the dog.
Yeah, no, you did the right thing, and I think it'll end up all right.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if the people I call, if they even gonna come out at this point, because I actually made 2 requests. So I made a request for the dog, and then around my street. This how you know I'm getting kind of old. I was like, hey, it's a missing stop sign at the end of the street. So
and another thing.
By the way, it's a missing stop sign.
Now that I actually got you on the phone, I got a list of things I need y'all to fix.
Let's talk about potholes now.
Yes. It need to put a sidewalk and some yellow paint right there because people be tripping and falling over there.
You know what? A speed bump wouldn't be bad.
Yes.
Yeah, all these people tearing through my neighborhood, making all this noise over
It's
the
a hippie field over there with all that grass. That grass need to be cut.
All these long-haired youngsters.
Yeah. But I wonder if they even gonna come out at this point because I never did anything like this.
I think they will. Yeah. They're gonna have like a scroll of things that you've called them for, so they're gonna have to.
Yeah, I hope they come out. But I felt bad, but it need to be done, man. You can't be peeing on the mailbox, man.
Yeah.
That dog gonna be around for at least another week or 2.
I think
maybe.
So. Yeah,
but they'll get to it. They'll get to it.
I feel like
it's a city, man.
Yeah.
You ever put out your green trash can?
Yeah. Clearly, the government's gonna get this done expeditiously. Yeah. That's how that works. Yeah. There you go. Those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop.
It's a shame what he did to that dog.
If this was a podcast, that would be the name of the episode.
Oh, man. All right. Having fun here on a Tuesday on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I will try to keep my partner from talking too much Lane Kiffin because it's time for some college football on a Tuesday. What are we expecting from the final college college football playoff rankings? Let's do that next.
The Texans took down. Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, we got work to do, ladies and gentlemen. It's college football on a Tuesday, and there's a lot happening once we get to this time of year, 100%. All right, let's start locally. Well, I guess relatively locally. The state of Texas, the great state of Texas, I should say. The University of Texas is doing their damnedest to try and get in. They did it on the football field, beating your Texas A&M Aggies in the second year of the return of that game. Obviously, it was just enjoyable, period. The game, I imagine the outcome, maybe not so much for you, but Steve Sarkisian afterwards went into full campaigning mode. He knows what time it is, and it's continued. It hasn't stopped. This was him on SEC Network yesterday, continuing campaigning as he's trying to get his Texas Longhorns in over the University of Miami.
We've played 5 top 10 ranked teams, and we've beaten 3 of them. There's teams that are ranked in front of us that haven't played any top 10 ranked teams. And so my point to everybody is this about what your record is at the end, or is this about beating quality teams and showing how good of a team you really are by beating quality teams on the field? Or is it don't play good teams, put up a bunch of yards, put up a bunch of points, and make it look good? You know, throw fade route touchdowns with 38 seconds to go when you're ahead 31-7, so that the score looks better. So is the committee really watching the games, or are they just looking at a stat sheet at the end of the game to say, oh, well, they won by this many points, they must have played really good?
All right, so a few things here.
That's real offensive. That's a great way to get in the club, being like, y'all don't even know what y'all looking for. Now let me in.
That was a direct shot at Miami, by the way.
100%.
I mean, that's a team that's they're in competition with, and they scored they did a fade route at the very end to go 38-3 or 7 or whatever it was instead of 31 points. So that's that's number one. Here's the most important thing. If I were a Texas fan, I would want to do exactly what he's doing. He's doing his job. He's campaigning. He's on a full-fledged press tour.
Correct.
Like he is. Anybody that'll listen, he's on it. And you know what? Good for him. You know, it's what he should be doing. It's his job. Here's the thing that I think is significant. Number one, and I'm the one, you didn't even agree with me last week when I said this. I've been saying this since before the A&M game. They beat A&M. I think they have a very strong case, and I still do. You know, I hate that it happened, but I still think Texas has a very strong case to be in the college football playoff. So I agree with Sark in that regard. But I don't think they're going to get there. I don't think that, by the way, the latest odds, latest rankings are coming out this evening. I don't think it's going to work. He's on a full-fledged press tour. And then there's this whole thing about why are we playing these tough non-conference games?
That's a conversation I want to have with you.
Maybe we shouldn't even have a non-conference playoff game. There's a little bit of kind of gray area, maybe a little insincerity there, because the SEC is going to 9 conference games next year. No one's going to be scheduling a lot of these big-time non-conference games because the big knock on the SEC has been you only play 8, so you gotta schedule somebody else outside, or else you're gonna have 4 cupcakes. Well, there's no more 4 cupcakes. It's gonna be 3 cupcakes or whatever.
But I think you can argue that still translates. But
as an SEC team,
no, I hear you.
Yeah, as an SEC team, you play 9. You don't need to play Ohio State.
No, I hear you, but I think also the additional portion of this is with the 3 that you schedule, right? Mm-hmm. This ends up being a conversation. And my larger point in this is, y'all not tired of having the same conversation? Like, this is the ping pong that we've been doing for years, no matter the system. And I am just here to say I'm right. Like, I actually don't want to try and solve this because I know it to not be solvable. We've been doing college football for long enough. None of this was going to solve it. Expanding the playoff to this point is not going to solve it. Expanding the playoff further is not actually going to solve it. This was the reason why I was like, 4 is fine, but if you want to do 16, go ahead and do 16 or 12 or whatever, because you know what? We're going to have the same conversation. We're going to end up in these same places no matter what.
I'm glad you said that because as someone who has covered national college football a long time and watched this game and loved this game for a long time, I was saying, you weren't around, but I was saying 25, 30 years ago, we need a playoff, we need a playoff. And my biggest reason was because they used to talk about 4 teams.
Yeah.
My thing was, if you're complaining about being number 5 or being number 12 in this case, win another game, man. I think the argument falls flat. And, if you're saying, if you're saying we should be number 1 and you're undefeated, but ranked number 3, that's a strong case. If you're saying we should be number 12 and you've lost 3 games, win another game. Win another game, whether it was Ohio State or someone else. Your argument falls flat with me, and that's why I think that the strength of the playoff is we're arguing about number 12. That's not win another game, and we don't have this argument.
How do you feel about the people that's saying, hey, if we didn't play Ohio State first, if it was Rice or whoever, then we will be in?
I think there's something to that, but let's keep this in mind too. You just heard him say it. Are they actually watching the games, or are they just counting how many wins? No, I think they actually watched the Kentucky game. I think they actually watched the Mississippi State game. I think they actually watched the Florida game. And that's, this whole thing about Ohio State, it's like, hey, look over here. Look over here. We shouldn't have played Ohio State. Well, how about those 3 games that one went to overtime, you lost another one, and the other one you probably damn well should have lost? They are watching these games. And again, I say this as someone who has been advocating that Texas deserves a shot and has a strong case, but either win another game or look better in those games.
And I think that you're right in that regard, and this is why I was in the place where I was when you were like, oh, the Texas, if they win this game, I'm like, no. I think in all reality, there are those things. This is one of those, not a great messenger, but the message has some validity. There has constantly been issues with the way that the College Football Playoff Committee goes about their business.
Now that I totally
whether there's deep inconsistencies with what metrics and what things that they value, inconsistencies with when they value them. And then the thing that I always think is insane that we've kind of just leaned into, and it creates more of these arguments. Well, how is this team dropping and falling when there should not be a dropping and falling aspect? It should just be at the end, looking at the resumes and stacking them at that point. But you cannot say that you're not having some level of influence on where, on your now decision based off of what you had decided a few weeks ago. Like, I think that those things all impact it. And so the fact of the matter is a remembrance, and this is kind of defeatist, and I recognize that, is, hey, man, I don't think you're ever going to actually get it all the way right. I don't know if that means that you should not try to get it more right, but I think the acknowledgement needs to be made that you're never going to get this all the way right.
Right, but you get my point. Like, he's arguing about being number 12.
Sure.
I'm fine with that argument, whether he wins it or loses it, because that's number 12. At least we have the solid top, 10, 12 teams or, whatever it is available to us now. Now, here's where I am going to advocate for Texas. And I've been, like I said, I've been saying it. I've been advocating they have a strong case. I will advocate for them to get into the postseason, even though it's not going to happen, as I mentioned. Ole Miss, with 6 assistant coaches, their entire offensive staff, and their head coach, no longer with that team, that's a hell of a lot stronger than the Heisman Trophy winner getting hurt, to me. Because they knocked down, not Heisman Trophy winner, but
Jordan Travis when Florida State didn't get in.
They knocked down teams because a player that's significant is hurt. You're talking about 6 assistant coaches and the head coach. Eyeball test, give me Texas over Ole Miss, but it's not going to happen because Ole Miss only has one loss.
Yeah, I feel you there. So we talked about that. I think I don't talk about Lane himself, but I want to expand this out to the conversation that's being had about the factors that create Lane Kiffin, in particular, the move from Ole Miss to LSU, which is the schedule. There's people clamor for the schedule. And I also don't want to add in, and I kind of am by trying to move away from Lane Kiffin. The individual coaches, I think, often they are the last guys to get smoked. Players get smoked. Institution gets smoked. Coaches don't get smoked. And he deserves smoke here, and I know that you've been bringing a lot of that.
Sure.
But do you feel like there's a way to help make it so that you're not having Alex Golish leave his, or really the bigger thing is that John Summerall leave his team before they get the American championship that could determine if they go into the playoff? Obviously, Lane Kiffin leaving Ole Miss before they go into the playoff. These teams. Do you feel like there's something, because National Signing Day is coming up?
Yeah.
That's happening. And people are like, maybe you move that back. And the thing that I always bring up is, these are ostensibly schools, aren't they? Like, all these things about moving these things back so that coaches can wait until after these seasons are over. Aren't we supposed to be getting these kids in for the semester?
Yeah.
They're supposed to be going to school?
I think there's a really simple answer here, and I don't know if it'll ever happen. I'm not going to say it won't. I think it's a possibility. What if you're playing the college football playoff this weekend? Get rid of conference championship games. Forever.
Interesting.
Get rid of conference championship games forever. the Power Four conferences, they don't want. You think Alabama wants to play Georgia and vice versa and lose their seeding, or at least fall down a little bit? Hell no. All it is a moneymaker for the conference. That's all it is. And then the other Power Five conference schools, they can damn well determine a champion. The Big 12 did it, in the past. The other if you just move it, just get rid of the conference championship games and play the first round of the postseason this weekend. I think that would really deter a lot of teams, almost a gentleman's agreement of what the NFL does. Hey, we're not going to have any coaching movement till after the season. I think just that 1 week would make a lot of people, maybe wait or until after the first round of the playoffs to make their moves.
I think there's some logic in what you say, but I'd be remiss if I don't stop down and decry what has happened to the sport because of this clamoring playoff, because
they're not that important anymore.
Well, no, I hear you.
Yeah.
But that's because of the ways that we moved. And some of this isn't playoff inherently. Some of this is actually the nationalization of the sport, where it used to be more of a regional sport, and now it's a national sport. And when I talk about bringing smoke, you know who I need to bring smoke to? ESPN, right? Like, this is TV and this is ESPN and the way that they've mangled the way that things college football goes. And now if they're putting a lot of money into this, so I don't want to completely negate that portion of this.
Yeah.
But this used to be a sport where going to particular bowl games mattered, winning your conference in a particular way mattered. And now it's everybody's only real eye is on the playoff, and it feels like we lose some of the value.
The conference games have lost luster.
Yes, they've lost some of their fun.
It was kind of funny seeing ESPN promoting the SEC championship game.
Well, how about Indiana and
Ohio State?
And Ohio State.
Yeah.
Just put them in the playoff. Just put them both up, number 1 and number 2. There you go. Let's play.
And I hate it because I feel like that was the value. All of us are deep college football fans, and the fun. I mean, I'm a Kansas State fan, man. For a lot of times, it's like having a good 8-9 win season like that matters, and now it's a little bit less so, right? Like that doesn't have the disturbs. Everybody's eyes are drawn to what the playoff, and that's the only real measure of success.
I wonder when is it going to get to a point where teams like Ohio State and Indiana just going to say, screw the championship game. I mean, screw the conference championship game. Let's rest.
Well, they can't.
We already in the playoffs.
Especially because the playoff, they say that they're not going to take it into account. But if you end up looking bad in the play, they're going to take it into account.
They're going to take it into account.
Yeah,
like Indiana or Ohio State are going to drop to like 4 or 5.
Or even think about last year. Remember, Ohio State lost to Michigan, and remember after that they ended up running the table.
Yeah, and so my point is, look, you just determine. Do you think it really matters to Ohio State right now? I should say it matters as much. Hey, we won the conference championship.
Nah, nobody gave a damn last year.
I don't think it matters to Georgia and Alabama. Now, it would matter to teams like A&M and Ole Miss had they gotten there, because it's their first or whatever.
Or teams like Indiana.
But it still wouldn't matter. Like if A&M won the conference championship, it'd be like, wow, that's awesome. Now let's get to the playoffs. I'd be like, let's get to the playoffs. It matters, but not nearly as much.
Oh, man, I had some notes that I wanted to throw in here college football-wise. Interestingly enough, Penn State's draft class or recruiting class,
126th.
That's bad if you don't know. Where James Franklin is now, Virginia Tech just landed a 4-star quarterback.
Damn,
like this, just like that. Speaking of conference championships, have you noticed that the ACC championship game is going to be 5-loss Duke versus Virginia because of some tiebreakers?
Yeah.
Unsurprisingly,
like, is that basketball?
Unsurprisingly, Miami feels like the ACC needs to change the tiebreaker rules. I actually think that they're right because you shouldn't have a 5-loss team in there.
I say again, you don't need them.
And I will. Yeah, you probably.
Need them.
Yeah, again, I think I agree with you, but I kind of hate how we got here. And finally, Diego Pavia leads the Heisman odds race. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610.
Who was that?
That is Vanderbilt quarterback Diego Pavia. Mind you,
go figure.
Your man.
Apparently, Vanderbilt flipped a 5-star quarterback from Georgia, so they are going to keep this thing going. This ain't just going to be a cute Diego Pavia story. So salute to Clark Lee and what he's done there. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, having a good time on a Tuesday. In fact, we're giving away a pair of tickets to watch the University of Houston Cougar basketball team play in this upcoming hour. But coming up next, what Texans player not named C.J. Stroud holds the key to the stretch run? Let's discuss that next.
All right, guys, you're tired.
Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday. Outside of C.J. Stroud, who obviously, when you talk about the quarterback in this league, carries more of a responsibility and also carries more of an opportunity for, creating wins. But which Texans player not named C.J. Stroud holds the key to the stretch run? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. I kind of want to bounce this around because you are in this place where the stretch run, if you do it right, could put you in a place where not only are you in the playoffs, you could host a home game in the playoffs. Especially you could host a home game as a 3 seed, right? You could have opportunity to host a couple of home games.
Imagine that,
right? From 0-3 to a 3 seed is very much a possibility, but it depends on how you do this. So, what Texans player holds the key to a stretch run?
So I'm gonna. What do you say? You got to open your third eye.
That's right.
I'm gonna go deep on this one.
Okay. All right, Andy Reid. Thank you for that.
I'm gonna go deep.
Open
on
your
this.
third eye, brother.
Open your third eye and whatever else.
Okay. All right. Are the kids in school?
I hope so.
Hopefully the kids are back at school, man.
So the obvious answer to me was going to be Woody Marks, right? Very obvious.
Okay. The
Running
idea
back,
of if you can run the football.
Getting, clearly the guy. And I go back to what was really the eye-opener for me was, he had basically one leg out there, and they still were trotting him out in front of Nick Chubb. They trusted him. That's the easy answer, and I'm not saying it's a wrong answer. But I think the most important guy for me, if you really think about it, might be Trent Brown. And let me explain. This offensive line, we've talked about it, 2 weeks in a row, more 2 weeks in a row, the same 5 guys for the first time all season, mind you. If you lose Trent Brown, who, by the way, was he nicked up going into the game? I know he wasn't warming up with the squad. I saw some tweets about that.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what happened there.
He was a little worried for him.
I was.
A little is an understatement.
I was. But the domino effect is what I'm talking about. I say Trent Brown because he's kind of been the final piece here. It could be any of these other guys, but I'm going to stay with Trent Brown. If you lose somehow Trent Brown or he doesn't perform to the level that he has been since coming back, then where's Titus Howard? Where's Laken Tomlinson? Where's Juice Patterson? What the
Jarrett
whole
Patterson.
Jarrett Patterson, Juice Scruggs and Jarrett Patterson. I combined them.
Juice and I guess
yeah.
Which I wonder if they've combined them in their minds.
They might have.
Yeah.
The domino effect is something I don't want to see. I don't want to see it. I want to see these 5 dudes, the rest of the way, happy and healthy. I think Trent Brown is very much to my surprise has been playing really, pretty good.
I think that those are fantastic answers within this. Woody Marks is the clear one, especially now. And someone was making this point earlier on the text line. I completely agree with them. That him being banged up is a thing to kind of look at. Now, he has the time of a full week, and hopefully he'll be good, especially as they trust him to play on the injury. So hopefully with the time through the week, he'll be better. In fact, I imagine I would expect to see him as at best a limited participant when we get into Wednesday, just as they try and monitor him.
They probably have him in an air cast because it heals faster and all that stuff.
Is that so?
Oh, air casts are magic.
Okay. Is that like an air fryer? Is that how that works?
Yeah. Air casts are awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stupid joke. Sorry. But yeah, because you got him, and then what else do you have like in a real tangible way? Nick Chubb has very clearly kind of stepped back to a number 2 role. Like how confident or comfortable would you be if you needed to up those up the usage there? Dare, I think that we know what we can feel comfortable Dare being utilized for. And it is not anywhere near that.
Or not utilized. Yeah.
And then you sent Dameon Pierce away, and Joe Mixon ain't around here. Like that's not to say that Dameon Pierce would have been the answer, but I think it just highlights even more so how that man is super vital to what you're doing, especially if you want to run the ball somewhat effectively. So yeah, man, that's that. And he seems like he is more. I'm carrying more of this load than Nick Chubb is at this point. So yeah, that he's going to be important. Can I throw in another name into this and tell me if this is too niche to end up on the short list? I don't think that he wins, right? If we're doing Heisman or whatever, like if we're doing Oscars or whatever, I would like him to be a finalist. I just don't think that he's the winner of what we're doing here. Can I throw Jaden Higgins in here?
I had him on my list
because I think that he does hold the key for one particular reason, and then maybe a handful of other ones. But the particular reason is, when you get to the red zone, he seems like he's the best option. And one of the things that you need to figure out and get better at is hitting people in the red zone. Nico Collins is always going to be a dude that matters, but he's also going to be a dude that matters, and defenses are going to be cognizant of that. Now, he's still going to get his, and he should get his. Outside of that, Jaden Higgins feels like he should be one of the possibilities of an answer to helping you be better in the red zone. And so, on top of that, I think that he's a guy that can maybe help you in some of those important downs, things of that nature, like third down circumstances, as well as he's coming into his own. So if you could find a way for him to help you in big situations, either take pressure off of Nico Collins or be a pressure release valve, I think that could be a huge part in helping you find that extra squeeze from this offense, or just take what they've been able to do seemingly right now, which is moving the football. If you cash in some of these 3s into 7s, especially as we're talking about time and place, cold, outside as you might have, obviously you'll definitely have against Kansas City, but you might have in some important games when you get to the playoffs. I think that ends up being super important.
Yeah, no, I definitely had him on my list as well, simply because of what you just said. Red zone option, just an option, even a third down option, when Nico Collins is going to be able to is going to get so much attention. But I landed on Trent Brown. The other ones that I thought, because I just don't want to see that. I don't want to see that nonsense again. I just.
Any shuffles or I think CeeDee is not going to get any more burn.
You sure?
No, can't say that I am. I feel
I'm tired. I'm done with that.
Agreed.
Keep these 5 guys, and I think Trent Brown is the most important one. But the other one I had on my list is, and obviously we're not hoping anything here, but either or Will Anderson or Danielle Hunter.
That one feels evident.
No,
right?
no. The key being, like, if they can just wreck the game, one or both of them, just simply they can wreck the game against everyone, but not just wreck the game. How much better is the secondary, man? We talk about the levels. Demeco talks about the 3 levels of the defense and all that. But yeah, that's more of an no kidding, kind of thing. That's why, like, if you really think about it, to me, I think Trent Brown holds the key. The rest of the way.
I think that those are some good ones. Some other guys that now we're trying to fill out, or maybe we have some contenders that might ultimately try and vie for the title, this useless title that we're setting up here on the radio. But so people are agreeing with you on Woody Marks. How do you feel about Dalton Schultz? Because Dalton Schultz has been super important.
Boy, that's a good one.
And
there's nobody else.
I don't think that he's going to fall off, and I think that in fact he's going to
get injured.
He has been injured, but I don't know if he's getting healthier or if it was just CJ coming back and he has even better connection with Schultz than Davis Mills does.
Yeah.
But that jumped. Like, he was in that kind of 40-yard range in the previous few weeks, and then boom, here we go. Here's 50-something of those, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think that is something that's going to be notable. That's something that they clearly have a good relationship. And it matters, talking about, he is the ultimate second and long weapon.
Yeah.
And I say that to mean he turns your 2nd and 8 into 3rd and 4 real quick, because he could sit down into those spaces. And I know that sounds simple, but that matters a great deal. 3rd and manageable with this team.
Yeah.
We've seen the difference in that this year. So I think that he does matter in helping you get those long drives. He's huge in that regard. Can I also throw out the name that came out? I believe this was on the YouTube page. No, this was on the text line from the 361. I would also say Kalen Bullock.
Kalen Bullock is definitely one.
But would you throw up Bullock, or would you maybe throw up Miles Bryant? Because I think that
Bullock. In a positive and a negative way, yeah. But Bullock for me, simply because the guy has just been making play after play after play recently.
Yeah,
and
he's had to make play, especially
he's had to
tackling. He's had to make more tackling plays, and so. He's the last line of defense, man.
Yeah.
And 361 went further to say that there's teams are testing them more on the deep ball.
Yeah, they are.
And I think that some of this is out of necessity, right? You get them into circumstances where, we need to go and push the ball down the field.
They're taking a shot.
And Kalen Bullock needs to be there. In fact, the touchdown that you loved there on Kamari Lassiter was that Alec Pierce down the left side. Or was that Downs? I can't remember. One of those dudes down the left side. Kamari kind of loses a step there. It happens. Caleb Bullock was middle of the field, and he had to try and get over, just couldn't quite get over there in time.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it might be asking a lot of him, but there's a lot being asked of him, especially now that he does not have a, similar backfield mate, with all due respect to Miles Bryant.
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot more on the second-year player back there.
Now, let me throw one more at you, and I don't mean to be, raising any warning flags or anything.
Uh-oh.
That sure did look like a miss that Ka'imi Fairbairn had on that extra point. And remember, he's been so automatic, so trusted, but at the end of the year last year, Fairbairn started to waver a bit.
No, that's a fair point.
You're going to play close games. If we know nothing else about this team, they're going to be in close games. Ka'imi Fairbairn has to be nails. He has to be perfect.
Yeah, it's one of those things that is funny about the NFL that I chuckle at whenever I see it when we start, who is the highest point scorer on the team? It's always the kicker, right? It's easy to do the thing where we go, kickers aren't actually football players and we don't think about them. But when it comes to scoring points, which is indeed the name of the game, John, can you confirm that for me?
Scoring points is important.
Haven't checked it in a little while.
Yeah,
those guys matter a good amount, and I know Demeco Ryans has said that he's aggressive, but I think that the ledger would tell differently, and they lean on kicking the football a decent amount.
Yeah,
kicking the football is going to matter, especially this time of year.
And on this team, you're playing 20-16. 18-15. Wasn't that the score of one of the games earlier this year? No, I think he has to
Was that the Broncos game?
I think it was the Broncos game, 18-15. I mean, he has to be perfect. I mean,
so he's the vocal point of the offense.
No, I'm just saying, like, one of the keys, to get this thing done,
Okay, so the names that we have down, Marks is the one that came up. Jaden Higgins is one that came up. Dalton Schultz comes up. Caleb Bullock. I even threw up Miles Bryant. There's a possibility because you talk about testing deep.
Yeah.
Teams are looking over there like that's the easy button, or as close as the easy button as I'm going to get on this defense. So if you can hold up, then teams have nowhere to go. Trent Brown you threw up here, and then Ka'imi Fairbairn. Which of those feels like of the ones that we're throwing out here? Which of these feels like it's going to be the biggest one?
For me, it's got to be Trent Brown. Keep that line the way it is. Keep the line the way it is. Don't mess around with all this other nonsense. And your running game's better, your protection's better, C.J. Stroud's better, everything's better.
Figgy, is there one here that you got here that you feel like is going to be the one that holds the key above all else to the stretch run?
Who holds the key?
Who holds the key to
the stretch run? Is it Woody Marks? Is it Trent Brown, Dalton Schultz, Miles Bryant, Caleb Bullock, Higgins, Ka'imi?
Ooh. Probably Ka'imi, to be honest. If you playing these short games, these low-scoring games like this, I think Ka'imi.
So I'm looking at Ka'imi Fairbairn in November and December and into January
last year.
Last year.
Let me see if I can find his splits over his career.
Well, here I'm looking at last year alone. Missed a field goal in a 3-point loss to Detroit, November 10th. Missed a field goal in a 5-point loss to Tennessee. We all remember that one. Missed 2 field goals in the playoff loss to the Chiefs in January. You can't have that. This team plays close games. Ka'imi Fairbairn has to be perfect. Is that asking too much? I don't think so. He has to be unless he's kicking a 58.
Be perfect. I'm not asking a lot of you.
Unless he's kicking a 58-yarder or something. I mean, you can't have that with this team.
Yeah. Let's see. And you know what? Historically, by month, his kicking percentage typically goes up in December, just over the entirety of his career. Now, recently, and you've laid out like the individual moments. Yeah, he's gonna have to be great. I will still, you know what? Just because I don't like ties, I think Woody Marks. So I think our 3 that we're gonna put up here as the final is Woody, because you got to be able to run this football. Like it's night and day. This team do. If you were able to at least get some level of running the football, and he is the last line of defense right now, man. Like if you lose Woody Marks, you end up in a weird place where, yes, you trust Nick Chubb to do some things, but not carry the full weight of what's happening there. Trent Brown, because this offensive line finding a little bit of stasis has been important, and then Ka'imi, man, you got to be able to get those threes when you get them, because the objective is not to score 30.
He missed 3 extra points in November and December last year.
The objective is 21.
I think did he say 2021? Our number is 24.
You're holding teams to 16 points a game.
Yeah.
So, the margins are pretty thin if you can just knock down what you need to knock down. So, yeah, it does feel like those are the things. And I feel you, 713. Nick Caley is the ultimate answer here, but we were keeping it to players. But, hey, that's a fair point to note as well. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, actually, you know what? Not coming up next. Coming up right now, let's give away a pair of tickets to watch the University of Houston Cougars basketball team play against Florida State. All you got to be is caller number, let's say 8. Caller number 8 right now wins a pair of tickets to watch the University of Houston Cougars basketball team. Fascinating team. You got the old, you got the young, and all of them are playing basketball under Kelvin Sampson. They will face off against an always athletic Florida State team at Toyota Center, and you have an opportunity to go. You just got to be caller number 8 right now to 713-572-4610. All right. Coming up next, you know what time it is. We hand over to Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so a Hughes department store is trending a little bit, and I'm saying that in a nice way, for something they did on Black Friday. Plus, Waymo is out here giving the people the tour of their life.
Oh, okay. Well, let's do all that next.
What does a 20-16 win in Indy say about the Texans? Reaction Monday, supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. Did you guys do any Black Friday shopping last week?
Just on Amazon.
I actually did.
Yeah.
And what's funny, it's happened the last 3 years, and it's never intentional. It's just I'm hanging out with my mom, and she's like, "Oh man, I need to pick something up. Let's go." And then we end up going and
shopping.
She's a mom. She just let's check this out. Let's go see if you just look and see if you find anything.
Y'all get some good deals and all that.
Oh yeah.
And I did the Cyber Monday too. Yeah.
Okay, what you get? Or is that blowing up your spot too much?
No. Couple of gifts and nothing too crazy.
Are they for us?
No. In a word, no.
Reggie said, "Are they for us?" So I don't know if you guys went to Target or anything, but Target was doing something. They actually announced this ahead of time, that they were giving out some swag bags for Black Friday. And they hyped this up a lot to the point people were lining up outside the Target 6 a.m. It was hundreds of people outside the Target, super excited about this. And it actually got the internet going nuts. It was trending. But it was trending for all the wrong reasons.
Oh, no.
Target is trending today, but not for the reasons they hoped. Their big Black Friday swag bag giveaway was supposed to be fun, and instead, it's the internet's latest roast. A viral video with over 2 million views shows shoppers opening their bags, and the excitement quickly turns to,
"Oh, Target, count your days, because you have some nerve."
What?
For many, their swag bag included a pack of Uno cards, lip gloss, and a small pack of candy. Hardly the big ticket prizes Target promised, leaving customers to say if they cared about our business, that bag would have been half full.
So they're just complaining because it wasn't.
They waited outside 6 a.m. for this bag thing, which is all. I think that's always a red flag when you sitting out there, excited about some type of bag that you don't know what the hell you gonna get.
That's the risk you take.
Yeah, but she said that they advertise. It sounds like they were like, "Yo, there could be all sorts of things in this bag," and I wonder what kind of things they said could be in there.
Yeah, I think they thought implying as far as ninja stuff,
more expensive stuff.
Yeah.
You say ninja like the air fryers and cooking and that type of stuff.
That type of stuff. But it was just some Uno cards,
some lip gloss,
I think somebody had a little traveler lotion.
Yeah.
Just it was.
They couldn't even put the full size lotion in there.
Nope.
They say you get the travel size.
We've all have. Figgy had an old guy moment earlier. I'm gonna have an old guy moment now. Number one, it's the risk you take. Number two, just appreciate what you got, man.
Back in my day,
we just appreciate what you got.
Yeah, but see,
we didn't use lip gloss. We rubbed dirt on our lips.
See,
I feel like that was for the women, John. Yeah. I feel like the lip gloss. He's like, men don't use lip gloss. I was like,
Jan, rub some dirt on them lips. Don't use no lip gloss.
I feel like you don't want that. I feel like that's what
really
you
don't.
Yeah, it's like
I really don't.
Yeah, I actually the only issue I had with this is the advertising and just waiting 6 a.m. for this. If it was like me just walking in the Target and they say, "Hey, here you go," oh, okay, cool, thanks, then I wouldn't. Of course, I wouldn't complain about it. But
again, that's the risk you take.
Yeah, no,
you don't know.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I'm with Reggie. If they said, "Hey, you could have this, toaster or this air fryer," and they only give out one in the entire country, well, then that's wrong. But if they didn't say, you get what you get.
Yeah. This was kind of. I feel like this was kind of a rough. I don't think the payoff for Target doing this. I don't think this was a good payoff.
Yeah.
For doing all of this, they could at least had maybe the first 10 people get a ninja or something.
Yeah.
I love that someone was like ninja, like swords and stars. I like the way you think. Actually, I like the way you think, but I also don't like the way you think.
Yeah.
Because I'm afraid of what
I would have waited in line for that.
That's right. That's good stuff.
All right, it's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Have you guys ran across the Waymo car?
Yeah, but everyone I've seen in Houston, and maybe they're just not ready yet, has had an actual driver, or at least somebody sitting there.
Okay, yeah, because I think they rolling the driverless Waymo cars in Houston. I want to say next year.
Okay.
But
Austin, I believe.
I think Austin got a whole bunch of them. And I'm not gonna lie, there's something within me that wants to be a chaos causer. Like I want to be the person that helps make it so that Waymo car just gets stuck somewhere. You know what I mean? Like I kind of want.
They have been getting stuck. They've been in some crazy situations. Yeah. So
what does that say about me? I feel like I'm a bad person.
Everybody's got that.
You're a bad person. You want
humor.
bad stuff to happen to people.
I like to do bad things with my friends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
Excellent.
So apparently,
way back.
Apparently, Waymo is doing little tours in L.A. And they decided to drive right through a police standoff on this one.
Oh, well, decided might not be a good word
here. Yeah. So just in the picture, it was, just imagine a helicopter flying around. You got the police cars, and the police got the guy on the ground. The guy's on the ground, face down on the pavement. Yeah.
They're probably pointing at him.
Yeah.
They're probably drawing on him.
Yep. And then a Waymo car just taking his own route, just minding his business.
Did he order it? Because that would have been a little bit of a heady play. You know what I mean?
He did not order
car
it. Matter of fact, if you watch the video, it looked like he's looking at the car like
what is going on?
What in the world?
See, that's you need to be quick on your feet. I'd have hopped in the Waymo car, man. We out of there, baby.
Yeah, take a nice little tour to look at this police standoff.
A slow speed Waymo chase.
Yeah. Here is somebody actually recorded a little video. I guess they were watching the standoff, and they just saw this car. They started recording the Waymo car riding right through it.
Fucking Waymo. Oh my God. Oh my God. What the f is that Waymo doing?
You can hear the cops.
Yeah. He just went through the intersection, made a nice little left.
Of course.
Like, hey, I'm just minding my business.
Now, did the automated car, did it follow all the rules of the road? That's all I'm asking.
Oh, for sure it did.
Oh yeah,
100%.
Sure I'm sure they saw the cops right there.
Yeah.
So
it's so funny because, you program these things, and they have all the electronics and everything.
He's
and
doing his job, just like Nick Cage.
It's just a glorified Roomba. That's all it is.
But it's the one thing that you don't necessarily think about when you're programming it. Like
one of a many.
What if something happened? Yeah, one of many. What if something happens right in front of it? Like, I don't know, a police standoff? He'll just go.
Yeah, hey, it's just like Nick Haley doing his job.
I'm just doing my job.
I'm just doing my job, man. I'm not making any adjustments and all that stuff. I'm just doing my job. That's all. I'm not worried about anybody else.
Just go. And the poor passengers did it have passengers?
Yeah.
Oh, I hadn't even.
Yeah.
Because you can't do nothing about that.
Yeah.
It had passengers?
Yeah, so just a little side note, a rep for Waymo tells TMZ that the vehicle cleared the scene in a matter of seconds, and the passengers inside made it safely to their destination.
They better.
Yeah. Just imagine being there like, holy bleep.
They're going right by some dude face down on the pavement.
I'd be a little embarrassed when I ride past a cop that got somebody in handcuffs. Yeah. I'm like, should I ride past here?
Well, you said the guns were drawn. I'd have been down in them seats. Like
the guy his face was on the concrete with his hands up
and
outside the car.
Going.
Yeah, man. And I'm just here trying to get to wherever I'm trying to go in the back seat of the car, and I can't tell the car will take a different route. I'm just going between. I'm going in front of drawn weapons. No.
I'm being dead serious here. I'd give him a 5-star review.
Why?
That's just awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, you come out of it fine.
This man is like on It's a Wonderful World at Disney, except it's a Waymo through a police standoff.
I mean, think about that. We drove through an active police scene, and we're not hurt. I wouldn't give him a 1-star. Unless whatever.
I'm just glad.
You know it's a computer, right, John?
No, but you still get ratings.
Like,
you still get ratings.
But I was like, you sound like, hey, great job, Waymo. Like, man.
That's a 5-star review right there.
I'm just glad it wasn't like so active to the point the guy got a gun behind the car.
Yeah, bullets are flying.
Yeah, just imagine that was going on.
That might be a 1-star.
Oh, I love so in that car with the head covered. Like,
my brain went into like action movie where I was like, could that have been at the time where he gets up and he like walks a lot alongside the Waymo, so you get the effect of like, he's gone. Where did he go?
Yeah.
They're hiding behind the car.
Man,
cops start shooting.
It's Cement Saban and Lou, Sports Radio 610. Lopez, you're the only person here that got kids.
Mm-hmm.
What? Just completely random. What is the craziest order your wife had?
Oh,
while she's pregnant?
cravings?
Yeah, the cravings.
Oh, I remember it distinctly because she made it probably 4 or 5 times over the course of her pregnancy. And keep in mind, I don't remember her really eating either of these things since our last baby was born. A Wendy's, not shake. What are they called?
I was about to call it
not a flurry. The Wendy's
Frosty.
Frosty.
I'm sorry, I just wanted a Frosty.
A Wendy's Frosty and Cheetos
Together?
together. Every time, every single time.
That sounds like something that you can only eat in 2 states.
And I don't
pregnant
think,
or high.
Yes.
And I don't think she's had either of those.
Jack in the Box looking like, ugh.
Since. And it was always, can you go to Wendy's? Oh, and stop and get some Cheetos. Okay.
Let me know what you think of this order. So a guy posted about his pregnant wife. He said this was her order. So she sent him to get a pizza. And this was the pizza order. Triple pepperoni.
Triple pepperoni. All right,
Triple pepperoni.
All right.
Hey, we just getting started, man.
Not even double triple.
I didn't even know that was an option.
That's sick behavior, man.
I usually get double, but I didn't know triple was an option.
Didn't either.
Yeah, extra cheese.
Okay, fair.
Banana peppers.
Sure.
Light jalapeno.
Okay. All this seems very reasonable.
Okay. Half chicken.
Oh, man. Half chicken, half triple pepperoni?
Yep. Half mushroom.
The other half or the same? It doesn't matter.
Half caramelized onions.
Oh, Lord.
Did she put? Is this an everything pizza? Just put it all on there.
Yeah. Half olives and light sauce.
Oh, of course, you got to go light sauce. You don't want to overdo it.
Yeah. So just imagine somebody sending you to the grab a pizza and it's that. So the husband, decided to write a little note on the order, and it says this, quote, "Yes, I know this looks insane, and you're probably like, who is this dude? I have very pregnant wife. I'm done questioning what she wants. I'm scared of her, and honestly, you should be too. Thank you, and Godspeed."
God bless that guy. He's 100% right.
That good for him actually using the notes feature. I never use the note, like any special instructions when I'm ordering food, because I'm like, what special instructions could I possibly have? This is it.
Yeah.
This is it.
I did that one time, and they did not listen. So
they were like,
y'all don't pay attention
I've
to
had
this.
success with that.
Really?
Yeah.
With the special instructions?
On Uber Eats, yeah. Like, because, whatever. It's been fine.
That never worked with me. I tried it one time.
Yeah.
Didn't work. I'm like, all right, y'all don't read this. So
The best part of that whole note is, I'm scared of her.
Yeah.
We can relate.
Yeah.
we can
so it's a
relate.
couple people that actually commented on this and said he didn't order pizza. He submitted a cry for help. Somebody else said that pie sounds fire.
Oh, I'd eat it.
I'd
try it.
That person must be pregnant.
There's a lot of stuff. I'm
Somebody
sorry.
else said, "Now I'm scared to get my girl pregnant."
Fair. I think that sounds fair.
Yeah.
I'm just so intrigued as to like which half was on which. Like I want to know what the flavor profiles are.
I wanted to see it. They didn't take a picture of it.
Yeah.
But hopefully next time, I don't know if she's still pregnant or not. If she ordered this pizza again, please take a picture of it.
Wait, but how does she, with all the things she knew she was going to put on it, the most egregious thing is still triple pepperoni? You knew you was about to put a whole bunch of stuff. You started by a flat layer of pepperoni before we added all this extra stuff?
All them pepperonis, half chicken, man.
None of that chicken, none of them olives, none of that is sticking because all the cheese underneath is just covered by pepperoni.
Yeah, and
but
it's
light
extra
sauce.
cheese. Yeah,
Light sauce.
That piece is gonna be dry as hell.
Pig about it.
And a large Diet Coke.
Large
What's necessary to wash it all down.
All right, this is where I usually do a special salute or thoughts and prayers and all that stuff. Today I'm gonna just throwing this out here, not saluting it. So I ran across a story about a man who had a working cigarette lighter in his stomach for 30 years.
Excuse me?
Like a Bic or something?
Yes.
Like one of those?
Oh, for some reason, my dumb self thought about like the car cigarette lighters.
Oh.
I was like, how does that work?
That actually probably would have been a little better than an actual working Bic type of lighter. So 60-year-old man in China was dealing with some stomach pain and bloating, and he realized it was from a plastic lighter that he swallowed on a dare 30 years ago.
Oh, my goodness. First of all, what are you doing? Swallowing a lighter.
Did he think that was going to pass?
Yeah. So what they did was he didn't just swallow the lighter whole. I think he put it in some type of like, I don't know if it was like a condom light material.
Yeah.
So he can
like
swallow
a balloon of
easier.
sorts.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
like you're smuggling, drugs or something.
Yeah. So it been. In the
I'm also
stomach for
blaming
30
that
years.
comment on Andy Reid because what is that? What?
It was tickling his tonsils.
That's a common thing.
Goodness gracious.
Put some drugs in a balloon and.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, the doctor said the lighter still worked.
It's a Tuesday, man. What is happening today?
That's what they do.
Hey, I'm just throwing it out there. I ain't saluting it.
Yeah, just salute the doctors.
Yeah, shout out to your friend, your favorite doctor that you know. If you've never asked them about their crazy story, you're doing this wrong.
Yeah.
They've got fantastic stories about the things that they've seen go in or out of places or absurd things that they've heard that has happened. Yeah, man, that's just a reminder. If you know somebody who's in the medical profession, just ask them what the crazy story is.
You know for a fact they all wanted to see if it worked. Like they finally got it out. They're like, let's see if that thing works.
100%. Yeah.
They click it. And
that lighter look nasty too, man.
That's crazy. There you go. Figgy's mixtape from the 713. They said, live in Austin. One time they took a Waymo, couldn't turn right into the apartment complex. Kept driving around in circles, had to call customer service, and 20 minutes later, it stopped like 2 blocks away. The rep asked for a review, 0.2 stars out of 10. Fair enough. Fair enough. So there you go. All right. Yeah, that was not a advertisement for Waymo because all the things sounded bad. You might circle around your block for 20 minutes, or you might get in the
I'm
police.
going to give it about 5 years before I consider trying.
You don't let other people work out the kinks.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Figgy's mixtape. 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media if you see anything mixtape or Waymo related. All right, coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. You know what we haven't done in a long time?
What's that?
We haven't checked in on power rankings, and I feel like a 7-5 Houston Texans team says that we should check in on power rankings. What is the national media looking at right now with this Houston Texans team? We'll do that next.
Forget
American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. It's been a very fun Tuesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, and the fun will soon continue with probably the most fun show, maybe on our station. That might be bold, but have a lot of fun on the afternoon drive with the fellas of the drive, Clint, Ron, T-Mill. We'll hand it off to them here in a second. But one of the things I wanted to do, man, because the last 2 weeks of football for the Houston Texans has shifted a lot of minds, mine included. I imagine yours included, Lopez, Figgy as well. Right? There's been a lot of minds changed in different ways with the Texans, and so I was very interested in tapping into power rankings that come out on Tuesdays and see where the national media views this team now, especially. And so I'll do this as a choose your own adventure because, I like throwing that up there if I can. 3 power rankings sit in front of me: NFL.com's, ESPN's, and the Athletics.
Oh, Athletic all day.
All right, so let's start with the Athletic. I believe the person that is in charge of this is Chad Graff and Josh Kendall. Keep that in mind if you want to be upset. First and foremost, who do you think is number one on there on the Athletics?
Patriots.
Rankings? Correct. The Patriots are the number one team. And the subcategory that they're discussing is the best case scenario for these teams, which I think is also interesting because that's one of the things that we're looking at. So the Patriots are considered the best team for them. Now, when we're talking about where the Houston Texans are, where would you imagine that the Texans fall?
Ooh, this was done when?
This was done this week. For this week.
I'm going to say this is entire NFL or just AFC?
Entire NFL, man.
I'm going to say 11.
Spot on.
Oh, yeah?
Number 11 is where the Texans stand in the
They've been getting the love.
Mind you, last week they were 17th
in
the power ranking. They say that the best case scenario is C.J. Stroud getting rolling, considering that he missed nearly a month, which, obviously the 3 weeks. Texas showed that they can win ugly, low-scoring games behind a great defense, which we've talked about. Now with Stroud back, if the offense can get moving again, this can be a tough team.
That Bills game did a lot, man.
It did. I think that's why
PR-wise, it did a lot.
That one did a lot for the rest of the surroundings. Obviously, the defense is the clear one, right? Because, island game, making Josh Allen look stupid. I think that's part for the defense. And then seeing some of the developments offensively, including Higgins looking cool. And then you bring CJ in, it's like, all right, does this continue? And yes, it does against the Colts. So I think that's how you end up there. Someone was laughing about the fact that the Patriots are 1. Would you agree with that? Because they go, Patriots 1, get this, Rams 2, Broncos 3.
No way.
Is where they go.
No way.
And then they come in with Seattle Seahawks 4.
No.
And then Bears 5. That's how they did there.
I'm surprised the Bears are that low.
Yeah, because their offense looking, and we might talk about
running game.
Yeah, running game. We'll talk about this tomorrow as well. Like it feels like their defense might have figured out the tush push a little bit.
Oh, the Eagles are saying that.
Yeah,
I think Jalen Hurts said it.
Yeah, so we'll talk about that tomorrow around the NFL. But so there you go, 11th in the NFL, up from 17th last week, according to The Athletic. I now take you to either NFL.com or ESPN.
NFL.com.
All right, let's go to NFL.com. This is Eric Edholm. He is a known commodity when it comes to these types of things. Their number one team, just to give you a landscape, is the Los Angeles Rams, Seattle Seahawks 2, Broncos 3, Patriots 4.
Oh, get out of here!
Really? Okay. What's your
Patriots aren't behind the Broncos?
Okay, I can see. Yeah. I thought, but that's fair.
Yeah.
Now, where do you believe that the Houston Texans rank for Eric Edholm and NFL.com?
I'll stick with 11.
A little bit lower.
13th
is where he puts them, which, mind you, is still a number of spots below the number 7 ranked Indianapolis Colts. Colts drop 3 spots from 4. Texans jump up 2 spots from 15. The blurb, by winning 4 straight and 5 of the last 6, Texas have climbed 2 games back over 500, firmly in the playoff race. Talks about C.J. Stroud looked a little rusty, but then, battled back in there. Had a chance to truly step on the Colts' neck late if two tush pushes, which we've talked about. So that seemed to be a little bit of a knock. This was good complimentary football from Houston, a sign that the team could be trouble for other contend in January if the Texans make it there. He did a little soft pedaling, but he's coming around. But 13th is right above the Baltimore Ravens at 14 and right below the Jacksonville Jaguars at 12.
Wow. Well, I mean, I kind of get that, I guess.
You do?
I guess. I mean, they're ahead of them in the they've split with them and they're ahead
Yeah,
of
but
them
these are
in the
power
division.
rankings.
I know.
Power,
I know.
John Lopez.
Forget the who beat who.
Yeah, man, it's power.
It's like the CFP.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, and I take you now finally to ESPN. This is ESPN. These are the NFL Nation reporters that all give you this. I don't know who actually puts together the fullness of the ranking, but to give you an idea, they have jumped the Patriots to number 1 over the Rams at 2. 3 is the Broncos, and the Seahawks are at 4. So they seem to align a little bit closer to, or actually they line up very nicely with the Athletics top.
Okay.
Where do you think that the Houston Texans rank here?
Is ESPN.
Yes, it is.
I think I'll change it up and say 12.
Right in there.
Yeah?
12 is where they are, up from 16th last week. The X factor final stretch is what's thrown in here, and it's the obvious one. It's C.J. Stroud for them, right? I think DJ writes this one. The Texans have elite defense, number 1 scoring unit, so on and so forth. Usually that's that all the defense needs to capture is, the Stroud could score 24 points a game, right? Stroud admitted he was a little rusty in his return, but the Texans need him to return to form with a defense that could power them to another divisional title and obviously a deep playoff run. That's all of that fairly evident, but 12. So you got 11, 12, and 13. All of this still in the place where you go just outside of or if you're going theoretically, right, the 14 teams make the playoffs as one of the lower teams in the playoff kind of area, but also a dangerous one.
Yeah, I feel as if we just did power ratings, rankings on the AFC, I might have them 2 or 3, right?
Oh, interesting. So
Broncos would, I guess, by default.
Broncos, Patriots are the ones that you'd put above them, and then you're looking at it and you go, there's probably not another team.
And again, not who's beating who, but just power rankings.
Yeah, that gets
Jaguars be in there.
Yeah, and you split with the Jaguars, but I feel better about this defense. Although the Jaguar defense, I might not be giving enough credit. They've been playing pretty good football. But, I mean, the possibility is there, and this is one
beat the Bills.
Yeah, beat the Bills, beat the Colts here recently. And I think that this game that's coming up on Saturday can do even more to help make people feel more convinced about what this Houston Texans team is, right, going forward. So, still, there's definitely more love coming to the Texans' way, but still some proving to do, which I think we probably would agree, right? Demeco Ryans himself has said there's places where this team can clean up, and he's not wrong. Some of the places are his, right? Some of the places are making sure that we have the right strategy in place, or a strategy in place, when you end up at the end of the half, or in circumstances where you need to go hurry up. I think those are things that we need to see. But something that I always enjoy seeing is courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing is the smiling faces of these gentlemen who are ready to take over for us. It's the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron.
Neither one of them is smiling, by the way.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
I just got an RBF, but it's just. I'm happier than I'll get out, man.
Okay.
It's Tyler's birthday today. Happy birthday, T.
Happy birthday, T.
It's my 2-year-old's birthday today. She's 2. Feels like yesterday she came into this world. She's 2.
Yeah.
She shares a birthday with Tyler Milner, so I'll never have an excuse to not tell him happy birthday.
Yeah. Are y'all going to have a joint party at some point? Because I'm sure that'll go wild.
It is one of very few decisions that my wife has made since that is smart financial decision.
Yeah.
We got this will be a 2 and a 4, and we're combining the birthdays once again this year. I took a little convincing last year.
When's the other one?
The other one's February 6th.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
February 7th?
Yeah. So that's
February
definitely
7, 2-7.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. We got a 12-2 and a 2-7, so we'll do it early January. So
yeah. All right.
Oh yeah, see you got good reason. Yeah, you just got the closest weekend. You're really doing something here, Clint.
That's 2 months, man.
Yeah, 2 months is a lot.
Well, I mean, you got to catch it. I love it, man. It's not going to last much longer.
No.
My 4-year-old's about at that point where she's like, nah, hell no, it ain't happening. Right now, I think she's okay with it. Right now, every birthday she goes to, she thinks is hers, so she's all right with it.
And that really is the beauty of it, right?
Yeah, just save a couple dollars because I'm gonna tell you, my wife.
They have to have nowadays. You got to get the place
you just know, like it is. The world has changed when you got to hire a company to come in and put the signs all in the yard with the big letters and everything, and then you got to hire the company to come in and do the balloon decoration with the backdrop there. Everybody can take a picture, and then you got to.
Yeah, you're using the word "have" in a way that I don't fully understand.
Well, I mean, y'all married different for me. I ain't got no
Fair enough.
Mine's doing it. Them babies, you damn sure ain't skimping on. You can skimp on her if you want to, but them babies, we ain't.
Yeah.
The cake, you got to hire somebody that can do some kind of cake that looks like an artist drew that damn thing. Like Van Gogh drew that damn thing on there.
Gogh.
Is that politically correct still? Be careful. I don't get off in the wrong
right
artist. I don't know my artist and my history.
Which you on the letters?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you.
Everything else I've done.
All of that, man. It is. I look up and I'm like, golly, man, we ain't got the food yet. we ain't got the catering yet. What was that Chick-fil-A bill?
Whew.
I mean, it's So I combine them all together, boy.
Yeah, but
both
you
up
do
two
it
and one.
again.
Yeah.
Do it again.
Come on.
All right, I like what you're doing there. And so, happy birthday to the babies. Happy birthday to T Mill.
Oh, he's a baby too.
Yeah. T Mill and your
baby T Mill.
T Mill and your 2-year-old could share a birthday party.
That's what I was thinking. Honestly,
well, that'd be fun.
Yeah. Go to Wonder Wild. Go to Bounce House.
Well, I still love Bounce House.
Yeah, go to a Bounce House.
If we're being completely honest,
for the 2-year-old,
Stoerners typically throw 2-year-old birthday parties so we can all get together and drink anyway. So Tyler would give us a reason. A better
Hey, you grew up in the right neighborhood, and by right I mean Hispanic. You haven't seen a 2-year-old birthday party until they're rolling a keg in there. And I've seen my share of those.
Hey, I've seen that one.
It ain't quite the 2-year-old, but them quinceañeras go off for what is that, 15?
Yeah.
We got 2 coolers, but we ain't had nobody willing to keystone.
Oh yeah, that happens.
That actually in the Nigerian demographic as well. You see the party, and it's like, this is ostensibly for a 2-year-old. I ain't seen the 2-year-old in about 4 hours.
Anybody got eyes on her?
We got a couple coolers.
Yeah, we got some Guinness over here for sure. That's for damn sure. Some fried rice over there.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Again, it fits perfect. Tyler and your 2-year-old.
Yeah, exactly.
Like a glove. You say Guinness?
Yeah. Nigerians are more onto that, the Guinness stuff. Yep. Heineken. Yeah. Fellas, we asked the question at 1, which Texans player not named CJ holds the key to the stretch run? Who would y'all throw up there? Because we kind of threw out some names. Woody Marks, Kyrie Fairbairn, Trent Brown, Miles Bryant, Kalen Bullock, Dalton Schultz, Jaden Higgins. Is there one of those or maybe another one that you feel like you go, if we're talking about isolating who holds the key to this stretch run, where are you guys thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I think all of those are good because the way that they play, it's not just one.
No,
it's not one player that jumps out because they're playing at a certain level where nobody can make mistakes. But I did like your late ad of Fairbairn.
Yeah.
Because because they are, and we'll talk about this at some point today or this week, when you are seeming to make the decision to play games the way that they seem to be in love with it.
Oh, yeah.
Like they seem to be, let's get up 20.
Yeah.
17, 20.
And then hold on.
No, but they don't say it as hold on.
Park the bus.
They say it and then just end it.
Finish the game. Yeah. But you think about
you got to make all those kicks.
Fairbairn missed 3 extra points in November and December last year, and in December in the playoffs he missed 3 or 4 field goals, including against the Chiefs and an extra point against the Chiefs.
Yeah. No, you can't you got to get all the points that you can get.
I like Woody Marks. I would go with Woody Marks. I just think there's not a replacement for him. In the last couple of games we've seen how he keeps drives alive, how he helps that offensive line and everything that to be blocked up perfect. We've seen this year a couple of different times of his ability to catch the ball out of the backfield and make big plays. And so I would say anybody not named CJ it'd start with Woody Marks.
I'm surprised I didn't hear a lot of Nico.
Yeah.
When I was listening to you guys,
kind of taking him for granted in a way because he feels like a given in some ways.
Because to me, even above Woody, because defensively they're together and you feel like they're going to make plays. But if somebody, and we've seen it, and we saw it in the second half of the Titans game. All right, man, we just got to have somebody go make a play.
No.
And we got to go put it up, and we got to just, who is that going to be? And I think Nico is probably all right, man, we just got to have a play.
Yeah.
And here, man, I'm going to throw it up, and maybe 3 dudes over there like it was against the Titans. That's 3rd and 16.
Yeah.
I got to go make a play. Because we saw that's where the offense changed in that game against the Titans. So Yeah, he didn't come to my mind immediately, but he is all right, we need a play. That's where we're going.
Sure. To the point where I was actually really surprised at the end of the first half where they throw up that jump ball and it's one-on-one and he just kind of misplays it because I was like, oh, that should be easy money for 40 yards down the field.
That was a lot of surprises at the end of the half.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
The reason I didn't say Nico is because it's just clear they are not going to, with the exception of a wrinkle, maybe a little toss play in the goal line, they're just not going to make him like a priority the way that the Bengals make Jamar Chase.
You don't think they have lately, though?
No.
A little more.
I don't even think when he had 15. I think he's had games and even run. Like, I think Davis Mills got the ball to
anybody. You think that was just the read, the open guy?
I think Davis probably has a little bit more of the ability to just go screw everything else. I'm gonna throw this thing to Nico, but it's still within the offense. It's like way too often they're comfortable with just letting the safety roll over the top of a corner and going, hey, all right, we'll go elsewhere. Right now, we've seen Higgins emerge. We've seen Dalton Schultz having a career year. We've seen Christian Kirk of late have a good game. So I mean, I'm not saying it can't work, but there's not even a remotely close.
Yeah.
There's been some flashes maybe with Davis.
Yeah,
there's not even remotely close like a force the ball to him moment.
Definitely with Davis. I like because he had almost 40 targets in a 3-game span.
Yeah, he had 15 in one game.
Yeah. And a little bit more, and it seemed like to me, like you said yesterday, you looked up and you couldn't believe his numbers in the game Sunday. But yeah, I mean he probably had 7-8 catches in that game, so a little bit more.
They're doing a good job. Like he's getting production but it's all within the progression.
Yeah,
it's all within the system. There's nothing schemed up. I'm going to say nothing. Rarely anything schemed up specifically for Nico Collins.
I'm excited to hear you guys talk about that, and of course all the things that you guys have. You're listening to KLTFM HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. Once again, happy birthday, T. Mill, and happy birthday to everybody because right now, The Drive is live.
That's right, The Drive is live, and it's a birthday edition on The Drive. As Tyler Milner, it looks like he's focused and ready for these 4 hours to end so he can really get after it.
Oh, margaritas and fajitas at El Tiempo are calling that name.
Is that the birthday? Typical birthday dinner?
That's the start?
Soon as we sign off, yes, sir.
Good for you.
Man, to hell with that Christmas party. I don't blame you. That's the start. That's the start. I'm with you, man. To hell with it, man. It's your birthday.
I love Christmas, but I got some meat to celebrate.
No, you shouldn't. I told you, I've been fired at a Christmas party for a few drinks, so let's not. Yeah, don't even put yourself in that situation, Tyler. Oh boy, that's a hell of a start. I know that's not a finish. I think you know what? I think I'm gonna just drive to the Heights tonight, and I'm just going to walk from bar to bar to
see if you can spot his rig. Well, no, because he'll be Ubering by that trip.
No, yeah, he won't see his vehicle. I'm just going to walk around to see.
Ooh, a new Kirby Ice House did open up in the Heights.
Did it?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, brand new.
Where is the space for that?
Okay. Ooh, I might have to go check that out.
Really?
Might be a good
they had
call.
to buy something out, right?
Where is the space for that? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I see you.
I just remembered that whenever you said the Heights. I might plan right there.
Might have to. By the way, also... not just that Kirby Ice House in the Heights that just opened up, but it's a Texans ticket Tuesday.
Yes!
You got a chance to win a pair of tickets. Front row bullpen, not for Sunday. Obviously, Sunday is a road game, but against the Cardinals, you got a chance to win a pair of tickets coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. So stay tuned. 5 o'clock hour. How old are you today, Tyler?
I'm at the ripe age of 35 now.
Caller number 35. You'll be there. No, just like no, but 5 o'clock hour is you'll have a chance to win a pair of tickets. So a Texans ticket Tuesday. So make sure you stay tuned for that. A lot of fun to be had. Tell your boy happy birthday. As T Mill is officially not middle-aged, but in his mid-30s.
Yeah.
At 34, you can still ride with in your early 30s. You are officially in your mid-30s at this point.
Getting grayer by the day,
at
boys.
35 years old. Knees hurting. There you go. Why not? Happy birthday, Turk. Happy birthday to young Laney as well, 2 years old.
Yeah, man. Already 2. It feels like yesterday, Tyler.
Is this a face dive into the cake? Is she still in that space?
Oh, she'll lean into it. She's an eater now. She's I don't know if she'll face dive, but she will have all over her hands and be cramming it in her face. Absolutely. them True Fruit I was telling y'all about 2 weeks ago, man. She's got to where every night when I come in, when I walk in the door, she's at the freezer doors pulling that bottom shelf because big one, Daddy, big one. Yeah. She's an eater now. She'll dive in, no doubt. We'll see how it goes tonight.
Talking just like her mom, huh? Big one, Daddy. All right.
Oh, stop it. She may have lied to me a time or two, boys.
There you go, love.
My wife plays with me.
All right. Not only is it a Texans Ticket Tuesday, but Clinton is always, and also, a Tape Drop Tuesday. This arguably was the biggest win, I would say the biggest win on the road against a first-place team that had been rolling, and you shut the number one offense down to 16 points, Clint. I would say biggest win on the road in the season against the Colts. What did you see? What did you see when you were watching the tape?
Well, look, first and foremost, I thought some of the stuff we talked about yesterday, I thought the offensive line was better than advertised. You made a point yesterday about the offensive line, and it may have not productively, because I think they've had a game where they didn't give up a sack this year. I think it was when Davis was in there, but they, it may not from a stat line standpoint look like it. But I'm telling you, boys, this offensive line is. I'm not going to chalk them up to a top 10 offensive line, but this we always said all year long. Just give us an average NFL offensive line, both in the run game and the pass protect, and this team can win a bunch of games. And this offense can be pretty damn good. I think we've landed there. I'm going to tell you, the guys from the center to the right tackle, no disrespect to the other guys. The young fella, Urster, he's coming. He's doing a good job. My man, Titus Howard, hey, tip my cap, man. You're a better man than me playing all these different positions. But when you look at Andrews, Ingram, and Trent Brown, there's an ability there, or there's a desire there with all of those guys to be a bully. There's a desire there with all of those guys to be a bully. Now,
got a little nasty.
There's nasty, and there's definitely finish. There's definitely a physicality. There's definitely if you are a player that is able to be dominated, that doesn't play hard all the time, those guys are going to catch you slipping. And look, Jake Andrews is he's working with I would say below average NFL center talent, and he's making it work. When it comes to just tangible abilities, he's not the most gifted guy in the league, but there's some nasty there, and he gets it done. Ingram, again, like I said last week, he shows you a handful of snaps every game where that's first-round stuff. Like that level of physicality, particularly in the run game, that level of physicality is why you go, okay, this dude right here has a chance to be different than most offensive linemen that you take in the second, third, fourth round.
53 Pratt bit hit. Oh,
boy, was that nasty. And then Trent Brown, I've talked about it week after week. It's no surprise to me that Trent Brown is still in the starting lineup. There's just a level of, again, set the tone, physicality, the ability to just shut down that inside of the pass rush, if you will. If he gets his hands on you, it's nasty. So I think that held up once again. I'm going to tell you, in an effort to not talk negatively about Reed and a couple of the other defensive backs, and I don't mean negative the defense was fine, but I'll make this statement. I'm sitting there watching this film, and Kamari Lassiter has changed the way that I evaluate or I watch defensive backs. And not that it's a major negative for those guys, but it's more of a positive for him. The long screen pass that Jonathan Taylor had in the first half.
Yeah.
There's Reed reads it pretty well and comes up, and he's presented with an opportunity to do what Kamari Lassiter does, which is blow up the first thing in your face to stop the screen, make the running back stop his feet. And so, in other words, blow up a 300-pounder right there, just right there. And Reed decides, he makes a business decision. He sidesteps that thing. Taylor goes the other direction. And I'm not saying he would have made the tackle anyway, but Taylor never breaks stride, goes the other direction. Reed's a non-factor in the game. Pretty timid play. And I'm watching it going, boy, Kamari Lassiter would have made that offensive lineman's teeth chatter. I mean, again, I hope Reed gets healthy. I don't know what I expect out of Reed at this point in time, but boy, Kamari's changed the way that I watch defensive backs. And I think lastly is get to the meat of this thing is C.J. Stroud. CJ's late on a lot of stuff, even completions, even some of the completions. I'm chalking it up to rust right now.
You think that is a fair thing? Because I know there are some people who are poo-pooing that.
Yeah. No, right now, I mean, if it continues, then we'll have a problem. But I think he's late on a lot of throws. Even when he's finding receivers, it's a late get to. I think in the red zone, he's hesitant to pull the trigger. I think there were some opportunities for him on that first drive and a couple other drives to have chunk plays or touchdowns, and he just – I don't know if he's not seeing it. I don't know if he's not trusting it. I don't know what it is, but he's not pulling the trigger. Because when you get down in the red zone, the windows get tighter. The opportunities, if for instance, Dalton Schultz down there on that first time they were down there, he runs up and like just about 1 yard into the end zone, he runs kind of like a little curl route where the DB is behind him and inside. If CJ's got the arm, if he rips that thing on Dalton's outside shoulder, it's touchdown all day. And the DB's a non-factor. Well, he didn't do it. If he works to the right, Nico Collins is over the top on a corner route, and he can lay it to the back corner. Well, he never got to it. So there's some – he's just not pulling the trigger, and I'm chalking it up to rust right now. The one play
So real quick on the rust part, what is it? It's just timeout that he's not completely confident in what he's seeing?
I think all of it. I think that was a defense that showed some different looks. Yeah, I think you've got to read it almost second nature and trust that receiver's going to clear that linebacker in coverage, or that you got to get that ball out on once. Like there's the slant to Nico for 21 yards. That was a tight throw. Like that was almost deflected, and in reality, that should have been just in chest right off the break. But for some reason, CJ's looking hard left and then kicked his eyes back right, and it damn near gets broken up. Like you've got to just eliminate everything else and throw that slant to Nico Collins right there and make it easy. Now it worked out for 21 yards, so nobody's going to complain about it. But that's what I'm talking about. The throw, the interception. The interception throw. Late. Like that wasn't – well, I mean, yeah, you can I guess you could say from a timing perspective maybe a little bit late, but it's just a bad throw. That wasn't – I chalked that up to all Russ. He just forced the ball. He didn't force the ball. I mean, the linebacker's running underneath with his back to the quarterback. We see quarterbacks make these throws all the time where it looks tight, but the linebacker's got his back to the quarterback. The problem is he didn't bring him back to the sideline. He threw it over his head. It was just a bad throw. He just missed it. Just flat-ass missed it, which we just don't see C.J. Stroud do very often. So if he lays it on the sideline – that's a huge chunk play at a moment where you just had a sudden change because they fumbled the snap on the tush push, and we're in business. But instead, you give them back the football with a bad throw. So, I think there's some with CJ. There's just some hesitancy there, which right now I'll chalk up to a month on the shelf. There's some just not seeing things immediately, not eliminating one side of the field and just working the other because. So I think that was obvious throughout the game. I did not see that as much in the game tape because you just can't see anything. You can't see everything, right? A couple of the sacks that he took, I know one of them for sure. He could have avoided it 10 out of 10 times. There's 3 guys underneath wide open, and he's for some reason. And I don't think he's holding this. This is where it comes into like the rush factor too, Ron. I don't think he's holding the ball like trying to get Nico the ball. I think he sees the rush. Right, like I think he's feeling and seeing the rush right now, and he's dropping his eyes and seeing the rush instead of keeping his eyes up and getting the ball out. He's dropping his eyes and seeing the rush, which again I'll chalk that up to rust right now. But if you can do those things and still throw for 275 and win a game, you're in pretty good shape.
Yeah. So big performance from the O-line and C.J. Stroud. To me, everything you're saying to me is nothing that I wouldn't have expected.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
from CJ in particular.
Absolutely, right? 100%.
Yeah, and to me, I think you said a little bit yesterday, I was probably a little bit more surprised that he got off to such a good start.
Yeah.
Right, converting tight window third downs. Higgins got one in there. Hutchinson got one in there, tight window throws, which a lot of timing goes into it. You would think he hadn't had a lot.
Well, I'm still there with like what he did after being on the shelf for a month was tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. But if you're evaluating the film,
but I could, it's not a surprise to think, not ready to pull the trigger.
Yeah, it just eyes not in the right place, not ready to pull the trigger, not trusting your instincts, and here's the thing: is we got to hope that it is the time, on the shelf and missing a month's worth of practice, 3 weeks, month's worth of practice, and you hope it's not he just doesn't have a great feel for Kaylee's offense yet. So. You hope that's the case. I would chalk it up to rust right now. We'll see how long it lasts.
All right, coming up as we continue, maybe CJ and the Texans are making more of something that shouldn't be as big as it feels like it is, and they're adding to it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties, y'all. The Underdog Fantasy app.
even if you have.
Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. I could put my foot up this kid's ass.
I'm assuming you're talking about your sons.
Yes.
What do you do? Do you touch the mic?
You know, I generally don't like to bring. I've got in trouble for bringing in some of the personal stuff in too much.
In the studio?
Too much on the air.
Oh, come on.
But I don't care. Just gotta. They give you a preview of the school picture.
Oh, what'd he do? Is he acting a fool? In the picture? Face down, slid it across the...
I could kick his ass.
What's wrong with it?
What do you mean, what's wrong with it? Look at him.
Who's going to be mad? Because he ain't smiling?
He looks pissed.
Mean mugging?
He looks like, no, it's not even mean mugging. It's a pouty face. It's like pouty face.
He didn't like picture day.
The best way I can describe it.
Well, I didn't view it as pouty.
You didn't? Oh,
No.
my God. Come on, man. Smile in your damn picture.
I know him, and it seems like what I know of him, he seems like to be a happy kid. Right there, he looks like
annoyed.
He looks like the kid that fights in school all the time.
He looks
annoyed. Annoyed is great.
He looks like the teacher or somebody pissed him off.
No, pissed off is yes.
And
yes.
right for he
Agreed.
sat down, and this is his protest.
I got to be doing this.
This
I
is
agree.
his protest.
I agree with that. I don't think it's pouty though. I think he's pissed. I think
it's pouty. Piss pouty. Same thing.
Pissy pouty.
I want to. You know what? I want to order these, and I want to send it. I want to send them to everybody.
What do you think Courtney's thinking about it?
Hot.
She wants him to smile.
What did she say?
Did she want him to smile? Is that the deal, or just?
I can't stand him.
Well, what do you want him to smile real big? Is that what you're looking for?
Serious.
I mean,
smile. I mean, you take a smile or something. No, don't look like
appear happy.
Don't look like he looks like I'm protesting that I don't want to take this picture, so I'm gonna give you this.
Yeah.
Oh my God! And now this is the only one we can take.
That's the only option y'all got. They just gave y'all one option.
Well, now, I mean, we can't run back in there to go take them again. I don't know if they're coming back.
Oh, but usually they take more in one sitting.
My
That's the
God.
only one y'all got?
He did, and then probably didn't alert nobody. This what he picked out on picture day.
The shirt you talking about?
You got to be kidding.
Give him hell, Trey. Give him hell.
I mean, damn. Anyway, sorry.
I'm going to be in trouble like Trey. I'm going to go ahead and tell you. I can't keep my hands off the mic. I'm just going to tell you, man.
I got to fix it to me. I'm trying not to. I mean, man, that ran me hot. All right. Is this are they making too much of a story out of this? All right. Is this just one of these talk radio, internet things that's not really a big deal, or is it really a conversation? Because I think the Davis CJ thing, I see it from people on the text line, YouTube and Twitch every day. I see it on social, and to a point where CJ Stroud is on with Pat McAfee yesterday, and I think Pat McAfee just plain asked him, "How's the relationship between you and Davis?"
Off the field.
Yeah, off the field. How's the relationship between you and Davis? And I'm thinking that maybe CJ's thinking that's where he's hinting towards, because hey, you go 3-0, you play like that. Maybe there's a controversy if the quarterback ain't Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes, right? Maybe there's something there. Here is Here is his answer to, hey, what's the relationship between you and Davis off the field?
That's my brother, bro. Like, he's been a really, great leader for me coming into the league. I thought, coming in, fighting for the same position, he always showed me love still, and I try to do the same. And he's made me better. I feel like I made him better. And we have our QB dinners that we do, and we had a lot. His wife, is a really good friend of mine as well, and his family. I meet them, every time they come to the games and stuff. So that's my brother, man. I always support him. I always, root him on. And I just think it's funny that people ask these questions now, just because he's had some really good games, and it's something that like I root that on. I think he's a starter in the NFL, and I think he's proven that in these couple games that he's played. So I just think it's funny how people can try to switch the narrative to make it seem like I'm like some guy that's like, oh no, like
I saw a photo of you in the locker room. I saw a photo of you in the locker room. Everybody was happy, but you. Okay, everybody was happy, but yeah. I'm telling you, I've seen it with my own eyes.
I'm prime.
All right, that's Pat McAfee. And listen, it continues on as they make comments. By the way, Pat is clearly joking on I saw a picture of you. You were mad. But it didn't stop there. They continued. Well, CJ continued to go on about the topic.
You can see one photo, but look at the whole thing. Like,
no, it's 2025, CJ. We're not doing that.
Right.
I saw one frame. That guy's not happy.
Still concussed too in that frame.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about the lights in that entire thing. Yeah, it was a narrative though. It was a narrative.
Yeah, it's all good, man. Some things in life, I try not to respond, and just let my, let my private life be my private life. And I thought me and my teammates, I think they know how much of a leader I am, and how much having that C on my chest means to me. And that's not when it's always good for me, and when it's good for the team and it's sometimes not great for me, I gotta be happy, because that's more important than just my selfish and my personal desires. So I put the team before me anytime, man. And if that's me not playing because it was a Thursday night game, and I was just super happy that we got the dub, and it helps me out that I get to play hopefully more ball, as the season goes on.
Yeah, but I saw a photo, so.
Oh yeah.
I don't need to hear it. I'm happy you cleared that up, though. That's good. And Dougie knows that you're happy for him, and that locker room knows that you're happy for him.
All right, there's CJ. Do you think this is a real narrative? You surprised that he went in with this? Because he did say, like, he's a fan of him. He's rooting for Davis. They've got a great relationship. They have meetings with his wife and stuff.
No, look, I don't personally think it's a narrative. I don't live in a world where I see remotely close to enough fodder, comments, statements about Davis Mills versus CJ to even entertain the thought. But clearly it's gotten to CJ. Clearly it's gotten to CJ.
And McAfee.
Well, I think McAfee almost. Look, he just said, "Hey, off the field, man, what's the relationship like?" And I thought CJ did a really good job answering that question. And then all of a sudden, he flips and turns it into, "Oh, but I don't know why everybody with this narrative stuff." And so at that point, it's like, I think McAfee's got to try to lighten the room a little bit and not make this be almost like a go the wrong direction and be so serious. But he turns it into this narrative convo, and then he slides into a leadership and captain convo, telling us how much his team knows he's a leader, and it's weird. And this slides into the same stuff with Demeco Ryans and how triggered they are by what other people are talking about or what the media is writing about, and they spend so much time telling you about how they don't care about it, but yet they're telling you about how they don't care about it and trying to explain and justify out of it. Like, it's just that part of it's weird to me. Like, I'll be honest with you, the whole back half of that first comment and the whole second one is below C.J. Stroud, in my opinion. Like, if I'm the starting quarterback, if I'm C.J. Stroud, I'm starting quarterback for the Houston Texans. I have no need, desire. It's not even on my radar to address a narrative about Davis Mills should start beyond me. I don't care if somebody saw a picture of me in a locker room. I don't give a rip. I don't need to tell, vocalize publicly that I'm a leader and the team knows it. And I don't, that's all strange to me given who CJ Stroud actually is for this team.
It would be something you wouldn't even bring. You wouldn't even
entertain it. I mean, if they brought it up, I would laugh and keep it moving. Like, I don't know. That's the interesting thing. That's the interesting part.
I could see how he would be annoyed that people view him in a sense that he is negative towards Davis Mills because Davis Mills was performing well.
Stroud House.
I could see how he could be annoyed with, like he brought up a photo, because I think he's heard of the photo that he's talking about. I can see how annoyed, and I think to me what I heard was, hey, I'm a captain of this team, and I'm rooting for the best, for the good of the team. So I could see how he could be annoyed about that. I don't think he thinks his job, or this is
for the record, I don't think he thinks his job is in jeopardy either. But it's clearly gotten to the mind of the starting quarterback. And if you don't believe it, those comments to me, it's clearly on your radar. It's clearly part of your world. Even though those guys talk about, I don't care, it don't matter what other people say, and everybody's going to jump on.
Absolutely,
everybody's going to be on our team when we win, and everybody's going to talk bad about it. You hear every bit of it, and it impacts you, obviously. Or it would just be let's keep it moving.
Yeah. All right. Some people are concerned about some of that. I'm not as concerned about that as I am a bit concerned about this. And this is something that we are starting to see as a trend, almost as this is what to expect from the Texans moving forward, and it could be something that hurts them. We'll discuss that on the other side.
All right, y'all, on that lunch.
800-242-3131. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
A lot going on this Tuesday. It is a birthday Tuesday as Tyler Milner is now officially 35 years old, mid-30s in the building. It's his birthday. Clint's daughter, Lainey, it's her birthday. She's turning 2, so a little bit behind Tyler. And in the 5 o'clock hour, you got a chance to win a pair of tickets on a Texans Ticket Tuesday for the Arizona Cardinals game coming up. So make sure you stay tuned with us for your chance to win. My man right here, I love the excitement from people coming through here. You win 4 in a row, you do that, and people get excited. I'm just looking at on YouTube. My man Ridgemont, OAD, the frequent visitor on YouTube while we do the show. So, once we beat the Chiefs, the AFC is ours. If we get into the playoffs, who is going to stop us?
I'm so excited!
And as I said yesterday, I think you got to look at this team differently. When you look at the Texans and you look at the rest of the AFC, to me, if you do something great, exceptional, you got a chance no matter what that is. And obviously the Texans, I think, have the best unit going into any game. But when you say that, what will potentially stop us? And, Clint, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. And this is something that I am really going to watch the rest of the way because, as you said, AD, what can stop us? I think the Texans play a way that puts them in a situation where a lot of teams could creep up and get them. And when you say a lot of teams, any team, as we watch with the Titans, any team, the way they play. Here was Demeco actually talking about, and this specific conversation that he is speaking about at the end of the half, to me, is a big part of the overall point I want to get. He is giving his reasoning for how the end of the half went against the Colts.
Yeah, we're trying to get points there. I mean, we are trying to get points. We didn't execute how we wanted to execute at the end of the half. If we get the first down, we're in a good spot there. Want to finish vertical there. Thought Higgins did a great job of catching the football, but we got to finish vertical, get the first down there. Then we're in position to go ahead and try to get points.
All right, I hear what he said. I don't know about you, Clint, people, Tyler. When I watched it, it did not look like they were saying, let's go get points. Let's go score. Let's go add to it. It looked like, hey, let's not make a mistake. We get the ball coming out of the half. We have a lead. Let's not make a mistake. And Clint, to me, overall from that point, I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but overall from that point, they play a game in which it's like a race to 20, 17, and they enjoy to play it that way. It almost seems like it's the plan to play that way. And for me, Clint, you put yourself in a situation where you're going to be playing better teams in the playoffs, and they just have to make, like Bo Nix, 3 or 4 plays, and next thing you know, you look up and it's like, damn, we're down.
Yeah.
And we feel like our defense is dominated all day long, and then it puts pressure on your special teams can't make any mistakes, which they've kind of been prone to do sometimes. Can't turn it over. You can't. They just play a game when you are planning to say, hey, let's win 17-14. Let's win 2017. You just put yourself at risk for somebody to jump up and get you because they just made a play, a busted coverage, or Alex Pierce draws a pass interference that was thrown in the first row and sets you up, or something happens. And I think that is something that is concerning the rest of the way of how they appear to want to play that way, want to keep the games tight.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and it's a bigger problem for me when the playoffs come.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I think look at the rest of the season. I mean, you got a cat this week in Pat Mahomes who I'd rather it not be a one possession game. If at all we can accept, we can not allow it to. can we go get a 2-score lead? That would be nice going to the fourth quarter. I mean, but you got Arizona, Jacoby Brissett, you got Geno Smith in Vegas, you got a banged-up team and a banged-up quarterback in Justin Herbert with the Chargers, and you got a broken leg, Daniel Jones, that we just saw play. And so I think our defense is going to be able to allow this team to win enough games the rest of the way, playing the kind of ball you're talking about. The problem is can you win 4 straight, and do you legitimately believe that you can beat playoff teams with that kind of approach? Now, what the audio you used, it's interesting to me because the one thing that Demeco points out in that drive is the one thing that has a justifiable excuse of why it happened. Like, I would like for Higgins to have gotten north and got that first down too.
Yeah.
But he's a rookie. Not quite understanding every situation you're in is excusable for him. Like you can go, hey man, he's young, gotta get over it. Like starting that drive and just let time.
That's what I said. The time from the jump screen. Yeah. Let's be conservative.
The way you started the drive and then the way you finished the drive was there was nothing aggressive about it. There was nothing about it that said let's go get points. There was like Higgins is the least of the worries in a sense of how that drive went. So I think it's telling. You know, Demeco pointing that out, I think, is pretty telling about what they're trying to do. I mean, they are very comfortable with the traditional defensive-led football team of just, hey, I'd rather not score points as long as that means I don't risk giving them any points.
But I mean, we've watched it, and you play it's playing with fire.
Yeah, I agree.
Right, like. You're in this, and Tyler was there live. All of a sudden, the way you play, hell, Tennessee's in the game.
Yep.
Tennessee ties the game, and they were getting their asses dominated. Really, they somehow got 6 points on the board, but clearly the Texans, especially their defense, were dominating, especially when they took control. But all of a sudden, hell, it's 13-13, and it's 3rd down and 16.
Yep.
And you may be able to hunt the ball. That's the worst team in football. That's the Titans.
Yeah.
Right? And Buffalo, I'm sorry, the last 2 games, the Texans could have put at least 27 up, maybe 30. The way, like even with Davis, was the way the first half went.
Against Buffalo.
Yeah. They could have put up big points. The way that they were moving the ball on the Colts, it felt like they could have put up big points.
Agreed.
And it seems like it wasn't as much the other team coming up with adjustments or doing something to stop them. It seemed like they were helping with, all right, let's just not make mistakes. Let's just not make mistakes.
Yeah.
I think you're playing with fire with that.
I agree wholeheartedly with the overall point, Ron. There is it's a game time decision. It seems like there is a desire to have control and just control it to the finish line instead of let's step on their necks, let's be aggressive, let's put them out of their misery, let's put this thing out of reach. Let's just control it to the stop, to the end. I think Demeco, being defensive minded, is wired like that.
Yep.
And I think Nick Caserio, where he's from and how they won championships, he definitely wired like that.
All right, coming up as we continue here, a lot going on. It is a Texans Ticket Tuesday, so you got a chance to win tickets throughout or in the 5 o'clock hour, so stay tuned for that. And Clint's helped me. I want to send a shout out to a group on this team, and heard something Demeco had to say on the coaches show last night, and it really kind of brought into focus the challenge for a major part of this Texans team. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all, look, for a lot of y'all out there, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, your crown's disappearing. Not for me, though, because I got mine cleaned up, boy. I got plenty up there. Hey, if you're out there and you ain't got a wig like me, hey, man, it's right there at your fingertips. It's advanced hair restoration, right? It's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. You know who you are. If you're out there and you've got a
Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. Happy birthday to our guy, Tyler Milner. He is turned 35 in the building.
Thank you.
Old ass, you on the backside of 30.
That's right. It's still mid.
Backside.
It's still mid.
The mid.
36 is backside, I believe.
When it struck midnight, he's on that old backside.
It's mid. Mid. He gets 1 year mid.
He's on the backside. There ain't no mid.
Yes, there is. Just like when I turned 45.
He got 30.
Mid.
He got the first day when he turned 30.
I don't turn 35 technically until 6:26 p.m.
Shut up. Oh, my God.
Well, at 6:25.
Well, then I'm going to stop saying happy birthday to your ass then. If that's
I'm just battling Clint's narrative, man, like CJ with Pat yesterday. You know?
I guess.
I know.
I know. It's just 35.
You're just on the backside of 30.
No, it's mid. Mid-30s. Right there. For
Who
1
sings
year.
it? Who sings that song? On the backside.
I can tell you right now, I ain't got it.
I don't have it.
Back on my home.
Give me 6 years. Give me 35 years. They're going to have it. I'm sure somebody on the text line, YouTube, and Twitch will pick it up.
It's old school country.
By the way, also, Tyler shares a birthday with Clint's youngest. She turns 2 today. So a big day in the Stoerner household.
Laney James. She's 2.
She's 2. So
she's easy to love, y'all. She's easy to love, boy. I tell you what, sweetheart. Loves to eat, smile, laugh. Just a matter of time before she's kicking ass.
There you go. Think she's going to be an ass kicker?
Ain't no doubt.
She's going to be more of the ass kicker of the 2?
Yes. Her big sister's got a rude awakening coming.
She's winning all the battles right now.
She's about 2 pounds from her right now and built different. She hits a little harder.
Really?
She pushes a little harder.
She's 2 pounds from? Really?
She was 3 pounds from her 6 months ago down there. So yeah, she's.
I caught her.
Yeah, she got.
Somebody said John Connolly.
There it is. I believe that is right.
2 different texts coming in.
Backside.
3 different texts. There goes John.
That is correct.
Back on my own.
Thanks, Adam. All right. So a lot to get to. By the way, also me listening in the 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win a pair of tickets, front row on the bullpen. Listen, I was listening to you earlier as you were doing a little tape drop, and you're right. I think I personally need to give the offensive line a shout out, man. I got it. They have. I still will tell you, I do not love Titus Howard playing out of position and playing guard.
It's not pretty.
But we've asked for this group, can you just be average? Damn it, can you just be average? And they've played the most important games of their season the last 2 or 3 weeks. They're on a 4-game streak, but that the last 2 weeks in particular, Buffalo, Indy, those are going to be really tough and tight games. And to be honest, with the Chiefs and their pass rush this year, I think that the Texans should be able to play at a similar vein that they've played the last 2 weeks as well. But they have gone out and they've looked above average. At times, they've looked above average. There are even the sacks you feel like, I don't know, I can put that on them. Right? There was one, Ed Ingram got his ass kicked by that Wormley guy. He just hit him with a swim move and just left Ed, and that was one of the sacks. That was on Ed. But for the most part, and it's weird too, Clint, because when you look at the numbers that you would attach to the offensive line, there were still multiple sacks. They didn't really run the ball great, but still, with my eyes, I felt like they played well. Like just the visual watching them look like they played well. So I give a shout out to Cole Popovich, to Nick Caley, to all the 5 that they've started to roll with. It took them a minute, but they found a group, at least right now, what they have shown the last weeks that they can win with, and they've played much, much better. And that's a team that does a lot of stunts and plays a lot of games up front, and that was just hell. Anybody did that to the Texans last year. and really early too, would give them problems. And the best compliment is I never ever watched that game and thought, man, the Texans' offensive line is giving them problems.
Yeah, look, here's what I think is different today about the Houston Texans offensive line, based on the film. There is a real desire to display physicality in how you play offensive line. Like, it's not just the coach saying it. It's not just Demeco wanting it. And I'm not saying they're the most physical group in the game. What I'm telling you is the guys up there, Jake Andrews, Ed Ingram, Trent Brown. I think Ursery's even got a little bit of that in him. Titus is a fish out of water, but he's getting the job done. But there is an effort, a want to play the position with a certain level of physicality, and it's not just talk any longer. And there is a willingness and an effort to finish, right? These guys, they still play at times with rough technique and mechanics, to steal a phrase from Demeco and Nick. The mechanics and technique aren't always there. So they'll get turned sideways from time to time, or they'll get in chase mode, or they maybe not get squared up on somebody in the run game. But because they're willing to get a piece of a defender and hang on for dear life and run their feet, then the ball carrier, whether it's Nick Chubb or Woody Marks or the quarterback C.J. Stroud, is able to navigate the pocket or avoid that particular defender in the scheme that the defense is running. That's the difference in this offensive line. What we saw previously was coaches talking about wanting to be physical and talking about finishing and talk about communicating, but none of that was getting accomplished.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
Oh, speaking of, what's the breaking news you got from the Texans?
Yeah, exactly. Speaking of the offensive line here in Houston, the Texans have just announced they have waived guard Laken Tomlinson. He is no longer with the squad.
Well, that's not a surprise. I was wondering if they were going to do that. He had just completely fallen out of favor. He was starting early, rotating early, and then they put 62 in there for him, and then it was all she wrote. We never saw him again. And Laken Tomlinson, just seeing a release from the Texans. Laken Tomlinson waived. And this is interesting. A lot of people have been texting in about the Steelers releasing Darius Slay, the corner who played with the Eagles and won a championship last year, the veteran corner. He's been released. They picked up Adam Thielen, the receiver, as well, but they released Darius Slay. Don't know what move the Texans are going to make to add to their roster, but this is the second guy in the last couple of weeks that we thought was going to be a contributor to the offense. Damian Pierce they released, and now they've done it with Laken Tomlinson, and we're just talking about the offensive line.
Yeah, look, a couple things. I don't think it changes the conversation we just had, obviously, because he was below Juice Scruggs, and Juice Scruggs is in a rough spot. So
Patterson.
Yeah, I mean, there's several guard options available, so this shouldn't surprise anybody. So, I mean, I immediately go from not a big deal in terms of the Texans' product right now, but boy, what another shot in the tail end of Nick Caserio's offseason acquisitions.
Yeah.
I mean, boy, you got Cam Robinson, Laken Tomlinson. Those two cats right there were the two biggest O-line ads that you had. I mean, it's yeah. I mean, that's a rough one to stomach when you. I guess him not playing was bad enough, but now that he ain't even playing well enough to stay on a damn squad.
But yeah, but you wonder if that. Like, what is that? That's something to keep an eye open on what they do to fill that roster.
Well, it clears the spot, yeah. And look, I would argue that any veteran secondary player that has versatility in their game, whether it's outside corner, inside corner, safety, nickel defender, whatever it may be, I would say that there's a real possibility that they would bring him in. Now,
especially how they spoke about the safety.
Miles Bryant?
No, Ward, Jimmy Ward.
Oh, Jimmy Ward.
He said when he was asked about Jimmy Ward, he just flat said no update on Jimmy Ward. That's starting to sound like Mixon.
Yeah, he's starting to get on the outs a little bit right now.
Yeah, it's starting to sound like he's not rolling. But yeah, and they just had another injury in that defensive back room as well, with Reed going out. So yeah, that could be something to watch. That they're making a move to add somebody else to this roster.
Well, you got to. I mean, you're just one injury away, and your cover defenders from having to all of a sudden start moving folks around again. And if you, God forbid, you lose an outside corner, you're in a tough spot. Even though Tremont Smith has been really good this year when he's had to play, but I do think that there's a chance that a Darius Slay type of move could be made when these guys randomly come available. I mean, I don't know enough about Darius Slay of like, is he a guy that I think Demeco's got a there's a willingness to take a swing at a player like that if he knows that it's his kind of dude. Does he have versatility and can he play multiple positions? And does he have the right personality and is he a great fit? There's not a big enough need right now for him to go, hey, Des King, let's bring you back and all of a sudden you can play and get actual run. Like, I don't think there's a dire enough situation in the secondary to do that, but there's damn sure a situation where I think Demeco Ryans, if he sees where he can add a veteran that's versatile, that can play multiple positions and add some depth at the very least to this defense, because it's clear if they're going to win playoff games, it's going to be because of the defense. And so you might as well load up. Yeah, you might as well load up.
Now, I will say, that Pittsburgh defense wasn't playing great, and I don't know them releasing Darius Slay being released from that defense. I don't know how much that screams and says, boy, you better jump on it and go get it, because, like, obviously the Texans, I don't think they need another corner, right? Maybe they could get some help in secondary, but, I mean, I wouldn't look at it and say, boy, they are in desperate need to bring in somebody, Clint, that isn't the right fit, that isn't and that can't really fill and play the position that you need. Tyler just said in my ear, they've got 2 open roster spots right now.
Texans do?
Yeah, to fill.
Yeah. Look, I don't. It wouldn't shock me one bit if a Darius Slay like player would, because if you've got to win with great defense, it's no longer about, boy, I got a desperate need. I need a starter. Now it becomes about, okay, how can I buy some insurance? We got a month left in the season in the playoffs. Looks like we got a shot to get in. How can I buy me some insurance? And where do I need insurance? And the secondary right now, is definitely where you're thin.
Yep.
I mean, the only saving grace right now, the only reason I'm not saying absolutely go after is because Tremont Smith has played well this year. And I don't know if that's because our defensive front is so damn good and Demeco's been so good, or if he's actually played that well. So, loading up on defense, it wouldn't shock me one bit if they did need to do more of it with a month left in the season.
Yeah, news there from the Steelers. Steelers and quarterback Darius Slay have a mutual agreement to part ways, according to his agent, Drew Rosenhaus. Slay is interested to continue to play and will consider signing with other teams, but his time at Pittsburgh has come to an end, according to Adam Schefter. So, as we said, Clint, they're not going to sit here with just 2 open roster spots. They're going to do something to add to this team. Hell, even if they weren't in the playoff race, they would do something to add to this team. They're going to do something to add to this team. So now the thought is, well, where do they need help? Safety seems to be a spot when you're looking at the injuries they have, and nothing about what he said about Jimmy Ward. We've heard him speak up about Jimmy Ward and say how he's coming along. This one now, he's just in the no comment.
Darius Slay gives you an opportunity, if that is indeed something that the Texans are interested in, that gives you an opportunity. Remember the conversations we were having at the beginning of the season of how they could, if the kid from USC that they drafted in the 3rd round, if he worked out, the ability to slide Kamari Lassiter into the slot. Now you can play 3 true corners and cover situations where you could lock some guys down potentially. Darius Slay gives you that. Darius Slay would give you the opportunity to again have that depth and some insurance. So Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me one bit. I could sit here and talk myself into getting real turned on and find a real need for a Darius Slay type
especially
player.
if you got 2 spots open.
Yeah.
And you're probably, you ain't lying though. What's that? Tomlinson, Gardner Johnson,
Cam Robinson,
Christian
Kirk.
But at least Christian's still on the roster.
Hell, we done draw a line where it doesn't. As long as are we just?
I'm just looking at the guys that
made the team halfway through.
That still. I mean, that's 3 of your top free agent guys that just didn't even make it to Christmas. Just
I mean, they
got
didn't
to December.
If we're being honest, Lakin didn't make it. Lakin didn't make it midway either. He's been here, but he didn't make it.
That is. That is rough. Good for him that Higgins is starting to come on. Ed Ingram has been a good move.
And draft picks look good.
Draft picks are looking decent. Yeah. Look better as the season's going on, but
he's big as hell.
Yeah. Ariante Ursery. Yep, big as hell. All right, let's do a little real or fake. I pose a question. You let me know if it is real or fake. We'll do that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, Jiffy Lube, there's 60 locations around the city, and right now is the time to go to Jiffy Lube for a couple of reasons. Number one, it is
Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on The Drive. It is Tuesday. We do play a little real or fake each and every Tuesday. 713-572-4610 on the text line. You can get involved. YouTube and Twitch, you can get involved as you do each and every week. I pose a statement. You tell me if that statement is real or fake. All right, let's start here with you, Clint. Tyler will not be able to be objective. We'll see. We'll try it. Rather they get in or not, the Texas Longhorns are one of the 12 best teams in the country, real or fake?
Ooh. I would say real.
Longhorn Nation, we're back.
Obviously, we know there are certain things that were the top 12 don't automatically get in because of the non-Power 5 team that gets in. But you think from what you've watched in college football this year, in all accounts, you think Texas is one of the 12 best temes?
Yeah, I do. I mean, what are they 16 right now? Michigan lost ahead of them, so they're going to at least be 15 or 14.
Will they jump Vandy?
Vandy won, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
They beat Vandy.
I don't know. I don't know what to think of who. I'm not looking at it, but do I think they're one of the 12 best teams in the country? Yes. I think that's fair to say. I mean, they're going to be hell. The committee's going to have them at 15 or 14. So you're talking about two spots. Three teams that are currently in the college football playoff on their schedule that they beat. Played the number one, undisputed number one team in the country, played them to the nails, beat one of the top three teams in the country, was in top three damn near all year long. I would say that they're a top 12 team.
Yeah, text line coming in fake, text line coming in real, text line BS, and doesn't say BS. Real or fake, Tyler? You watched them play against your team on Friday. Is Texas for you as fair as you can be, as objective as you can be? Are the Texas Longhorns one of the 12 best teams in the country?
That is real. However, Arch Manning had his head up his ass against the number one team in the nation, Ohio State. Played like ass. You lost to Florida. And you lost by 25 to Georgia. So you ain't getting in. But they're one of the 12 best, sure. Real.
It is hard for me with them because I want to say, boy, they can get up for big games, but then other ones, they don't. Like that Georgia game, I mean, you got 21-0 in the fourth quarter. Like that was a tough one to watch. And then when I watch them against Kentucky, they didn't feel like they've had a couple of just bad performances, right? Now, all of them didn't end up in losses, but they like the Kentucky, Mississippi State, Georgia, Florida, like those games are – I think so when I look it up and down. I think so. Although I don't know if I think they're better than Vanderbilt if they play on a neutral site, right? I know they beat Vandy at home. I don't know how I feel about that. I'll say real because we can see their ceiling of how they played against A&M and Oklahoma. But boy, they just had some inconsistent performances that other teams that are up there have been more consistent this year. So I don't know, man. They're a hard one to me to judge.
It's definitely a tough one to judge. I think if you start looking through all of those top 14, I think that all of them they struggled with teams they probably shouldn't have struggled with. Now they lost to a team they shouldn't have lost to, so that's obviously the deal breaker here. But if we're just talking top 12, I mean, I would say that better than Vandy. I would venture to say they're better than BYU. I think there's a conversation there about Oklahoma, even though Oklahoma's playing really, really good football right now.
Yeah, they beat them on a neutral site. Yeah,
I think there's some, and they got better dudes than some of the teams that are up there in the top 14 right now, just on paper for what that's worth. So yeah, look, I would have a hard time if we're just having a conversation about the 12 best teams in the country. Not the fact that one group of one outside the group of 4 team gets in or whatever. I mean, forget about that. Just top 12. I would have a hard time leaving Texas out.
All right, real or fake, Clint? The New York Giants will be the most attractive head coaching job available next year. Real or fake?
Who all's available right now? Tennessee, New York.
Tennessee. I don't know if the Raiders, they did just hire him, but they're firing everybody. So you never know. I think Miami's probably going to be open potentially, although you never know. Cincinnati has a chance to be open.
Well, barring, I mean, obviously, if one of the jobs comes open, like with Joe Burrow as the in the building, then the answer is going to be them. But right now, I think that is
Arizona probably.
Yeah, I think that's a sexy. I think it's a sexy get. I think Jackson Dart right now is, even though last night wasn't great, I think he's shown a ton of promise. And there's something there with the Jackson Dart kid about just the leadership, the ability for guys to gravitate to him and accept him for who he is and how he plays. And I was dead wrong on the mobile part of his game, not making him killed, but the mobile part of his game translates a lot better than I ever thought it would. So, yeah, I think right now you got to say it's the best opening, isn't it?
Yeah, it's depending on how you feel about him. And with him, it does feel like he's going to have the right coach. There are some quarterbacks that – like, I think there's probably more of a pool of coaches that could get the best out of Caleb Williams than I think there's a pool of coaches that could get the best out of Jackson Dart. I think you got to find, because everything else, they've got a really good young left tackle, which you look for. They've got a great young defensive line and multiple guys. Hell, they've got so many guys over there, they could make a move to go and maybe add somewhere else. Obviously, they've got a great young receiver. They've got Scatterboo. They've got a lot of parts there with that team that you could get excited about. So, yeah, I would say depending on the other quarterback positions, I probably feel better about him than Tua. I feel better about him than maybe some of the other quarterback spots that are going to open up around the league. So, yeah, man, that's going to be one a lot of people are clamoring for. Pittsburgh may come open the way we're hearing things. So there's a lot there with the Giants. Didn't look great last night as they helped Tyler to get to 0-4. Tyler went 0-4 on those bets last night.
That's
didn't get.
Oh no, did he?
First over of our NFL slates this season, I will say. But yeah, it wasn't good. None of them were ever particularly close.
Not close.
Good night for me to sit one out, wasn't it, T?
Yeah, when they arrived at 30 in that first half, I thought, oh boy,
whee,
that's the plus 7.5.
Sons of bitches.
Or the total is not looking good here. It is not looking good here. All right, coming up, Tyler. Listen, I've waited as long as I could with this. I'm disappointed in your people.
I'm interested to hear about this.
I really am. Not white people.
The Milners?
I would have said you too.
That's what the whites used to do.
I'm disappointed in your people, Tyler. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right. Well, look, I'll tell you what. I'm not disappointed in Tyler's people. At least I don't think I am. I'm disappointed in anybody out there right now that's dealing with chronic joint pain. And I'm not mad at you for dealing with chronic joint pain. What I'm disappointed in is you hadn't figured out.
2 eligible port-ins on a set 55 for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Ring, baby. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'll get to why I'm disappointed in Tyler and his people. Just a second. Big day today, a Texans Ticket Tuesday, 5 o'clock hour. You got a chance to win a pair of tickets, front row seats in the bullpen. Not for Sunday's game. We're not giving you airfare to Kansas City. But for the game against the Cardinals, you got a chance to win a pair of tickets. Texans Ticket Tuesday. So, 5 o'clock hour, stay tuned. Again, if you're on Twitter, IG, text line, YouTube, Twitch, say happy birthday to not only Clint's daughter, Lainey, who's turning 2, but also Tyler Milner, turning 35. It is his birthday, so happy birthday to both of them. You can.
I can't believe you hadn't sang happy birthday yet, man. He told me in the hall star. He said he's really hoping to hear it from you today.
Yeah, we're struggling here. Been a bit disappointed. By the way, also wanted to update you if you missed it. The Texans made a roster move. They let and waived
a roster boo-boo.
They waived Laken Tomlinson, the guard, another member of the offseason free agency or trade that is no longer on the team. He had been a healthy scratch here the last couple of weeks. And now he's officially gone. So they do have 2 roster spots open. So I'm certain Nick Caserio and Demeco are on the horn trying to figure out how best to fill those spots right now. Darius Slay was let go. A lot of people have been texting in about that. He was let go, the veteran corner from the Steelers. He is also, through Adam Schefter, said he is still interested in still playing this year and could sign with another team. So 2 roster spots open, and we'll see where the Texans go from here. All right, Clint, Tyler, I'm a bit disappointed in Tyler's people. I heard it from John Lopez first. I've seen it on the text line, YouTube, and Twitch. The way that A&M fans have downplayed this Texas game.
Move on quick, man. Short-term memory. Ain't that right, T?
It's not just the short-term memory.
Now, I haven't downplayed ish.
I'm not going to put everybody in it, but like Lopez, I heard him. Yeah, it was a tough loss, but ultimately it really didn't matter.
Well, that's not true.
Because of the college football playoff and all that. Like, I even heard him say, it sucks we didn't get a chance to win the SEC, but we still got the college football playoff. I've seen people text in, so what? A&M didn't show up. Who cares? Whatever. Yeah, congratulations, Texas. This is a big deal. This was a big deal walking into it, and I know you're going to be mad at me, Tyler, but I do feel like this game means a ton to A&M.
I might surprise you because I'm not disagreeing with the word you've said so far.
Like, Texas has OU, and there may be some people who feel like that's as big, if not bigger. But, like, you have wanted to play them. They sent you out. Didn't you lose your last game in the Big 12 Conference that last time you played them there?
I was there, too.
Sorry about that. And then you lose at home, big Justin one
Tucker.
Last year.
You knew that. You didn't have to put it in question for him.
You
knew the answer to that question.
No, you're not wrong on any of this.
But to downplay this thing like it's not a big deal.
Weak.
No, it's a big deal. Stop acting like this.
I'm not over it yet. It's absolutely a big deal. It can all be true. Yes, the Aggies are still in contention and going to be playing for a national title, while the Longhorns will not. It's a beautiful thing. But to act like that game and that loss does not still sting today.
Have you felt that? Have you heard that?
I have. I
was disappointed
but I'm not.
in Lopez.
Don't put me with those Ags. That's bad bull.
I was disappointed in Lopez when he said that. Yeah, but it ultimately didn't matter.
It's circled on the damn calendar every year. It means more than any other game on the schedule.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that.
especially at 11-0.
It has been disappointing, the reaction from some. I couldn't believe that.
Well, my sister-in-law, who is like, when the game was over, she moved on to snacks and Netflix. But
I grabbed a gummy.
I'm glad that finished with gummy.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing here, and to me, what makes it so painful is that Texas jumps into the SEC and goes to college ball playoffs 2 straight years. This was a year for you to one-up them. This was a year for you to do it undefeated, beat them the last game of the season to remain undefeated, and then you're in the college football playoffs. Really, I mean, you need to win a game or two, but really anything.
That loss took them from a chance to win an SEC championship.
Undefeated season,
Never
SEC
done it.
championship. Yeah, that was brutal. That was in the big scheme of things, that was brutal. Tyler, tell me this, and I don't know if you're not necessarily the one because you're obviously not a Longhorn. I personally think Texas A&M is significantly bigger than Texas OU.
Oh, yeah. I would co-sign that in a heartbeat. Absolutely. There's some Longhorns who like that, like, oh, it's little brother, and it doesn't mean it's all an act. We've been watching this rivalry since the damn 1800s.
Well,
it's unfair because I feel like A&M fans, there's not a secondary rival. Like I feel like A&M even means even more to A&M than because I don't think it's BS that they're because I'm kind of involved in it in a similar thing in my rivals. I don't think it's BS that there are some Texas fans that look at OU as a bigger deal than A&M.
Yeah, I look at it like this. I don't have any skin in the game. My wife would be obviously the better one to ask in my family. I know there's some people out there, 713-572-4610. I'm looking at it from an outsider's perspective.
Yeah.
I would venture to say that it would be a 90+% approval if you said, who would you rather lose to? Would you rather lose to OU or A&M? I think 10 out of 10 Longhorns would say OU.
They'd rather lose to OU?
Absolutely. I know my wife would. Now, that's also there's a family dynamic there. But living in this state,
saw that damn photo your wife
posted, and that's fair. From an outsider, somebody who has lived in Big 12 country in Kansas City, I'd always thought OU and Texas were bigger than A&M and Texas. It feels very much.
I could be completely wrong. I think if for a Longhorn that lives in Texas and is from Texas, I believe if you ask them who would you rather lose to, if you had to lose to one of them, I think 10 out of 10 would tell you OU. You got to live with this stuff. You can lose to OU, come home, and the Aggies may beat you up about it, or somebody around here may beat you, but you ain't got to live amongst them. You lose to A&M or vice versa, you got to listen to that crap at Thanksgiving. You got to listen to that crap at Christmas. You got to listen to it every day at work. You got to like that. I would think that if we're being honest here, I mean, if we're not just taking shots at the Aggies, if we're just being completely honest, what hurts you more, a loss to OU or a loss to the Aggies? I would think that it would be a significantly bigger number, say the Aggies.
Yeah, because I think it's just BS to say that game to even downplay that at all. It should hurt. Don't give me. Well, I know it hurts. Don't give me the move.
I agree.
Move the snacks or let's just roll on and say it didn't really.
It's good for the playoff. Good for the Tylers and the J-Los of the world is you do have something to fall back on. It would be absolutely, I mean, excruciating if you were in a position to where that not only knocked you out of the SEC championship, but it also knocked you out of the college football playoffs.
And it's them.
Right. Yeah,
you haven't beaten them in I don't know how many.
So look, we've all been there before. Luckily, you got something as an Aggie to go, yeah, that hurt a little bit. I'm going to lay around and bleed a little bit, but then I'm going to get up and go play for a national title. So it's a little bit easier of a blow right there to withstand than if it knocked you completely out of everything.
Text line coming through. Clint is correct. Rather lose to OU. Texas and OU has the whole state fair, and it's a damn holiday, but UT would never want to lose to A&M. For Texas fans, OU is a bigger game and a bigger rival. Yes, you always want to beat your in-state rival, but the OU game has been, and will continue to be more significant to Texas fans than the one against the Aggies. plus. You can't really call a rivalry. All right, 78-34-1 a rival. All right,
somebody's being hateful.
Yeah.
Well, look, I think there's also a dynamic to see the other side. I do think there's a dynamic of like OU and Texas were playing for national titles when they were this rivalry was a thing, right? Since the beginning.
Yeah,
I mean that's back in the Southwest Conference days. So I don't know. Maybe that has some dynamic to it. I don't know. If I got to come home to it at night, that's a little more painful.
Because I think there are other ones. I just from afar, and I'm listening to you guys, and I'm seeing it split. Like for Michigan State's number one rival is Michigan. But for Michigan, I think their number one rival is Ohio State. Now, maybe in that state, I don't know, and maybe I'm off on that. But hell, they in Ohio, they cross out the letter M on everything on the campus during that week.
I love that little
like tradition. That is so and then I am Kansas State's biggest rival is Kansas, but I hate Missouri. Like that is the team. I'd rather. So I just from afar. It's always been built up in my OU Texas Red River rivalry.
What I end up telling folks, a little factoid. I mean, both Texas and Texas A&M have the other damn school in their school song. That means something. Like we're singing about hating each other. I don't hear no OU in that Texas fight.
I'm glad.
I think the layoff too took some
of the mustard or the whatever off of it.
I like it. I know where you're going.
It's good on a burger. Shout out Bevo.
So I meant to say luster, but with the mustard.
I like are you hungry? 4 o'clock. It's about your time, ain't it?
It is. I'm about to go heat something up. All right, Wayne, what you got coming up at the 4?
A little tape drop Tuesday. I was able to lay my eyes on the game tape. All 22 dropped last night, and I'm going to tell you what I saw. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about them. I didn't lay my eyes on, but damn sure laid my lips on a couple of them cold Coors Light. You know what I'm talking about. I do bottles.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
Clint, what is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And joining us now on Dirty's Daily is our guy, Brandon Scott. I'm going to step out of the studio here after this Dirty's Daily. B. Scott's going to take over and run with this thing, so I greatly appreciate that. Today, I'm going to tell you one thing, B. Scott. I always enjoy your coverage of everything Houston, but I've enjoyed recently the coverage, daily coverage of the Rockets and what all's going on. I know you're jumping on the socials quite often, but the coverage of the Rocket stuff is really good on B Block, man. So this Dirty's Daily right here today, powered by B Block.
Hey, I like that.
Tell them folks where we can find it. Tell them folks where we can find it.
Yeah, so the B Block podcast you can find on YouTube and both Spotify and Apple, really wherever it is you get your podcasts. I'm still working out a schedule, but I can tell you I'm doing something at least every day.
Yeah.
At least every day now. And if I miss a day, I'll let you know. If I miss a day, it's because I'm doing something else, right? So at least 4 to 5 times a week and trying to do something every day. It's Rockets. It's Texans. I'm going to do a little college football tonight, with the
college playoff rankings.
With the playoff rankings coming out and all of this conversation. Obviously, Lane Kiffin moving.
Yeah.
So, we got a lot to talk about.
Yeah, we do. And the B Block podcast covers it all. And if you're looking for frequency, hell, he's going to be there now. And,
yes, sir.
And so plug into that podcast, no doubt about it. Speaking of college football, we just got through with a conversation. I think your opinion would probably carry a little more weight than at least Ron and I's, because we don't have any skin in the game in the sense of being a Longhorn or an Aggie. But we were having a conversation, B. Scott, the Longhorn-Aggie rivalry or the Longhorn-OU rivalry. Which one is bigger, being a Longhorn fan that you are?
Yeah, so just to be clear, I'm a T-shirt Longhorn fan, just to be, transparent about that. I didn't go to Texas. I'm a Sam Houston State Bearcat.
That's all right.
But I rooted for the Longhorns long before I even knew what college actually was, much less that I would really go.
Yeah.
So it means that much to me. And look, I think we can be real about this, man. And I don't know if Tyler's willing to, because he's an actual Aggie. But if we're just being real about it,
it may not be real to him.
For our life, so Tyler turns 30, and happy birthday, by the way, to Tyler, turns 35 today.
Appreciate you, bruh.
I'm 36. So Tyler and I are roughly basically the same age. For our lifetime and for the bulk of it, OU's actually been the better program out of the 3 that we're talking about here. It's actually been a better program than both Texas programs, I would argue. Now, I understand, of course, Texas does have their national championship, but if we're just looking at it in its totality, OU's actually been the better program, and I think that's why the game against Texas, or the Texas game against OU, the Red River rivalry, as they call it, has more of a national cachet and appeal to it. The reason why Ron thinks about that one, not being from Texas, thinks about that game more than he does Texas A&M, because he's not local. Like the Texas A&M rivalry is a hyper-local rivalry, right? As you were talking about, you got to hear about it at Thanksgiving or at the barbershop or wherever it is that you go, right? Whereas with the OU thing, it's I think a more wide-ranging rivalry, and I think OU's more recent success puts more weight on it. And we're just being real,
stakes, right? There's been more stakes between those two in those games because
for every Longhorn that wants to tell you that A&M is the little brother, OU at times, especially recently, has been able to, now not the last couple of years here, but has been able to kind of look at it that way of like, Texas is the little brother.
When Bob Stoops got there.
Yeah. So I think that's got a lot to do with it. The reason why you would rather lose to OU than to A&M isn't necessarily a compliment to A&M. No disrespect, Tyler, but it's just the fact that you view A&M as a lesser opponent than you normally do as OU. Right or wrong, I think until A&M took that jump to the SEC, they were for a while looked at as the third wheel, if you will,
right,
out of the three.
Are they climbing out of that with this winning?
I think so. I think they look. I thought it started with the Manziel year.
Mm-hmm.
And they beat LSU, and Manziel wins the Heisman. And
Alabama,
that's what I mean. They beat Alabama.
Ring, baby.
And
they got right there.
And Manziel wins the Heisman, and it's like, oh, okay, A&M is here. A&M is like a serious outfit. Now they've been a little bit up and down since then, but this
I'm a party boy.
Yeah, I think this year adds to the case. I think they're much more peers now than they ever were.
All right, that's Brandon Scott, Sports Radio 610, alongside Ron the Show Hughley. T-Mills behind the glass. I'm Clint Stoerner. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. It is a Tape Drop Tuesday, and I think one big question going into the game Sunday was C.J. Stroud going to show any signs of rust after being on the shelf for 3 weeks and missing 3 games? Was the rust there?
Stroud House.
We've talked about it. I did not think there was much there based on what I saw. Hell, I'll be honest with you. The interception that he threw was one I chalked up to. Hey, man, it was a bad decision. He's not real 3 weeks out. You're not making great decisions. I'll be honest with you. I watched Tape Drop Tuesday. I hate it. I mean, I hate to tell y'all out there, it was a piss-poor throw. It was not a bad decision. This is a throw that C.J. Stroud makes in his sleep typically, and it was not a bad decision. The linebacker's running vertical with his back to the quarterback. It was the right decision. It was a throw that he could make all day, and he just overthrew it. He just missed it. Didn't have anything to do with rust. That's that specific play.
What, it just sailed on him, Clint?
It just sailed on him.
Just sailed on him?
It just sailed on him. He just missed. He read it right, but he just threw it too high. Should have threw. I mean, his miss was underneath. Like the line that the receiver built for you or drew for you. You either throw it on that line or you bring him back downhill, and he did the one thing you can't do, which was throw it over the top. And the only guy that was any danger of breaking that play up was the guy that was standing 5 yards behind the DB. I mean, that's a throw in the ocean, easy, tiptoe out of bounds, 20-plus yard gain. 9 times out of 10 with C.J. Stroud. So just a bad throw right there. You can say that's rust because of maybe missing the reps physically. When I was talking about rust, I was talking about more about processing and the wheels turning internally. But I'll tell you this after watching the film, and this is not. I want everybody to know when I'm breaking this film down, I firmly believe that C.J. Stroud had a tremendous game, given that it was his first game back, given the magnitude of the game and the defensive coordinator. However, it's my duty on a Tape Drop Tuesday to let you know what I saw. And the truth of the matter is, C.J. Stroud left a lot on the field on Sunday. And I think that conversation has to start with the red zone struggles, right? And we all look at it. There were 7 plays, I think, inside the 20-yard line on that first drive. And in the first drive, I believe, of the second half, they drive right back down there, and it's another opportunity to score points, and we don't get it done. The red zone struggles, right, are no longer Nick Caley's struggles. The red zone struggles are squarely on the team, and in this case, largely due to C.J. Stroud, what I'll chalk up to being rust.
In this game, that's what
in this game, there were, if he trusted his eyes, and if he just let it rip, in certain situations, he fits tight balls into windows. There's available targets. They're there. The plays are designed. It just doesn't look as clear. It looks a lot more clear when you're between the 20s than when you're in the red zone, right? And that is, to me, that is where CJ hesitated. It's where CJ didn't trust his eyes. It's where CJ didn't trust his pre-snap read and just stick with it and go with it. It's where he held the football. The two sacks that they did have, both of those were on CJ. Both of them. One of them's obvious before the field goal. He ran into it, but the other one, he should have got the ball out. There was three receivers open underneath. And I think big picture, just generally speaking, I think C.J. Stroud is late on a ton of throws. Even some of them that turn out to be really good ones and positive plays, he's late on right now. Now today, fellas, I'm going to chalk that up to being rust, right? It's the only fair thing to do given what we've watched from C.J. Stroud, what we know he's capable of doing, and that we know he just sat on the shelf for a month before playing. But these are situations they're going to have to get fixed, and they're going to have to get them fixed in this week against Kansas City. They can beat Arizona. They can beat Las Vegas. Hell, they can beat Indy. Obviously, I think you have a hard time beating Pat Mahomes and this defense with these particular problems. So CJ's got to get this. He's got to eliminate the sacks when he can. He's got to be better in the red zone. And I think all in all, when the rust is off, I think he'll be better just in rhythm in this offense of getting the ball to the open receivers because they're there. And so I go from talking about C.J. Stroud struggles to I got to tip my cap once again to Nick Caley. If I'm going to hammer his ass for 8 weeks, when it's rough for 8 weeks, we're going to come in here and I'm going to do it, then I'm going to do it every week that it's really good. I thought Nick Caley was really good, guys. I thought he was really good throughout the game, and I think it showed. There's opportunities for the quarterback to win, which CJ did a lot of, but there's opportunity for him to win more with Nick Caley on the ones and twos.
Like we talked about it. None of that stuff is surprising to me.
Shouldn't be.
Like, hey, man, I haven't played for about a month. And with his injury, there's probably a good chunk of it where he wasn't getting out throwing.
Yep.
Like, he had to be
no question
secluded. And you would think maybe some timing may be off a little bit. So, to me, it isn't surprising, and you would assume that this would improve and get better as he continues to get reps.
Well, that's the thing, Ron, is we chalk it up fairly, and I think rightfully so, chalk it up to rust, the injury, the time off right now. But there is a dynamic that Nick Caley, C.J. Stroud, this is still something new. And you think about it, since I think Nick Caley's found himself and like really kind of got into a groove, since this offensive line has found itself and got into a groove, C.J. hadn't experienced that. Like, C.J. wasn't a part of that. This all happened within the last month, you could argue. And so that time on task that they always talk about, how much time has C.J. had with this version of this offensive line, with this version of Nick Caley? The key is at some point you got to shake all that rust off. You got to get these things right. And I think one of them is this weekend against the Chiefs. I know the Chiefs have not had the ideal season. I know the record will tell you it's not the ideal season. This is still a team that I don't want – if I can help it, I don't want this thing to be a one-score game in the fourth quarter with Pat Mahomes on the other side. I don't want them to have a lead and us have to go get field goals and touchdowns late to win this thing with Pat Mahomes over there. I don't want to put this game on our defense, wholeheartedly, solely on our defense, if we can help it. And so I think these are things that if C.J. Stroud can just make a little ground up on and get better, this offense can get to humming.
Yeah, I'll trust your eyes and expertise and experience on the timing stuff, on him being a little late on some stuff. I thought just from the layman's eye that he was fine, like imperfect but fine. And I say fine because he did make some really crucial throws and some really impressive throws. Like when you talk, like you're getting a little bit more into some of the granular points of playing the position.
Yeah.
But when you just look at a talent that's just obvious to the naked eye sort of thing, he had about at least 3 of those where it's like, oh, that's the reason why that's the starter. Even if the timing is off, even if he's rusty, even if he's just coming off of concussion, this is why you still prefer to have this guy out there. And so I thought the balance of that of, the obvious one was the interception that looked like a sailed ball and what's going on.
You're right.
So it's like, okay, aside from a play here or there, from the offensive side overall, some of the illegal procedures, the illegal formation stuff that they had going on, that was really frustrating to watch. Yep. But overall, I thought he was fine and had some moments that were special. So the things that worried me most, though, from hearing you and even before you said this, were literally the exact things you said. The red zone stuff, okay, and the sacks when it comes to C.J. Stroud specifically. Like, he takes some really bad sacks at times.
And everything you mentioned right there, B. Scott, is it's a mental game, right? It's a hey, we saw Daniel Jones, as bad as he is, we saw him do it. Like we dialed up a pressure and he had a free runner and he just gave up on the play and threw it away immediately.
Yeah,
right. Like C.J. Stroud, if it's not there. I think he's seeing the rush, which again is part of rust. I think he's seeing the rush, the defensive pass rush that is part of rust. But like his ability to go, okay, this play's sped up, it's a little bit cloudy. Let me get this thing down underneath. There's the wide open receivers running underneath, and you're taking a sack or you're throwing it away out of the back of the end zone kind of deal.
Which bothers me because isn't that what the offense is even supposed to be?
Yeah, but the game's moving really, really fast for him. I think you made the great point, and that's never more apparent than when you get in the red zone, right? What we're talking about. The game speeding up. But I think you make a great point. We talked about this yesterday, is C.J. Stroud makes 3 or 4 throws in a game where you go, that's a high-level NFL starting caliber quarterback right there. And there's no – my point is that several of those throws, if he'd have just saw it and threw it on time, he wouldn't have relied. He wouldn't have had to rely on that big-time throw. The more he can live in that effortless comfort zone than forcing balls and making these crazy throws. The throw to Cade Stover on the bootleg where he puts it right on the money, that's money. I mean, that's
elite,
sick. That's
elite
crazy
stuff.
Right? It's crazy. So those things are something you never worry about with CJ. You just – it's about how high can the ceiling be for this offense. And if he can clean some of these things up, if it's just in the red zone, if he can clean some of these things up, man, we're talking an offense that can score points and score points in a hurry. Because moving the ball between the 20s really wasn't a problem for him, right? It was bogging down inside the 20-yard line and having plenty. Hell, like I said, they had 7 snaps at it in that first drive and didn't get it in. So, that's a big problem. Last but not least, the O-line, Ryan, I know you've talked about this. They found their 5 in the offensive line.
Appears like it.
Everybody talks about the Ingram play where he lit up the linebacker. There's a couple of plays where, Trent Brown and Ingram and Andrews just absolutely collapsed the right side of the defensive line, and whether it was a run or pass protection, it's good to see that versus what I've seen in the past with the Texans offensive line, right? It's just when you watch the Texans offensive line in the past, you never see that, but yet the coach is talking about being physical. The coach is talking about finishing. I'm just like, Coach, there's no way. We're watching the same film. I don't see it. There's no way. You got to be pissed off. Right now, we're seeing guys accomplish that, and it's fun to watch.
Can I point out, since you did it earlier about the sacks?
Yeah.
That were in this past game, C.J. Stroud's fault. The game before against the Bills, no sacks, right? So that's just all I'm illustrating there is back-to-back weeks with a new offensive line where they're really not giving up sacks.
Yeah.
Didn't give up any in the one game, and then in the next game where C.J. Stroud does have them, they're really kind of on the quarterback.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, there's only the one where Ed Ingram got his ass kicked. That's the only one. The other one you could say that
I'm going to tell you he could have avoided it.
Yeah, he got beat pretty quick. There was a quick swing move, real quick.
But Ed Ingram gets the most grace, right? Because he's one of the dogs out there.
Oh one bad moment, but
overall, the net.
But
of
overall,
it,
yeah. All right, coming up, watching the Rockets last night, something really jumped out to me. I promise you, no one has talked about this today. I'll put both of my balls on the line. Nobody has to. I said that, Tyler. Nobody. Hold on, so we'll do that coming up next.
All right, how do you go from 95 long, stressful days with your home sitting on the market to selling it in just 3 days? It's easy. You call an orchard agent. You lock arms with
281-222-2232.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Clint is out, going to go celebrate his daughter's birthday. B. Scott's in the building the rest of the way. Tyler, it's his birthday too now, 35 years old in the building.
Welcome to this side.
He said he's got margaritas and fajitas at LT Info.
Call it my name.
First place I ate when I moved here.
Oh, yeah.
When I came to visit. First place I ate when I came to visit.
Can't go wrong with El Tempo.
So happy birthday to him. Hey, guys, you will not believe this. Now, this is not what I teased, that I put my balls on the table for. But
you got to clarify that.
But you won't believe this, guys. This coming from Shams. Shams Charania, ESPN. New Orleans Pelicans star Zion Williamson as a grade 2 right hip adductor.
Oh, my God.
He is already missed 11 games earlier this season and will be reevaluated in 3 weeks. He's going to miss at the very least 3 weeks. You might as well tack on a couple more.
Yeah.
Probably a month plus. He's 25, averaging 22.5 in 10 games he's played. But stop traffic, Zion Williamson is injured.
Yeah. Look, rinse, wash, repeat. You know, like an update. You know, this is kind of just his thing, man, and he's really good when he plays.
I mean,
but this is just not. This is a shock. And then that it's a what is it? A hip abductor?
Yep.
Yeah.
This is beginning. This is worse than Mike Trout.
Oh well, yeah, because Mike Trout at least got to be great at one point.
I'm just saying,
this guy
he
really
seems
hasn't.
to get injured more than Mike does. I know Mike gets hurt, but it seems to be this in a shorter period of time.
But Mike didn't start getting hurt until he was already one of the all-time greats.
Yes, I know it.
Zion absolutely has potential to be one of the all-time greats if he could just stay on the court, but he absolutely cannot.
But I just say it like Tyler basically does it every year. Just be patient. Mike's going to go down. And he says he doesn't, but he seems to get enjoyment out of it. Mike's going to go down. Just patient. Just wait it out.
Death, taxes, and Mike Trout.
And then Mike with
getting hurt.
Yeah.
Shut down for the season. Yeah, I mean, that is what we see a lot of. So Zion, he's out. He's out a while.
Yeah.
As usual. All right.
As if things aren't already bad enough for the Pelicans. They don't have Zion.
Yeah. All right, B. Scott, Tyler, people, you can chime in on this conversation. 713-572-4610. That's how you text in. Remember, coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win a pair of tickets, front row seats in the bullpen for the Cardinals game coming up at NRG. So I'm watching the Rockets and the Jazz last night. Last night was that Monday Night Football game was an ass kicking. So slid right over to the NBA. Shout out to NBC, and also the Rockets jumping on as well. Called the Lakers a little bit later on. They'll figure into this thought as well.
Yeah.
So I'm watching the game, and many of you watched the Rockets as well. I still believe the team with the best opportunity to win a championship in this city.
Them and the Cougs, U of H.
And yes, they lost last night. Yep. Fortunately, who cares? The thing that really stuck out to me, Tyler, and I've been thinking of this for a long time, and I watch a lot of NBA. There's a renaissance occurring right now in basketball. And I don't even want to just stop it to the NBA. But there is a renaissance occurring in basketball. And it is the return of white guys.
Hold up.
Hey, man, it is strong. Now, many of you didn't watch it. Not watching it the way I do. I will be honest. I'm not going to say all black folks are the same. I do believe a lot of black folks notice how many black people are in rooms. A lot more than I think white folks do.
Yeah. Unless you walk into
so I understand why maybe you didn't view it then.
Unless you walk into an all-black room and are expected to.
Yes.
Yeah. But in normal public places, yeah.
Tyler, half the starters on the field or on the court last night were white. Now, maybe not all of them are Americans, but still, when is the last time you watched an NBA game and half the starters were white?
The shorts were a lot shorter.
Hell, you weren't. You're 35. You weren't watching it.
Yeah.
The Rockets had Şengün out there. They had Reed Shepherd. Not to mention they bring Steven Adams off the bench.
Right.
The Jazz had Markkanen, Svi Mikhailuk. I know him very well. He's from Ukraine.
Yeah.
But he is. Go listen to him speak when he first arrived at Kansas, and go listen to him now. He's been influenced.
Yeah.
Who else did they have in there? And they had another. They had 5. Yeah, they had those five were out
right
there.
Yeah.
But then the Jazz bring out Kevin Love.
Yeah.
They bring out Filipowski.
Yeah.
They had Nurkic. Nurkic is a starter.
Yeah.
Nurkic is a starter.
Grayson Allen is in Phoenix now, but he was there, I feel like, at one point.
There are 8 guys on the floor, 8 white bodies that got significant action in that game.
This was in Utah, right?
I don't care where it is.
I'm just saying.
Still, there were 8 guys. I'm sorry. And I've been thinking this for a long time. Why? Because you know what I did? Later on, I watched the Lakers, Tyler. They ran 5 guys out there at once. 5 white guys out at once. 5 starters.
Austin Reeves as a hooper.
Yep.
Luka, Austin Reeves, Dalton Knecht got run last night. This was a starting. JJ thinks he's slick. I know what you're doing out here, JJ.
JJ's inspired.
He did. And they had
because this is not the league that JJ played in.
No.
JJ had to scrap for his.
That Jake Laravia.
Yeah.
And then they had Kleber.
Max Kleber, yeah.
They had 5 white guys all on the court at once.
It is a renaissance.
And I'm happy for it. I love inclusion. I want many people like Tyler, the fighting young Tylers, to feel like I can do it.
Yeah.
I can't.
Pasty faces.
Like I'm used to. Go look at the Dallas Mavericks lineup or their roster. That's the rosters I'm used to. It's Cooper Flag. Hey, you got a couple of mixed guys in there.
Yeah.
Cooper Flag, but that's it.
There's a renaissance of
They
those
had
too, by the way.
8 white guys in a game that was in the balance playing last night. I was happy for it. I said, look at the NBA. This is like hockey. If a bunch of could you imagine hockey? 8 bros out there at once.
I mean, but if they get halves for some of the mixed guys too, I mean, we'll really start going down the list.
Yeah,
I mean, you got Tyrese Halliburton,
Walter Clayton Jr.
Walter Clayton Jr. out there, Klay Thompson,
8.5.
You know, yeah. I mean, they're doing really well. I think that
the Lakers put out 5 white guys at once yesterday. I couldn't believe it.
I don't think that they necessarily need all of the white guys, but I think it is better when the game is inclusive, when everybody feels involved.
And the other part, Brandon and Tyler, many occasions, they're some of the best guys out there.
Yeah.
Luka and AR are the 2 best players on the floor.
Yep.
Yesterday.
It looks like Chet.
Markkanen, Şengün.
Yep. Chet Holmgren's becoming a thing.
Oh God, you're right. Chet out that OKC team.
Yeah.
Go look at him. Go look at the Bucks.
They got Alex Caruso over there
The Bucks
too.
run a few of them out there.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, it is.
Don't forget the bald Mamba.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned.
Yeah,
Alex
they're rolling
Caruso.
out too. They got and they got Isaiah.
Yeah.
They got three. Isaiah's got German.
He counts.
He counts.
Yeah.
It is.
He's a swing vote.
Hey, Tyler, do me a favor. Look up who the preseason college basketball player of the year is. I'm certain it's a white guy.
Yeah.
I think it's that white guy from Purdue. I think it is. Kevin Love ain't played like this since he's in Oregon.
Yeah,
with this many white guys.
Kevin Love's like, finally.
It is great though.
Got Peyton Pritchard out there. TJ McConnell.
It is great to see. I looked up there. I said, "Now hold on. Now did they just sub in? They got 4. There's 6 white guys on this floor right now. When in the last time have we seen this?
Dante DiVincenzo is a starter.
White Dante. He's out there.
Tyler Hero.
Out
here in the streets. Duncan Robinson.
Think about it.
Not only was the preseason college basketball favorite for Player of the Year a white guy, it was Red Nation McClinton. It's a ginger.
Oh man.
named Braden Smith.
Braden Smith.
Went all in there. Braden
Smith. Purdue.
He's got ready.
Zach Edey was the guy. What is?
Gordon Hayward walked so these guys could fly.
Yes. Kevin Love is thinking, my God, look at this world.
Look at
now.
us.
Kevin Love had to cut his hair low into a fade.
Look at this.
Nikola Jokic is winning MVPs in his sleep.
Literally,
He's sleepwalking
it's not
to
like
the
they're
MVP.
just on the like someone texted. Sounds like Ron wants black versus white in the All-Star game. You could do it, and I think the white team.
Not me.
I don't
want no parts.
I think the white team may give them a run for their money if they're playing a real game.
For the decades.
Yeah,
no
no.
melanin?
I don't want to do
No
this.
problem.
I know we got to go to break, and I shouldn't do this, but 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. What would be the starting 5 and 2 off the bench if we went all-star game white versus black in the NBA?
Oh, yeah. Well, 2 of them are on the Lakers.
Now we're doing race wars?
I'm just saying, if
2 of
they
them are on the
did
Lakers.
it,
One of them is
I'm
Jokic.
trying to put together this lineup and see like what it would be. Like Luka and Jokic, that's a hell of a start.
Luka, Jokic, Austin Reeves.
Does Cooper Flag? Does he come off the bench? Is there I don't even know if Cooper
I think I
makes
want
the
Caruso
team.
as a connector and as a.
I don't know. We're talking about all stars here. Text line coming in. Look at Payton Pritchard getting big
Yeah, I
minutes.
mentioned Payton Pritchard.
You're
I
right.
mentioned him.
That's the widest name we've said so far.
I'm sorry. I know many of you didn't look like this. Someone texted, "Are you guys done being racist?" I don't think it's racist. I think I'm pointing out. Look out there and saying, "Man, the NBA is starting to change."
Yeah. How are we being racist by
It is
acknowledging
starting to change, and I love
how the game is expanded?
I love that that is much more inclusive.
Relax, friend. All parts are represented in this conversation as we have some fun.
This damn Steph Curry. Steph Curry, man.
Repping for both.
LeBron. Steph Curry. That's Peyton Pritchard. Peyton Pritchard looked at Steph and said, I can do that.
Yeah. Him, Reed Shepard doing the same thing.
It is.
We call him Cocaine Curry for a reason.
We're clear. I know we got to go to break, but we're clear. It's Jokic and Luka and his AR.
And Austin Reeves.
Someone said Şengün's got to be in there, right?
Yeah, I don't know if Jokic and Şengün you necessally.
You're right. That's good. But he's on the bench. He's
definitely on the bench, yeah.
All right, coming up.
What about Porzingis? Is he in there?
About Porzingis
in the mix?
Oh, my God. You're right.
Yeah.
God. These guys are good.
Take it over.
Someone then texted and said, let's do what they did this year and add a biracial team.
Yeah.
So we can have
the biracials could definitely make a team for sure.
Logo's so proud right now.
All right, coming up, we will get this team. It is. No, I don't want to bring back segregation. I love it. Braden Smith is the
no, it only works because we can all be on the court together. That's why it works.
Oh my God, this is. I watched. I said, man, I had to count. I had to pull out a pencil. How many guys he's out running out here? That's 8. It is 8 out here.
I thought y'all had quit.
They had that point when that Jazz Rockets game was more white guys on the court than black guys. I'm sorry, I have not seen that. I've not seen that since Duke and Kansas played each other in the 90s.
Yeah.
All right, coming up, we'll get to that. And there is some breaking news with one of the biggest stories over the weekend. We'll do that next.
That's what the whites used to do.
Forget Cyber Monday. We've got Texans ticket. Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, Con Knipple over there at Charlotte, maybe too young here, another late.
I think he's a starting to make it,
man.
I think he's a starting to make it.
He is a stud. That's the other part. If you're just jumping in, and many people are making their move. Someone texted in, Ron the Show Hughley has officially turned into Ron Tater Salad White. That white guy's getting run in NBA. Is something I expect him to point out while he's drunk on stage. Lacey. Hi, Lacey. I've been thinking about it a lot. I have been thinking about it a lot. And as I said, listen, we're in a renaissance, clearly. You start
An
going
awakening.
You start going watch. I urge you. Go. What do you say? Go bang out a 2017, 2018 playoff run. Go get it. Go just pull a random game. Just go grab Pistons, Pacers, and, or whoever, and tell me how many white guys you see enter the floor.
Hey, look, based off of how David Stern was acting in the early 2000s, I thought we had scared him away, making them wear certain clothes, dress codes when they go to the game, and then, of course, the Malice in the Palace happens. I thought we had scared them away.
No white guys on the floor, I don't believe, during that entire thing. But
and now they out there about it.
And now, not only are we seeing I've said to people, because someone made a great suggestion, should the All-Star game, which they're struggling to figure out what to do with it, should it be the best white team versus the best black team that they could put out? Someone else threw in, maybe we could add a
turn it into a boxing match.
They had what they had last year. They had the All-Stars, they had the Rising Stars, and then they had They had three different
international
teams.
stars.
International, and then American Stars and the Rising Stars.
This isn't that much different.
No, this is the white stars, black stars, and biracial stars. Three of them and a round robin, and let's see who wins it. And I see a lot of people rolling. There are a lot of, I wouldn't put Grady Dick on here, guys. Grady's not really coming along. Good shooter.
Not on the All-Star team.
Yeah, not on the All-Star team. Guys, someone tried to put Steph Curry on the biracial team. Steph's black. Just really light. Yeah. So, don't get Steph Curry in the biracial team.
Yeah,
you got we'll have to go and check on Victor Wembanyama.
I was going to say they can hope for the best. They can hope for the best with Reed Shepherd, maybe.
You got Michael Porter Jr. It's all yours. But the amount of people rolling in here.
Gladly.
I'll never forget Bob Sir. I don't care what you say.
No, Bob Sir was something else at Minnesota. Bobby Jackson and Bob Sir.
Even with the Cavs
for a minute. There, man.
Even with Cleveland for a minute.
When Clem Haskins had a run with a number one seed with Minnesota.
Used to fall out with him on NBA 2K,
that
man.
was great. Someone checked in. I forgot about Franz Wagner. Wagner, excuse me. I know that. I know it ain't Wagner.
Yeah,
but
it is spelled Wagner.
It is spelled Wagner. Him and his brother. I remember his brother in Michigan was nice.
Yeah,
I forget about him. Wagner. He is nice. Austin Reeves, Luka, Tyler Hero coming off the bench.
Man.
That's a great one. There are just, it is crazy. And it is not just that there are more white guys that are on rosters and playing. A lot of them are the best players.
Yeah.
Are the best. When Denver plays, they have a white guy, and he's the best player on the floor every time he plays.
So
when the Lakers play, they got two white guys that may challenge. Maybe last night, the first quarter, AR was the second best player, was the third best player. But then when Devin, who the biracial team, by the way, Devin Booker, when Devin Booker got hurt, then it was AR.
Yeah. So I got my lineup.
Oh God! You put one together.
I got one. I got my lineup. I'm going a backcourt of Tyler Hero and Luka.
Oh no!
I've got.
You're really putting it together, shooter.
Yeah, I got Tyler Hero and Luka. Well, you wouldn't let me go with my defender, Alex Caruso. You said he wasn't good enough. So let's go Tyler Hero and Luka. Let's go Austin Reeves.
Wow, that would have been my backcourt.
And look, you could. I think all three of them can kind of interchange. Then I go Lloyd Markkanen and Jokic. Those are my five.
Mine would have been Austin Reeves and Luka in the backcourt. I would have gone defense, a little physicality with Caruso.
Okay.
In there as my three. And I know you love Caruso. what is he, White Mamba? Is that what he's called? I go Caruso, and then I'm with you. Jokic
Bald
and
Mamba.
marketed.
Yeah.
I like that. Şengün would be off the bench for me. Man.
And Şengün could easily start on his team if Jokic wasn't there.
Easily.
Yeah,
easily.
Fans,
Wow.
I am so happy.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I'd do that.
That's great. By the way, breaking news, Charlie Weiss Jr., who was the offensive coordinator for the Ole Miss Rebels, who is now going to be the offensive coordinator for the LSU Tigers.
Also a white guy.
Yep, white guy as well. Yeah. I don't know about his jump shot, but
a nepo baby like Lane.
Also, for some reason, not confirmed. He has been watching a lot more NBA lately. But Charlie Weiss Jr., he is one that got on the plane with Lane Kiffin. Charlie Weiss sends out a tweet himself. I'm grateful to LSU for allowing me the opportunity to finish this season with Ole Miss. Coach Kiffin and the LSU administration have been nothing but supportive. I'm excited about the playoff run. So breaking news, he is going to be allowed to be the offensive coordinator for Ole Miss during their playoff run. Also going to be a part of the LSU staff at the same time. But what they did not allow Lane to do, they're going to allow the OC to do.
Yeah, so. I get it. At the end, they started kind of patting down their pockets. They realized,
hey, man,
wait a minute, can somebody loan me a 10? Hey, here's that offensive. We lost all of our offensive mind, like out of here. So yeah, letting Lane coach would have been crazy. I get why they're trying to hedge a little bit and at least have their offensive coordinator while they try to make this.
They had to move quick because they had to do this before that college football ranking show tonight.
Yeah,
because people have been looking at them bylaws like, hey, yo, what they look like without their offensive staff?
Right?
is that the same team? The offensive staff. So
they're gonna call their own plays from the huddle. How that's gonna work?
Yeah. Someone texted in, I'm having a hard time. Is it certain that Trae Young is the starter on the biracial team at point guard?
I think is Trae Young not black, just fully black,
No.
just with a weird kind of hair.
You know, Rayford Young slid over. I don't think so. I think Trae Mama white man.
Okay,
certain of it. Yeah.
Well, then he would definitely be on the biracial team. He'd probably.
Is he the starting point guard? Someone just texted. I'm getting confused. Is there somebody else I'm missing? I think Trae would be the starter on the biracial team.
I think so. Yes.
Have to think on that.
Tyrese Halliburton if he was healthy.
Oh,
could be it.
Oh, yeah, it is Halliburton.
Yeah,
it would be Halliburton.
If Halliburton doesn't have the Achilles,
it is
it's
Tyrese.
him.
Good call.
Yeah,
man.
Yeah, it's Tyrese Halliburton.
This would be a great. I would be down for this. In your spare time, go ahead and put together the biracial team as well.
We have Wemby confirmed because he's.
I do not. Clearly, like that changes the game.
Yeah.
If Wemby is not biracial, that changes the game. Tyler just gave me a heads up. I like my team. What Tyler said. Which one's your team, Tyler?
I did not say that. I'm gonna have these texters wanting my head on a stick.
Trust me, they gonna want your head. Coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. The Texans made a roster move. What does that mean? We just talked about it. The college football playoff poll will come out tonight. What will it mean for Texas? How far will A&M drop? And then the Notre Dame-Miami situation. And then we'll actually look at not just who was on the floor, but the Rockets. They took an L to the Jazz. What does that mean? We'll discuss all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
I'm always good raw dog in the drive.
The Texans took down the Colts 20-16 in another tight ball game. How has Demeco's squad picked up 4? insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Rock and roll! Touchdown, Texans!
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, OB Skeezy Show and Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, have the latest. The latest is Clint stepped out. His baby girl's birthday, and he went to celebrate. Daughter stopped out after the 4 o'clock segment, so B. Scott is in the building, and happy birthday as well to Tyler Milner, 35 today.
Thank you.
We're hopefully has a good time tonight. Me and Brandon are on a quest to not get fired at the Christmas party. That has happened to me before. That's why I bring that up, and I don't feel bad. Those two ladies, they were in a relationship, and they looked like the tag team, the Nasty Boys, and they were my superiors, and they fired me at the Christmas party. But hopefully that won't happen again today. By the way,
Please
guys, would be ashamed of what we've been doing through the break. We have dead seriously put together the biracial and the white team and are working on the black team.
Got some squad.
It has consumed my attention, all of it.
No, God to honest, we're turning to each other dead serious.
Yes.
Dead serious.
We stopped laughing a long time ago about this.
What do you think? Would you have Bunkero at the 3? Would you have it is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But
trying to figure out a spot for Michael Porter Jr.
I don't
versatile big.
I'm still not sold on him being in the starting lineup. All right. The Texans, they made a move.
Sleeping on him.
B. Scott. They waived guard Laken Tomlinson per team. Tomlinson had been a healthy scratch the past 2 games after losing his starting spot. When they put in 62, you knew his days were numbered.
Yeah, that's true.
He was about 6th or 7th, it seemed like, on the guard list there. This isn't surprising at all, but when you see Laken Tomlinson is waived and they move on, it is hard not to me, immediately think, well, there's another offseason guy that is up out of here right now from Nick Caserio.
Yeah, I think he took some swings and he missed. Like, I'm not really mad at the taking of the swings. And granted, there are going to be some misses. Like for your Laken Tomlinson, you have it Ed Ingram, right? And Ed Ingram has actually worked out. Now, you look around, you got Laken Tomlinson, you got Cam Robinson, you got C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who's actually on a Bears team that's doing really well. So you got a few guys that you brought in and were expecting to do. Braxton Berrios is a healthy scratch. Christian Kirk is disappointment. Well, no, I would say no. I mean, he's had 2 good games, right? 2 good games.
Had 2 better games.
Yeah, 2 games of note.
When we say
and
good games, we're talking about him in the 50s in receiving yards.
Right. So out of 12 games, he's had 2 ones that are even noteworthy. So, it hasn't been great with some of the newcomers, whether it was free agency or via trade. But to me, it more signals the changing of the guard for the Texans' offensive line. Like, out with the dead weight, no disrespect, but out with the dead weight, that's what it turned out to be. And we're going to go with this new iteration of the offensive line that we've seen over the last couple of weeks. That's been really good.
Tomlinson out. And as Tyler said earlier when we announced this, the Texans now have 2 open spots on their roster right now.
Yeah,
and
be interesting to see what they do with it.
They're not going to just leave those open. They're going to do something to fill that.
Yeah,
and
you figure they could use a safety.
We saw today that the Steelers released Darius Slay, who is a veteran corner, played in that Super Bowl team with the Eagles last year. Went to the Steelers. Now their offense or their defense, hasn't been great. So that's one to look at. But as you said, would he be open to sliding over the safety? But they did that. They could sign
Ramsey.
No, the receiver.
DK Metcalf.
No, they just signed Adam Thielen.
Oh, they did sign. My bad.
Yeah,
white guy.
The white guy at a non-traditional white position, but Adam Thielen playing receiver. They brought him on and then let Darius Slay go, so that might be an option there. I know a lot of people are.
Well, that sounds so pitiful for the Steelers.
Yeah.
Let Darius Slay go for Adam Thielen. It's like
that's where they are right now.
What are we doing? What are we
probably
doing?
should have jumped on that Brandon Cooks thing. But
yeah. Actually, yeah.
But no, it could be. I know a lot of people were talking about Matthew as he was saying stuff with Kay Adams. We'll see. I mean, a guy who hasn't been playing all year long. And by the way, he also then in that same interview said he would also play for the Chiefs too. So he
just wants to go one of his old teams that's kind of in the playoff run, basically.
So yeah, he said he said the same thing. So I don't know how much of a real option it is there, but I think they will fill a role there. They will do something.
It also is just disappointing. Kind of back to your point about the Caserio moves. Like, you did all of this, and it turns out you this far into the season, and your solution at left guard, which you've had a problem at now for years, turned out to be your right tackle again. Like, out of all the possibilities, you sign a guy, you bring in a guy who actually you played that we had never heard of. You've got Juice Scruggs moving over to that position. Jared Patterson, we forgot was even on the team until he emerged eventually late in the season.
I forgot he was.
All of these different options, and then it turns out the best one is still your tackle, and you really kind of get lucky there because you got tackle depth. It's just that part of it I would say is disappointing.
Oh, of course it is. Yeah, I mean, and listen, they're making it work, and they're playing above average. They played above average the last two games, but that's not the best spot for Titus Howard.
No. I mean let's roll now at this point.
You gotta roll with it.
It sucks that he is your right tackle, who's actually a good tackle, is your best left guard. That to me is less of a credit to Titus and more of a demerit on their scouting and player acquisition.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, as we continue here, college football playoff, and this is a very important one. I would say. Obviously, the last one is the most important. I think coming off of this one is extremely important because there are certain teams right now that don't have any more games. And when you see where the poll is, I think there are going to be a lot of people that know exactly what their fate is. And I think the number one talking point and listen, Sark has done what he should do. He has whored himself on out there.
Yeah.
And I mean in a major way. Colin Cowherd, I'll talk to you. Anybody, I'll talk to you. Hell, you know what? You can come on here, Sark, and you can call up here and go on and give us your thoughts.
It's so pitiful, though.
It
is a crying ass shame.
They're sitting there with 3 losses. Tyler, do you think that they're in a position – and I'm throwing this to both of you. Tyler, do you think that they're in a position tonight when the rankings come out? Because they have to be inside the top 12, right? For them to they don't have another game. Do you think they're inside the top 12 or have a spot where you're like, all right, they have a chance to make the playoff?
I do not see the Burn Orange in the top 12 tonight if the committee's doing what they're supposed to do, their jobs. But we got to see. I really think that some of these conference championship games, they might go wild with those results and do some more moving and shaking, and that might give the Longhorns an opportunity, which would still be bogus.
But what are the ones that will, right? Like,
I think Miami's in the way, though, right? Like, they're going to make a jump. Texas is going to make a jump from, 16? They're going to make a jump from there, but I don't think it's going to be inside the top 12.
Yeah, but do they jump Vandy? They beat Vandy, yes. But Vandy has one less loss, and they have consistently kept them behind them because it was a close home loss.
Who did Vandy play? Because I mean,
Vandy just beat Tennessee. Vandy just beat a ranked Tennessee team on the road. So it's hard. It's hard to think that they will jump.
Maybe
them.
Not.
They'll jump Michigan. Like, I'm looking at it, and as Tyler, I don't know that I would quite put it as if the committee does their jobs, but it is hard to think that they are going to leap because they're sitting here at 16 right now. They'll jump Michigan, who lost. Maybe they jump Utah because Utah should have lost to Kansas, and they should have lost to K-State the week before. Yeah. So maybe they jump Utah, but they ain't jumping BYU. Nope. They're not jumping Miami. They're not jumping – I don't think they're jumping Vandy. It is hard if you're Vandy to think – I know they beat A&M, but Vandy beats the number 19 team on the road.
Yeah.
And you haven't jumped them yet. I don't think that.
No, because even if they're 11, they would have to make room for one of the conference champions, right, in the seeding.
Yeah,
I think they'd have to go. They'd have to be top 10. I think to get in.
So to get to 11,
which is far-fetched.
They'd have to jump Vandy, Utah, Miami, BYU to get there,
and that's not happening.
No.
So no, they're not going to make it.
Yeah,
I don't think they're
sorry, Larry.
And nor should they. They had a chance. They beat Florida next time. Beat a school that fired its coach.
And the Georgia game
Pretty
being
simple.
the Georgia game being so lopsided too doesn't.
But you
help
could have
either.
survived that.
You could I'm just saying. But also if
one or the other, all three of their losses in a vacuum is excusable. But together, collectively, you can't have it.
Also, to me, we'll see how far A&M drops. I don't think too crazy. But the Notre Dame Miami thing is interesting because the committee has repeatedly said they don't have them in the same tier, and so thus head to head isn't taking form here because they're not on the same tier. Well, Miami just beat another ranked Pittsburgh team and beat them pretty good. And I wonder right now, like I don't know what the hell the same tier has to be frank with you, because right now Miami's 12 and Notre Dame has been 9. It's like the closer they get, it is hard to think that they are not going. They wouldn't jump them if they were in the same tier. So that
it's pretty cool that Notre Dame, doesn't ever have to worry about the conference championship thing.
Yeah,
it's pretty neat for them.
I just got such, and look, I love Sean Pendergast, but I got Notre Dame fatigue. It feels like the same. They could make it all the way to the championship game. And you know what I might do? Not be all that interested in the damn championship game. Like, I'll watch it, but it'll be background noise because I'll know how that story ends with Notre Dame. Like, you can't keep them out of the field because of that. But man, they
were in the championship game last year.
Exactly. When they go, and it was anytime they go to the championship game, it's click. Let's watch anything.
Last year was different. When they beat Georgia, you thought it was click.
Man, listen, I will never believe in Notre Dame. It's the same story, no matter how close they get.
Damn,
it's just not given.
Styler's best win right there.
Yeah, I could do without Notre Dame. Sorry, Sean Pendergast.
5 o'clock fire.
I'm expecting a text.
I like Love.
Expecting a text.
I like your running back.
He is nice.
He is nice, but the rest of it you can.
Come on,
I like
Sean.
your coach.
All right.
The rest of it.
The Rockets. The NBA won the battle last night, but the Rockets, they lose to the Jazz 133-125. And listen, I'll give them credit. They fought back. It looked and felt like it was just one of those nights in the NBA where you're on the road, you're tired, I don't know, and it just looked like one of those nights, like the Lakers and the Suns last night. Looked like it just wasn't your night. But they fought back. To me, I thought it was over when I saw Mikhailo cross over Reed Shepherd and then just waltz to the lane with no deterrence and just go and lay it in. I said, all right, this one's about over. But they got it back. They got it down to 1 or they tie it. I know they got it to 1.
They got it to 1 for sure.
I know Kevin hit a 3 to get it to 1, and then George hit a 3 right back to push it back up to 4. But it was. I give him credit for going back. But I think overall with UB Scott, and I know you cover this team. Check out the B Block podcast where he talks a lot of Rocket stuff there. But it's an 18-game sample size, and now we're starting to kind of see the rest of the field as well.
Yeah.
This team is first in rebounding. Top 5 team in points per game, top 10 team in defensive rating. When you look at this team, do you still have the same feeling that I believe you had before the season that this is a legit championship contender?
Yeah, I mean, I only have, and these are 2 of the teams that they've lost to, but I really only have Denver and OKC above them in the West.
I think it would be fair to say that only the Thunder are a championship contender right now. I think it's fair because it feels like who's going to beat those jokers? Like that's what it feels like right now.
I think that's fair, but the last time I saw the Rockets play them, they went to overtime, and what still to this day, and that was the first game of the season, still to this day is one of the better games of the NBA season so far, that game itself. So, do I
William
back?
Yeah,
he just came back a few days ago. Yeah. So, and that changes the game for them. Obviously, their second best player. Look, Oklahoma City is going to be hard to beat.
Yeah.
But I do think that Denver, Houston, those are teams that can make a bit. We'll see with San Antonio. I know Wemby's got the calf injury, so that kind of puts a little wrench in their game. But I thought they were frisky and kind of interesting as well.
Lakers are the other team.
The Lakers
in
are the
top
obvious
four.
other team that is, to me, a surprise because I thought they were kind of.
I think they're second in the West right now.
Yeah, I thought they were dead to rights, and they got some.
They've
life.
had a really favorable schedule right now.
Yeah. So, and as far as the Rockets go, last night was their first, if I'm not mistaken, their first back end of a back-to-back. They had not played a back-to-back yet all season, and so it looked like it. It looked like their first back-to-back. They played like it. They've had kind of a cupcake schedule just in terms of sequencing, right? How many gaps between games or days between games that they've had. So that's going to change here, and this was an example of that. They had just played this team the night before. I don't have a problem with them losing this game
I hate
as much as I hate the Jazz.
I hate that.
The home and or it's not even home and home. It's
I think that's just
back to back like it's baseball or something.
Yeah, they had to stay in Salt Lake.
Oh yeah, an extra night. Even though I hear they kind of get it cracking.
I bet you Salt Lake could be a hell of a time.
Oh, I've heard it gets cracking a little bit. And
the gentlemen like to play in the snow.
Yeah, NBA players like snow.
They do.
They do.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And Utah, not climate controlled.
Jabari Smith's like, damn, we got to stay in Salt Lake another night.
I guess I have to find some snow.
Right. It's like, I'm sorry. Is he the one you look at and think on the team?
Nah, he's not actually.
He's not the one. He's the one I look at and say snow. He like.
It's a min for me. It's a min for me for sure. They're like, hey, Reed, you ready to hit the? You ready to hit the slopes?
Really? Oh,
you ready to hit the slopes, big
I'm
dog?
sorry, Jabari looked like he was giving those girls hell at all.
Yeah, probably so.
I mean, he was
Probably
giving those girls hell at all.
Probably so. Yeah, I can see it. I was gonna say Jay-Sean Tate. I can see it too.
Oh yeah,
I can see it.
Walking around with his shirt off. All right, remember it is a Texas Ticket Tuesday. Your chance at some point in the 5 o'clock hour to win a pair of tickets to see the Texans and the Cardinals. Not this week's game, but next week's game against the Cardinals. You can do that at some point in the 5 o'clock hour. All right, this to me, and I want to get your thoughts on these guys, because I'm looking at this team differently. And this is a thing to me that makes me a bit concerned about the Texans. We'll discuss that next.
What does a 20-16 win in Indy say about the Texans?
It shows that, we're
Action Monday, supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Attack that ass.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, there it is. Caller number 7. C.J. Stroud returned and got a dub in Indianapolis. Caller number 7. Phone lines are officially opening now. Caller number 7, 713-572-4610. Your chance is now for you to win a pair of tickets on the front row in the bullpen for the game next week against the Arizona Cardinals. Caller number 7. Tyler will take care of you. Your chance to win right now a pair of tickets for that big game against the Cardinals. Tyler's got you rolling. Shout out to all of you who are listening. Hopefully you get a chance to win. And I got a sneaky suspicion this isn't the last time folks may have a chance to win tickets. So if you aren't able to win this time, hopefully you stay with us right here on Sports Radio 610 and you'll have a chance. Caller number 7. All right, B. Scott's in as Clint took off. It's Tyler and Clint's daughter's birthday. Tyler's 35, Clint's daughter's 2. And he is celebrating her birthday. He'll be back with us tomorrow. All right. B. Scott, I'd love to get your thoughts. The people, you can jump in on this too as well. and text in, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in as well. Like, Sunday changed my entire thinking of this Texans team right now, Brandon, because I think now you got to look at them as not just a, hey, all right, maybe they could make the playoffs. Maybe there's something. Maybe they could back their way in. You know, maybe they can keep fighting this thing. To now, it's more of a, this is a playoff level team. This is a playoff level team that now you got to look at that they can maybe do some damage. As I said yesterday, when you look at the field, this is a different field than they've had to face the last couple of years. And you and I said, again, if you can do something great, you got a shot. You got a shot. And their defense obviously is great. And as I've said the last week, that they have, I think, the best unit of any team that they're going to play. They're going to have the best offense, better defense. Their unit is the best.
Their defense will be better than any offense they'll go
than any
against.
other unit or any defense in the game, right?
Well, their defense is the best defense, I think, in the league.
And better than, I think, any offense that they will run into.
I will agree with that.
So they've got a chance with that, even though they may have to probably play, as it looks right now, all their games on the road. I think that. So I think you look at this team different. And, Tyler, you've watched this team. Brandon, you've watched this team.
Yeah.
All of you listening have watched this team. And when I start looking at teams differently, I'll look at it and I'll say, all right, how do we envision this team losing? Like, how is the way this team will lose? I look at the Broncos. How will they lose? Probably Bo will make more mistakes than he can atone for in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I can see that.
Look at the Patriots. My thing would be maybe
him making plays is also sometimes how they win too, though. They do live and die with him.
That's why I said early he's going to make too many mistakes that his team cannot.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, they almost couldn't make up for it against the Commanders, the Raiders. Like, they've done that. The Patriots, you look at it, maybe their youth and inexperience may jump in and give them some problems. Maybe they're not as much prepared.
They look pretty
with some of their skills. No, they look pretty good. But I'm just saying, if you're in your mind saying, how do you see them losing?
Yeah.
Jacksonville, Trevor will screw this up.
Yeah.
And they won't get enough turnovers to make up for it.
They'll just be Jacksonville.
Yeah. You keep doing that.
They'll just be the Jaguars
as they lead the division. But when you look at the Texans, how do you think they will lose? And to me, what concerns me is what we've been seeing the last several weeks. And listen, this may be how they have to play. But I think it is very concerning. The way you look at the Texans to lose is defense is going to play lights out. But the game is going to be tight, and it's going to be close. And the other team only has to make a few plays, and they're either right in the game or they're taking the lead, or they may win. And it also means in those games your special teams has to be on point. You can't make mistakes because they play, and not just play, they seem to go into games wanting to do this. Play tight. Play 20-17. Let's win it 17-14. All right, hey, let's go. 36 yards of total offense in the second half against Buffalo. Cool. Our defense set us up, got us 3 points. We're in and out, right? You can have a game against the Bills where you sack Josh Allen 8 times to turn him over 3 times, and you're still fighting it at the end. You have a game where the thing is tight with Jacksonville, and you got to have a walk-off field goal to win. That, to me, is the concern is they seem to be willing to play and keep the score down. And it almost seems like they're doing it more than the other team is doing it to them, Brandon. And I think that is, to me, the real concern on how they go about playing games is these games are always low-scoring and tight, and the other team doesn't have to make a ton of plays against that defense.
Look, I agree it's a real concern. I can't argue against that. Like the idea that you're going to play with fire or that you're not going to try to force the issue on offense and just take what the defense gives you and more so rely on your defense to win you games. Like, this is not 1985. This is not 1995. Like, this is 2025 football where you expect to put on a bit of a light show, honestly. not just for entertainment purposes, but because that's just how you kind of keep up the way offenses are these days. It's an offensive league. But I do think that, like, to be fair to them, I think this is some level of self-awareness on their part. Like, I agree with your point, and I don't really like it. I don't like the offense, if I'm being honest with you. But
you think they're doing this because they have to?
I think they think they have to, or that they're better off this way.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, Brandon, do you think they have to?
Well, I mean, if you just look at it, and we've watched them all this time, they're not an explosive offense. They're like, none of us, here's my issue with the whole thing. None of us think that they're a good offense. There's no number or statistic that tells you they're a good offense. They've been better as of late. But basically everything that you've watched and all of the data that you have in front of you says that they're anywhere from a mediocre to below average offense. So, and now we're 12 games into the season. So we talk about identity. What is the offense? This be the identity, mediocrity. Your offense is mediocre. And so to me, this is them being somewhat more self-aware. Like, hey, we're a defensive-focused team. The best thing that the best things that they do on offense is literally possess the ball and not turn it over. Those are the only measurements where they're.
And Nico Collins.
Well, yeah, and Nico Collins is obviously a stud. But when you talk about team statistics, these are the only stats that they have that are above average. They are above average in not giving the ball away. They're like something like 7th in giveaways. And then they're something like top 10 in time of possession. These are the best things that they do. Not give the ball away and possess the ball. So, like, that's what they're trying to do.
This is what I would say.
As much as I don't like it.
This is what I would say to you. Someone text in, we'll get beat kicking field goals and not scoring touchdowns.
I agree. I don't like it.
We got a ball control offense. This is the 2001 defense.
I hate it. But this is who they are.
I can understand that in games like the Denver game where, hey, man, like those dudes are as much of a reason why you had to keep kicking field goals or you struggled. The thing that makes me concerned is the last 2 games, it felt like they put the emergency brake on as much as Buffalo and whoever in Indy
and the Colts, yeah.
Like, it felt like I watched that. I felt like their offensive line protected well enough. I felt like Davis and CJ, especially in the first half or different points of the game, were in rhythm, doing their thing, and then
yeah. But to me, it's not a bad strategy to play keep away from the number 2 offense in the league, and then when they do get the ball, unleash your number 1 defense. That's not the worst strategy in the world, even if I don't like it.
It's not a terrible strategy, but to me also the thought is, all right, hey, man, we got 20 points in the first half against Buffalo.
Oh, I get it.
Why do we just shut it down?
Well, their first drive of the third quarter, they were penalized and they shot themselves in the foot.
That wasn't their only drive.
Well, but if you look at the drives in between, their defensive drives, they sacked Josh Allen for 18 yards with Will Anderson. Danielle Hunter, the next drive, shuts down the drive with another sack. So they're weighing the flow of the game at the same time.
They got a turnover in field goal range, and they ran the ball like 5 straight times with Woody Marks.
No, it's
what I mean.
It's a bleep offense.
Like they came at the end of the half last week, Tyler, and they said, "Yo, we get the ball coming out. Best scenario, kick a field goal. Worst, don't turn it off." And I just like you just leave teams in the game.
I just struggle
that your defense. You just leave teams in the game, and then next thing you know, let's say Sunday, we may see it. Mahomes just has to make 3 or 4 plays like Bo Nix did.
Yeah.
And then, damn, we shouldn't have lost that game.
Look, I agree with your point, and I don't like it again. I don't like the offense.
But you think
but I have a tough time acknowledging that it's not a good offense and then being critical of them not being more aggressive with it. Like, I don't think it's very good. So it's just like, well, I mean, I got a hard time defending or being mad about them not like doubling down on this mediocre to bad offense.
Yeah, in games where they are playing well, I like offensively, I don't understand why.
I mean, they had the one good drive against, or two. They had 2 good drives against the Bills. Literally 2 out of all of them. One of them was a field goal drive, and the other one was the one in that first half. They weren't that good. They're not that good.
I don't know. They put up 20 points in the first half, and then just rolled down there on the 2-minute drive. All right, coming up,
most of them field goals.
We'll get they scored 2 touchdowns. Coming up, we'll He scored 14 points, 2 touchdowns in the first half. All right, coming up, we'll get T-Mill's best bets. He was 0 for 4 last night, but ignore it. But he was 0 for 4. We'll get T-Mill's best bets, and we'll try to piss him off before we get to best bets. That's coming up next. It is a Texans
The Texans took down the Colts 20-16 in another tight ball game. How has Demeco
made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I'm just sexual, man.
Somebody stop that man! Here comes
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, who was our winner for the tickets, Tyler?
Joseph and Richwood.
There you go, Joseph. Congratulations. Enjoy yourself. Have a good time. T-Mill's Best Bet's coming up here in just a bit. He's trying to redeem himself from last night's 0-4, but it's his birthday, so I feel like he'll do pretty well tonight. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, Cade Stover, Mr. Tush Push, is going to be on with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. I'm sure he doesn't like that. He's going on with him tonight, so stay tuned for that right after we get done. Area 45, they've got you late and hot. Damn it. From there it is, from 8 to midnight. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, they'll hold it down. The Area 45 guys will hold you down. The best damn late night show in all of Houston. Stay tuned for Area 45 coming up after Cade Stover and the fellas with Texans All Access. All right, we were talking about this a little bit. I said it. I was a bit disappointed in some of the A&M fans and how they were trying to downplay that loss to Texas. I was so proud of Tyler, who's refused to talk about it up until that segment. I mean, yesterday, whatever, and I could tell that the Texans win helped, but you could see he was still hurt. And he should. Don't downplay it. I heard Lopez on, and I was like, come on. Lopez up there. My man said, yeah, I mean, we wanted to win, but, hey, it's not,
Lopez got his eye on the prize,
the real thing is the college football. Yeah, okay. How many times have they chance you?
Never.
So you lose to Texas, and you lose your opportunity to go and win an SEC championship, and they stop your undefeated season. So I was disappointed in some people, and I saw a lot of people on YouTube and Twitch and the text line, downplaying it. And we had a discussion with this earlier, and I'm curious from you all, because we got a Longhorn fan from birth, and we got an Aggie fan from birth. One Aggie fan wears a gold ring. Paid there, went there 4 or 5 years, give or take. 6. That's all right.
That's a lot of money. 6 years of Aggie tuition is a couple of victory.
Hey, man, that's all right. He had a couple of injuries and had a transfer year in there, had an injury. Let me honestly, do you all believe? And I'll let our guest start first. B. Scott, do you believe that the Texas A&M game means more to A&M fans than it does to Texas fans?
Yes, I do. But I do think it still means a lot to Texas fans because they so badly do not want to lose that game. Right? And so I think both sides really don't. I think they both want to not lose. Let me say it this way. I think Texas more so wants to not lose and the Aggies more so want to win. But because of the whole big brother, little brother dynamic, whether you actually buy into it or believe in it or not, that is sort of the tenor of the relationship, that Texas is the big brother and that A&M is the little brother, and the big brother doesn't want to lose to the little brother, and the little brother definitely, absolutely wants to beat the big brother. I think that's the dynamic.
Because you've said that OU is a bigger rival.
I think it's
Texas.
I think it is a bigger game because of the stake. I think it's a higher stakes rival.
But what game more emotionally gets to you? Like what? Because I think that's where the rivalry part comes in, right? What game does OU or does A&M? Like facing them as a Texas fan, what gets you more emotionally invested?
I would say OU, but it's for different reasons. Like I think A&M gets you more emotionally invested for the local reasons. Like Tyler and I are friends. We're both here from the same city. We're on different sides of the enemy lines here. So we can have a friendly rivalry here. But if we're just being honest, really up until last year, there wasn't really like they didn't play for a decade. And it wasn't really like A&M was as much in Texas's way as Oklahoma was. And so this is what I was getting at earlier when we were talking about it. Like Oklahoma, for the better part of the last couple of decades, has been the superior program to both of the Texas programs. And so you get more juice for that game because that's more of a litmus test for how good you actually are.
See, Tyler, I feel like that kind of stuff annoys you when Texas fans try to make it seem like that game doesn't mean as much, because our guy right here on YouTube, AZ Stormy, or Storm, AZ Storm, we care more about beating OU but losing to A&M hurts more because we don't view them as a threat.
That is, for as insulting as that comes off, is exactly to a T the case.
Do you believe that's the case?
No, I do not.
So you think
it's a facade.
You think A&M fans and Longhorn fans care about that game at the same equal feeling of it?
Because I really do think it's become like this phenomenon with the Burn Orange fans. Like B. Scott just laid out, like, oh, we care more about OU. That's our rival. We don't really care. But I can tell you this, my mentions on Twitter look like you sure as hell cared as soon as that final clock went to zeros against A&M. And it's just, I think it's a smart strategy.
Wow.
Year in, year out.
How long has this strategy been going on? Is this been going on since you can remember?
And to speak to that, the talent level and the performance of the Aggie football team through, like B. Scott said earlier, like some of these recent decades, they weren't on that level. I mean, they were kicking our ass early and often. So that may have gone into it. But now, no. Now in 2025, I would wager that Burn Orange fans tend to care a lot more about the Aggie game than OU. Maybe a lot is subjective.
Excellent coming in. It's an age gap thing. If you're over 40, the A&M game means more.
Yeah, I think there's something to that. I think there is something to that age gap thing.
I just turned 35.
Well, but you're also an Aggie, so like you're coming at it from it in kind of the Ron's point from earlier show. Like there's not a secondary rival really, whereas like Texas is in between here, where they're going right or left. Which one is it that's the greater rival?
Because what's the next?
So I think that's the difference.
What's the next closest game that you care about on the schedule?
Either LSU or Bama.
It's got to be LSU.
But that is a good point and a factor in this. I think that there is nobody that comes close. Like for the Longhorns, they have OU right there. Oh, that's our rival. Like A&M definitely does not have that.
Yeah. Somebody texted in Arkansas.
Yeah, okay, so I don't know what we're doing there.
Southwest Conference days, I guess.
Yeah, so you got to be a certain age to really feel that. Yeah. But I think just the divided attention alone kind of just almost by default gives A&M a little bit more care. But I will say this, once Texas beat A&M over the weekend, and I did not pick them to win that game, I did not think they were going to win that game, I was way disappointed that we immediately went into politicking for the college football playoff and wasn't nobody celebrating the fact that we just beat these damn Aggies. Yeah. Like, I cared more about that than this idea that I need to politic for a 3-loss team to get into some playoff that's only been around for a decade. Like, yeah, I cared more about the rivalry than I did their case for the playoffs after they had already lost 3 games.
All right, good conversation. I see a lot of people coming in with thoughts. Let's head over to